Hello. Hi, everyone. How you all doing? I'm here with my boys T-Dread and Unwithered Truth. The first thing we're going to do is test their volume. So let me know how mine is, and
Oh
then
my
we'll have
goodness,
T-Dread's
Unwithered,
talk.
you're so loud. Unwithered, you're so loud. Oh my god, stop yelling, Unwithered.
He's
Stop yelling, you're so
unwithering it.
loud.
He's
Guys, come
unwithering
on.
it.
I'm so sorry. I kept yelling. Jeez. I'll turn down my mic. How we
Let
doing,
us know.
everybody?
Let us know. The
Good,
gang's all
great.
here. What's up, Absol? What's up, Xander? What's up, Scott? What's up, Theory Chum? What's up, Pickle Pepper? How's everyone doing?
Pepper.
Pickle Pepper 900. All right, so while I'm waiting for you guys to tell me if they're too loud or not loud enough, I'll go over what we're doing. I found this iceberg. I googled FNAF Iceberg because I know that MatPat had done one at one point. And so I found this.
Just
And
a couple layers.
Just a few layers.
Oh,
there might be there might be some stuff.
Holy moly.
Might be some stuff on there MatPat didn't cover.
Yo, I should have brought like a tent to set up this. This is crazy.
So-
Look, it's gonna last
Roasted
us
marshmallows.
8 streams.
Yeah, we're obviously not doing the
I know,
full
he's
thing.
content farming.
Who knows how much we'll eventually
Who made
do?
it? Who made it? Who made it, you know?
So it doesn't say. There's credits to like where they
What?
got their information, but they didn't like sign it, even in the credits section.
That's insane.
Yeah. So you know what, chat? If any of you guys can figure out who made this, we'd love to credit them. But yeah, we're gonna go through, and obviously, I think we're gonna know a lot of them, and then some of them we might not, and so we're gonna try to look them up. If you guys can help us with those,
When you
but it's
when
really
you said insane iceberg, I thought you meant like the stuff on it was
No,
crazy,
no.
but it's just sheer size of this iceberg.
But yeah, we're basically just using it as an excuse to yap. So settle in for as long as we feel like doing this, and we're just gonna
My God.
start.
I need to bring rations for this. Holy.
Yeah, do you guys know? I only
Yeah.
noticed this like 2 days ago. What the little crown things are on in the chat in the side? I know
Yeah,
that
these
Twitch
are new.
does stuff
yeah,
like that.
they're. Yeah, I thought we were talking about this.
Your biggest shill. Who's your
yeah.
biggest paid shill? That's what it's for.
It's XP. It's competitive engagement, which I was like, all right, YouTube.
So like, do people get points
Guys,
for?
if you press like, you have a chance of being
So you get points
#1.
for talking. You get points for I think just like being a regular like listener, and you also get XP for buying super chats. So if
Okay.
you do that often, that'll get you XP.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm 50 plus right now. Come on. I ain't saying this in the chat.
Damn, you're old.
Wow. That
Let me
is-
get the first layer. Let me get the
Oh,
first
I
layer.
went up.
Okay.
Okay, so chat, here you go. I was at 50 plus, and I just went up to 23 by sending one message. So
Damn, bro.
Yeah, 23, the Unlimited
Engagement.
Sigma. Yeah, Seeker Accompanist
Damn,
number
you're done
1,
with this.
Wyatt number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Though it's cool. The very few times I've ever been in the chat on like a Twitch stream or something, it is like, oh, you got this much XP, stuff like that. Pickle Pepper with the $2 donation. XP farming,
Hey, yo.
also who allowed this T-Dreads guy in. He just kind of snuck in. I owe him a favor. He's like, let me on your stream. He begged me all morning. He's
Yeah, I
like,
was
you're gonna
begging.
you're doing an iceberg stream. Let me in.
I said, please.
That is not true. This was very last minute. GiBi, you need to make emotes. Yes, I do, and I have a couple in my head. I just need to draw them. Once I'm done with my Fiona video I'm currently
You're
doing,
going to- oh man.
MS Paint emotes. I might contract out like the guy that you use for some of them, or any
Evan
other
Murray,
artist.
yeah, he's pretty good.
But I will be doing that in the near future. I'm still trying to finish up my Secret of the Mimic coverage with my Fiona video, which should be out Friday if I don't get messed up.
Nice.
All right, so yeah, T-Dreads, you want to do the first couple?
I will do the first. I can do the first layer if you want.
Okay, so I do want to point out, just because I've skimmed through this a little bit, it does say, Tier 1, these are common knowledge in terms of FNAF. Even if you aren't fan of FNAF, you may still know these. And it contains such entries as Mike Kill All,
I know, that's crazy.
and,
All right,
yeah,
I'll run
this-
through it. I'll run through it real fast.
all right, you do it.
Okay, layer 1 should be easy pickings. Okay, so 1987 in FNAF 1. This actually started as a rumor. It was not in the original 1.0 release of the game. But after people started saying that something happens when you put that in, Scott updated it so that Golden Freddy pops up and goes, when you type in 1987 in FNAF 1's custom night.
Yep.
Freedom
So
is
hold
commonly
on.
Oh.
Theory Chum has donated $2. Please put CIA way down at the bottom. GG, thanks.
Oh no.
That's the theory that Fazbear is working with the CIA, right? The plot of Megan
In the
2.
I think
very
it's that
last
Scott.
tier.
I think it's Scott based it on a real life experiment that happened.
Oh.
That is all about like the
Yeah, when
influence
the
of.
CIA made a children's pizzeria, I remember that.
No. It's about like the field basically, and there is stuff
Oh.
to do with it in terms of like linking it to some of the concepts in FNAF. I only scratched the surface of that theory a while ago, and I was like, this could be a crazy coincidence, like the joy of creative service, or it could be true. I don't know.
Yep. Bathilra also says that the creator of the iceberg is Nader John, and I'm not going to fact check that, but that seems right. So there we go. That's who it is.
Should I continue?
Continue, sir.
Okay. Freedom is thought to be what Withered Foxy, screams when diving at you. This was part of the Foxy is a good guy theory, actually. That he was like, oh, I want to set everyone free. I want to be free. That's
also
probably
just
not what he's actually saying.
Sound for everyone.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's probably not what he's actually saying.
But it specifically ended the FNAF 2 trailer, and people were like, it's a
Yeah,
hint. It's a
Yeah.
hint.
Freedom.
Yes. Speaking of FNAF 2 trailer, Might Kill All. People thought if you reversed a segment of the London Bridge song, it went Mike Kill All, and so you'd be like, oh my god, Mike Schmidt is the purple guy. Right?
Which was the very first game theory.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was that the bite of 87? I don't need to say more. It's Markiplier. You know. I won't go too in detail about this one, but I stand by Scott. There was drama a couple years ago about his voting habits.
No way! If you don't know what FNAF is, you
yeah, that'd be strange.
You know,
but yeah. One of the hashtags that were trending on Twitter was "I stand by Scott" to not cancel him at the time. Afton Robotics LLC. That's William Afton's company that he goes by in sister location to create those animatronics and that technology. I believe it's also... No. In the novels, it's never said to be LLC. The illusion discs just have Afton Robotics written on them, but it's not specified as an LLC
the
in the novels.
Say?
In the blueprints do, yes. But in the novels,
they say LLC. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just looked up blueprints expecting Google to tell me this location. It should know me by now. Yeah, it's
ambience could be referring to any number of things. There's a ton of ambience in the game. Some is directly correlated to gameplay mechanics, some is not.
I think I know
found
what that
out
is.
recently that the hollow tube sound actually indicated that there was like movement going on.
So I think
it might be
you
TikTok
go.
Go ahead.
Right?
Oh, I was going to say I think it's the in sister location there's a sound called ambience, and it's just a really weird distorted noise, and if you speed it up by like 700%, it's baby saying numbers.
That can't possibly be the surface. That can't possibly be the top layer.
I'm fairly certain the file's
thought
called
it might
ambience.
Be, you know the like FNAF 2 where it's like boom 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 boom, that sound that like plays every 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the meme sound. That might be it.
It does say so. Yellow is Easter egg / secret. So I do think it's the baby number counting.
It might be the baby one. That's crazy to be at the top.
These are common knowledge in terms of FNAF.
Kitchen camera.
Well, we're gonna go in order. We got to go in order. Anim Dude is Scott Cawthon's username on several platforms, like Reddit. I think it might also have been what he went by like quite some time ago. There's a lot of memes about Scott raging at game developers. Set the platform as a fucking platform. You don't know how to make a game, you piece of shit. Stuff like that. So, and it's also what people call his avatar, that little guy you see behind it with the blue, with like the little like blue dots on his head. I'm actually surprised Ballora is Afton's wife is at the top layer. I feel like that's a game theory thing. It should be a little further down. Several interpretations. Obviously, one that he literally stuffed her in there, and two is that she's simply meant to represent Mrs. Afton. What do you guys think of that theory? I think it's a load of bollocks.
I think it's quite strong that the idea of the Afton family being represented by each of the different fun times, because it would, you've got the Foxy, the bear with the little thing on its hand that talks to him and calms him down.
Toto.
it's strong for those
His version
two,
of Toto.
and then his his Toto. The only weak link in that theory is Ballora. So then if you extrapolate based on her song and stuff like that, maybe she's representative of the wife. And that's why I think the spring lock suit is probably a spring Bonnie suit, a fun time spring Bonnie. But that's pure speculation.
Yeah, and it makes sense.
Um,
Obviously, I have my whole thing where I don't think it's necessarily her, and I think it may have now been Scott conned into being Fiona somehow because of the pearl necklace and the being the only woman in the series. But yeah, no, I think that because when Sister Location came out, the idea of Molten MCI wasn't even like a concept anybody could even dream of. They're like, oh, there must be one body per animatronic. Therefore, woman probably Mrs. Afton.
I was trying to explain that to my girlfriend the other day because she was like, "Oh, what kid is inside this version of Freddy?" And I was like, "That one's an AI based on a thing that's possessed by a kid from like the 70s, but not all the kids. Some of the kids are the same kids in different robots, and some of them are different kids. It depends."
Yeah.
It's like you're
How
talking
could you not
nonsense
know
right
this? Okay.
now. Come on.
Bite of 87 versus Bite of 83. We all know this one. Source code of FNAF 4 is when this whole thing started, where it started with 87s and Scott gradually sprinkled 83s in. There was an 82 in there once, and nobody knows if it was a typo or
Yes.
not. But
Well, no, because it was a
obviously,
code. You had to subtract certain numbers from other numbers to get the 82. So it was like you
Scott's
had
bad
to
at math.
think of that puzzle. Yeah, bad. Yeah, he's bad at math. That word. It was a puzzle.
anyway, people thought the bite at the end of the game was 87 for a while. Even Matt Pat thought so, and then he spread misinformation on the internet, and Scott had to be like, guys, no, it's 83. So that the kitchen camera. This is like anyone who's ever touched FNAF knows about this one. This deserves to be up here. That's the kitchen camera don't work. It's in FNAF 1. It's all
It's like the
static.
only one, and was that the bite of 87 that feels feels like at the right level.
Bonnie is purple. Depending on the lighting, people think Bonnie either looks like a deep shade of purple, even a lightish blue, or a navy blue. For example, the Bonnie in the FNAF movie, I would say, is more of a blue color. But when
he's
you are
super
jump
blue.
scared, when you're jump scared by Bonnie in the FNAF 1 office, the lighting of that area, to me, he looks more purple. So it happens.
I can't
every
see
now
a
and then.
single image of Bonnie rendered in any of the original games that he looks blue. Like based on the
Yeah.
first game, there's nothing about him that looks blue to me. He's purple all the way.
Burn Trap, this is actually something Scott dislikes that he's called this. Apparently in the Dawko interview, he revealed it was just supposed to be a placeholder name, but people went into the game files and found it, and they started calling him that. But it refers to the thing that may or may not be William Afton somehow in the charging tube in the security breach basement in the final boss.
Mm-hmm.
Cassidy, Andrew is a rich man.
Cassidy, she don't mean nothing no more.
Nothing no more. Believed by many to be the spirit, one of these spirits at least, inside of Golden Freddy, and is popularly considered to be the vengeful spirit, especially more so now after the whole Tales Games incident. People are also now considering David. I don't know who would consider him.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy. CG5 is a music artist that makes a lot of songs about FNAF as well as other things. I think one of his more recent ones was
I didn't know that one.
I had never heard of this in my entire life until right this moment, which is why I think that it's so funny that these are common knowledge in terms of FNAF. Even if you aren't a fan of FNAF, you may still know these. I don't know what this is.
He made a song with Matt Pat like a few months ago.
Oh, is he the guy who did the game theory finale song?
No, that's the Stipendium.
Oh, okay, never mind. I still don't know what you mean.
Chipper and Sons Lumber Co. Indie game Scott Cawthon made before FNAF, where he got raked over the coals. Particular game reviewer that at the time went by Jim Sterling made a review dunking on it, saying that the characters looked like terrifying animatronics that would kill your children. And Scott took that to heart and then proceeded to make bajillions of dollars. That's a W.
What does at the time known as Jim Sterling mean?
I believe they are transgender.
What?
Oh.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Jim Sterling used to be very, 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 very popular. Like one of the bigger names in the video game review industry. This was like 10 years ago. Wow, okay, I didn't know that.
Okay.
James Stephanie Sterling.
Oh.
There you go.
Good for her.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Confusing
Sauce.
timeline.
We got Sauce's Bestin, $5. This list is booty. Surface level should mean general audience. FNAF fans would know, not general audience. Yeah, no, some of these are significantly more obscure than I think should be on the top layer, especially with how many layers there are. You can put all this stuff at least one layer down. All right, continue.
Okay. Okay, confusing timeline. Duh. I don't think anyone needs to. Yeah, no one knows what's going on. Console and mobile ports. There are mobile ports and console ports for the FNAF games now, some with different music. The console ports are actually regarded to be very easier than the original game, especially FNAF 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because whereas you used to have to use your mouth, you can just spam the triggers to use your flashlight and mask at like infinity speed. DA Games is another artist that makes FNAF music. They might be better known now for their Bendy and the Ink Machine songs. A lot of those have popped off extraordinarily. Everyone knows who Dawko is. He's sitting right. There's a picture of him right there in the bottom right. Each game has 7 nights. That's not strictly true anymore, speaking, but for the first few games, yeah, that was the case. I think up until FNAF 4.
I think
if I'm correct.
3 only had 6. It had 5 in the Nightmare?
Nightmare mode.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 in the Nightmare?
Yeah, I believe it was 6 in Nightmare. I could be wrong, but I think it was. But obviously, Secret of the Mimic does not have 7 nights. It only has 1. So, same with Security Breach. Endoskeleton Hand.
That's the only game that has the 5 nights. Or does Sister Location count with Custom Night?
Unless
the Custom Night.
Sister Location is 5.
Entered Night is
separate
the
exe.
Night. Yeah.
Isn't Sister Location Custom Night a separate exe file?
Oh, what?
Or was it not? I don't remember.
I
don't know if it's actually an update.
I mean more so in the world, it takes place on the same night as Night 5.
Entered Night, not Custom Night. Entered Night takes place on Night 5, yes. So it's only 5
Yeah,
nights.
but does Custom Night even happen?
No.
Is Custom Night like a real thing that can happen?
No.
So yeah, like as in the game.
It's fake news.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Okay. Endoskeleton Hand clipping through Freddy's suit. That's just a modeling bug or issue in the FNAF 1 trailer where Freddy's. I don't think it's him running. I think it's in right? I think it's in one of the Okay.
It's when he's on stage and he's turning.
Hey, GiBi, your favorite one. Everything takes place in a dream.
No, MatPat, how could you?
No. Failed Kickstarter. Raised $0. Fun fact, this is also lost media because I believe Scott promised custom renders to everyone who donated.
Yeah.
No one donated. So there are, in fact, no custom renders.
It was also only up for like a few hours.
Going back in time and getting, like, just funding it just to get a custom
and then minting
render
it as an NFT. Fall Guys, Dead by Daylight, and Fortnite. These were the top franchises presumed to collab with Five Nights at Freddy's. Dead by Daylight has one now. Fortnite has yet to. To my knowledge, Fall Guys does not have a FNAF collab.
I don't think so.
No, I think it's just Dead
people
by
were debating
Daylight.
that.
When Scott talks about,
fan
like,
art-
I need to make sure that if we're doing a brand collab, it fits, like, the identity of the franchise. I think that was him saying he's not going to do Fortnite. Which, like, fine, if you don't want Freddy holding a sniper rifle.
Springtrap shooting Darth Vader with a fucking shotgun.
Right. Sauce's Bestin says, failed Kickstarter, specific songs, fanverse, reference to another game, FNAF World, a game that doesn't exist and wasn't played by Mark. How is this level 1? I agree. Most of these should be level 2. And then what's that moving marker?
At least.
Okay. I'll go quick. Fan art. Obviously, fan art exists. There's a lot of it. This could also be referring to the Help Wanted incident, where Steelwool accidentally used fan renders to base their designs in one of the teasers off of because they thought that Scott made them because the designs were so good. Fan names being canonized. That's stuff like Golden Freddy. John FNAF actually has a big video on this, right? Because Markiplier had his whole, like, don't wake the baby thing, and then baby becomes an animatronic later on. So there's a couple incidents.
They even have the "Don't Wake the Baby" as the name of one of the teasers from FNAF 4, which was Nightmare Own. They like the file name
that's funny.
of that teaser is
awesome.
"Don't Wake the Baby."
That's hilarious. Fan songs, don't need to talk about that. There's a billion of them. Fazbear Fanverse initiative.
What's the best fan song?
Fuck, man, I don't know.
Not two.
There's like too many.
Andrew-
Living Tombstone, the second one.
It's Andrew's
Andrew's
Vengeful
Andrew's
Spirit
Vengeful.
Andrew's Vengeful Spirit.
set
I
to
mean,
Super
yeah,
Mario
if we-
World. Yeah.
Sure.
That's in
That
its
better
own
be on this
league.
iceberg.
That's
This
not
better
even
be at the bottom. This better be at the bottom. Andrew's Vengeful Spirit. Alright. Okay. Fazbear Fanverse Initiative. Few years back, Scott Cawthon, bunch of games. He was like, you know what? I'm going to allow you guys to sell merchandise and actually profit off this. Some of the ones in there are The Joy Creation, Finest of Candies, and Pop Goes, I believe, are a few.
Yeah, Pop Goes over.
Fazbear Frights is a useless piece of
And-
shit. Oh,
Did
sorry.
any of those
Let's,
come
let's
out?
hope and pray. No, Pop Goes is still working,
Mhm.
and I think Candies is still working on it.
Yeah.
But a lot of them that were announced were kind of
Yeah.
axed, and I don't think there's been any more announced.
Joy Creation
But
had a
hey,
demo.
Let's
Crazy.
pray and hope that someday the reboot will get on there. Let's
Yes.
get that reboot fanverse initiative.
Yeah, then you'll
going.
be a million. Then you'll be a bajillionaire, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Alright, Fazbear Frights, useless piece of shit. Doesn't mean anything. Sucks. Not canon.
I've had enough
lame,
of this dumb
trash.
Stitch line.
Room for one more. Oh wait, that wasn't. I
What?
meant he told me everything. That's what I wanted to look at. Room for one more is fine. Yeah, everyone knows what books are. Finest of Candies, I just said, one of the first fan games that absolutely blew up. Very popular. Honestly, for a lot of people, almost as iconic as FNAF itself. I remember I've had a couple people I've known that were like, "Oh, let's watch the Finest of Candies timeline." I was like, "Oh, okay." I guess people actually know what that is.
Hmm.
All right, Finest of Candies 2 is a
I think
prequel. Yeah,
Hmm.
it is. What do you want to say something with?
I was just gonna say, I think it's like it was the first one anyway that I can remember that was actually recognized, and I think it started the trend of other people making like FNAF style games with their own coat of paint on them, and it's definitely stood the test of time.
Yeah, Finest of Freddy's 2 song, you were just talking about this. This one people think is a banger. I'm
Mhm.
surprised the first song specifically isn't on here. That's bizarre. Because that one has more views.
Yeah, I guess
Whatever.
that makes it part of the iceberg. I don't know.
Yeah, FNAF AR special delivery skins. This should absolutely not be on the top layer. There are a bunch of skins in FNAF AR special delivery, some of which are ass, some of which are cool. Like Great Escape Golden Freddy. But then you have like 8-Bit
Pretty
Baby, and you're like,
Frostbite,
why would Fazbear make this real and send it to my house? It's fucking pixels. FNAF referenced in Deltarune. I believe at the end of chapter 1, there's a pizza joint.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
if you go outside of it, there's a guy that brings up like a purple guy used to work here. And it's just a funny reference
really?
to
I did
yeah,
not know that.
I don't know anything about
Uh,
Deltarune. I played Undertale
FNAF
to
World.
death, but I haven't played any Deltarune yet.
I'll do these two at once. FNAF World is an RPG that Scott made because that'll be fun. And then it was removed off Steam and mobile stores for a while because a bunch of people thought it was ass. It wasn't universally hated, especially the original release. A lot, obviously like people like Dawko enjoyed it because that's their shit. You know what I mean? But it was removed off of Steam. Everyone got refunded if they requested one. Mobile specifically, the game actually came out as a shitpost. It was very strange. The mobile port of the game had entirely different dialogue.
Yep.
Yeah, than the
It was
than the
only
Steam
up for a
one did.
day, right? Yeah.
I believe it was, yeah.
axed it.
I actually had it that day. I remember.
Oh my
I was at a
God.
steakhouse
Oh, really?
when I was like 12 or 11, and I was like, oh shit, FNAF World, I'm
A
down.
phone is worth
Unfortunately,
millions.
unfortunately, I lost that iPad, so I lost out on so much money.
Yeah, when I was researching
Yep.
my video, I'd be on like the FNAF wiki, and there'd just be all these screens of dialogue I'd never seen before, and I'm like, what are these? Oh, they're all the mobile port, and it's all just like fourth wall breaking nonsense. That's what all the dialogue in the mobile one is. We do
Yeah,
have a
it's like
sauce
Almost
super
Fredbear is
chat.
like
We're almost out of layer
taking
one.
it of
We have a
himself.
sauce super chat. He says, "Okay, who made this list? Fan art. What do you mean?"
Right. Cloak is Markiplier's clothing
Fan art
brand.
exists.
Yeah, Cloak is Mark's clothing brand that has had collabs with
It
Five
is?
Yes.
Oh, I
Didn't
didn't
know
know
that.
that. Oh, that's pretty cool.
FNAF Plus was a fan game that was in the works for a while, but then there was a lot of controversy with Fiznom, and it got
Yeah.
axed. So,
It's one of.
all right, we did it, guys.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Unwithered, you can do the second layer. Oh, I'm not out
All right.
yet. Fuck. No, it's not out yet.
What?
We're
There's
not out.
more?
This is still layer 1.
No.
Oh yeah, it is.
Okay. Can I speed
Why
run?
does it go underneath the water if it's layer 1?
Well,
It's
'cause
like a whole iceberg to
there's not
itself.
that many layers, you see, so they had to extend them all, you know.
Oh my god.
Oh,
This is
I
so-
officially don't. So I talked about Foxy's a good guy already, so I'll skip that. I officially don't know Foxy's Two Hands FNAF second anniversary teaser. Is that when Mangle had a hook? Is that what they're talking about? Why is that in the top
No,
layer? I don't know, and I do
second
this for a living.
anniversary. Hang on. FNAF?
This is
No,
this
that
is
would've
the
been-
top layer.
That would have been long after FNAF 2.
That's what I'm
yeah.
thinking. Yeah, like
Foxy's Two Hands.
second
This is
anniversary,
the top layer.
2016.
Yeah,
GiBi, we
summer
do this
Once
for a
2016.
every
living.
hour, Scott released a series of screenshots on his website to show points in the development of every character. Untattered Foxy giving up a... Wait, what? I've never
How
seen
is this top layer?
How is any of this top layer?
Let me see. After your anniversary, Foxy.
This is above Scott
Ooh.
Cawthon.
The
How
greatest
is
writer on
Adam
earth?
Dude? I can't... okay, hang on. I'm gonna try and find this.
So is it in development he didn't have a hook for a hand, he had two hands?
Yeah, you must have, yeah, and it's also before he got tattered. I'm trying to find the actual image. If anyone knows where I might be able to find it, I'll look at the FNAF archive.
T-Dreads doesn't know Foxy
crazy.
Two Hands? Not a real fan. This man passes himself off as a
Crazy.
theorist.
Teaser archive.
Doesn't even know Foxy Two Hand.
What would that be? That would be for
2-year anniversary would have been like
I'm
after
looking at
FNAF 4.
No, I'm looking at all the teasers. I don't see. Is it in the thank you
Second
image?
anniversary. Oh, here we go. Found it. Okay.
All right, send it to me.
If you send
Yeah,
it to the
I'll send it
chat,
in
I
the
should be able to
chat.
pull it up on screen. Yeah.
Okay, I think I may have seen this image before. I've definitely seen this.
Oh, this
grouping
this
of
was in the lead up
pictures.
to FNAF 6.
No, this was the 2-year anniversary. He did it a few years in a row. The 3rd year anniversary, he
yeah,
did
okay.
the teasers to 6. Because remember, FNAF 1 to 6 all came out within the course of like 2 years.
Okay, this should not be above Scott Cawthon.
This is really insane. This is the most now we're talking about a crazy iceberg
Yeah, this should be toward the
for many
bottom.
reasons. I'm sure you probably have seen this one, but this is another one from that same year. It is pretty cool seeing them like
Yeah.
this, because it's actually something I would love to have access to, is just those raw files and just look at how Scott, like, exactly the placement of lights and where the lights are, because there's some weird renders in that first game in terms
Yeah.
of how they were actually made that I'd be so curious about how he pulled them off, because he has such a specific style.
All right, Gibson, return.
Oh god. I gotta wait. Hold on.
Water bucket. Release.
Do you want me to take over for a while, TD? I know we're still technically in layer 1, but there's a lot.
I got a couple more. I got a couple more left.
He
in
can
me.
do
I'm
it.
speedrunning,
Okay, okay.
Speed
Okay,
run,
okay,
okay.
Where the fuck were we? Foxy. Okay, Fredbear and Ultimate Custom Night. If you death coin Golden Freddy, Fredbear comes out and goes, "Ah!" And he says, "There was more fantasy and
Every
fun where I came
non-FNAF
from, maybe,
fan
and
knows
this could be
that.
something like-" Yeah. Freddy and Friends on tour. In the lead up to Security Breach, as well as in the Michael After Room, there's a little cartoon. There's different episodes. Freddy and Friends on tour. It had little pieces of Glitch Trap's face in it, and it went forever and ever and ever.
Sauce is best and says, "Can you find a better iceberg? Give me a day and I'll make a better one. This is garbage." Listen, it being odd is what makes it entertaining. Like, I'm sorry,
Wow.
layer 1, Squimpus McGrimpus. Layer 1,
I know who that is.
Rick Fafaska. I'm just saying that. Like, these are not things
Yeah.
that should be above, you know, here, let me scroll down a little.
Cassidy Kazoo.
Cassidy
even. Yeah,
Kazoo.
even Cassidy Kazoo.
Yeah. 5 Nights at Freddy's 4, the final chapter, should be
What?
higher
That's
than
just been
Squimpus
so common
McGrimpus.
knowledge. Okay, yeah. Let me keep going. Okay.
Sorry.
Where the fuck was we at?
Golden
Oh, okay,
Freddy.
okay, I see, okay.
Yeah.
Well, up one more scroll. Okay.
There, yeah.
Freddy Fazbear's declining relevance. Wrong. It's actually pretty profitable.
Well, maybe they
I
mean
don't
in
know.
universe, because it's Freddy Fazbear, not just.
Well, certainly not
Yeah.
anymore, because Freddy Fazbear is what they call Glamrock Freddy in the in-universe.
Well, yeah, I suppose it has a
okay,
declining
okay.
relevance and then jumps up again. This is
Yeah.
too general. Skip it.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Service Virtual Delivery. Is that part of AR, or is that like a... That must be part of the AR
Yeah.
game, right?
That
Yeah,
might be
I
what
don't
it's called in the AR game.
Yeah, I was gonna say... Let me look that up. Freddy Fazbear's
Freddy
Pizza Service
Faz-
Virtual Delivery. That's got to be the AR, like, in-universe name for it.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Delivery was an upcoming real-world pizza delivery ghost kitchen service
What?
run by Virtual Dining
Is that
Concept.
above Scott?
What?
Mr. Beast Burger is above Scott Coffin?
Cassidy Burger? Why does it? What happened
That's
to
Yeah,
it?
so it's basically like Mr. Beast Burger, where they would just
Yeah.
like have Freddy's pizzas that would be for sale. That's cool.
They probably thought
idea.
someone was gonna fucking kill someone. That's why Scott's
After-
actually gone on record, I believe, to say that's why he won't ever open a real.
Oh,
Or that's a
2
hoax.
years
Or that's a
of
hoax.
silence
But-
on
It
the
makes
project.
sense.
Virtual Dining would file for the trademark to be abandoned in 2024, marking the file as dead. Well, there we go.
Yeah, everyone knows. Everyone that's never heard of FNAF knows about that. Freddy
crazy.
is a girl. That's because Freddy is in the women's restroom for a time in the original game. One of the
Yep.
camera screens can be that. Friday Night Funkin' mods. There's a bunch of mods in Friday Night Funkin' to different FNAF songs featuring different people like Purple Guy, even Matt Pat is in some of them. Funko leaks. There are several. I believe what this is referring to
Balloon.
is possibly either the security breach designs,
Yeah,
which was a big one. Also the carnival animatronics, which we still have not seen.
Yep.
There's like a bunch of these weird like chibi
The
little...
balloon?
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
Freddy
yeah.
with like a clown nose.
Which is so weird because, like,
I wonder if those were leaks or.
yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna say. Like, we've always thought, oh, this was leaks for
Yeah.
the next game. It may have just been their own original characters, like Freddy Frostbear.
Yeah.
We do have an update from chat. They say that this is in fact not the person they said it was, and so now we're back to not knowing who made this.
Awesome.
It's a mystery.
Okay.
All right, Funko stole fan designs. I already went over this one. Game over, circus baby. I believe that's referring to when you die in such location. There's a chance to have a little circus baby mini game where it's like dun 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 dun, and you shoot cupcakes at kids. Glamrock Freddy talks about Among Us. That is a meme where it goes, "Have you ever heard of Among Us, Gregory?
You
I know
need
really
to
hard for you
vent.
to be sus. You need to vent." Yeah, so
Need to
that was
vent,
really.
like in Among Us.
Yeah,
Well, so
that
someone
was
did
blowing
it.
up on TikTok.
They did it like using AI or whatever, and then Kellen Goff saw it, and then he actually recorded it. So typically, the one that people use is
Holy
actually
aura.
official. Yes.
Right.
Incredible.
Golden Freddy is Fredbear. This is under the theory section. For some reason, it's just
Yeah.
saying
Hat's
that
a
Golden
different
Freddy and
color.
Fredbear are supposed to be the same character.
Golden Freddy has a purple hat, or black hat, whatever.
FNAF fans when they learn about paint. Okay. Golden Freddy's in the kitchen camera. This is entirely baseless, but people think that Golden Freddy is hiding in the kitchen, and that's why it's not on, because you would, if you saw him in his full glory, you would die. Okay. Golden Freddy poster. It's literally right there on the right side. There's a chance for the poster in the hallway to turn into Golden Freddy, which is actually what triggers him showing up in your office and going. So. Hacked font. That is the font that all FNAF tubers use. Every single one except me, because I'm a real one.
The best one.
Frights.
Yeah. Yes.
The
yes.
title.
It's the
And
Fred's
this
title fonts. Yes.
This is in it.
This Iceberg is using it.
But if you've ever watched a FNAF video, you've probably seen this.
All of my
I've seen it in
thumbnails.
mine. I used it today. I'm Saturday, guys. Literally used it today.
Hidden
It is
minigames,
interesting that the hacked font, the capital letters have smaller letters like glitching around them. And I remember seeing a post on Reddit one time, which was like, I was looking closer at the Didophobia logo, and we can see the name David in there, but it's because the guy who made the hacked font is named David, and it's like a watermark.
Oh my
that he put in.
god.
Markiplier.
That's so funny.
So people thought it was lore.
ghost kitchen.
Oh my
Markiplier's
god.
below the ghost kitchen.
Crazy.
Matt Pat.
Hurricane
We haven't even
Utah
seen
for
Matt
the-
Pat. I don't even know if he's on here. Where's Game Theory?
Hurricane Utah is where Silver Eyes. Yeah, people think that's where the games take place
Probably
as well.
is.
But it's specifically called out in the Silver Eyes trilogy. Ian and Braden Coughlin are Scott's kids, two of his kids. I don't know which one it is, but one of them is the face of the vengeful spirit.
Jason.
So.
Jason is the vengeful spirit.
I guess I'm a
I was looking
liar.
at this the other day.
Guys,
Well, no, they are both his
Cash
kids.
Zero.
He has like 6 kids.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
only
I know.
had 2 when the franchise started, though, right? 2 or 3?
Yeah, I
Bro
think he's
needs
only
to
ever
put
talked
it
publicly
away.
about 3 or 4 of them. Come on. It's
Okay.
me. It's me
It's
is
me.
below the virtual delivery.
Everyone knows what "It's Me" is. That's like It's several
What is
spots. in the
below
franchise.
virtual delivery is insane.
People think it is tied to Golden Freddy. I would agree now because of the week before, but then again, that might not be canon and blah 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 blah. So, but we all know what It's Me is. It's part of hallucinations, or maybe not, because it's also written on the mirror in dust in the FNAF movie, and also like in the bathroom, I think, in the week before.
Yeah, and the Silver Eyes definitely tied it to Golden Freddy, because when they see Golden Freddy, it's their friend Mike Brooks saying, "It's me, it's your buddy Mike, save me, oh Mike."
I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but he has an archive of a bunch of FNAF footage. So, like the FNAF 4 minigames, he just commentary list FNAF
Wait,
gameplay.
is this the Skibbity Toilet guy?
No,
Mix?
surely not. He just makes FNAF
Skibbity
gameplay.
Toilet 70, Skibbity Toilet 70, New Leak, Skibbity Toilet Multiverse. I'm just seeing a lot of Skibbity Toilet stuff on his channel. It's
that's
Skibbity
hilarious.
Toilet
Well,
76,
that's fucking
part
insane.
4.
Well, he also makes FNAF commentary list gameplay. So
His profile picture is the puppet, and his banner is FNAF, but all of his videos are Skibbity Toilet.
I respect the grind.
Hey, listen.
All right, JJ, what if Balloon Boy was pink?
Jaloon Joy. Canon name.
Joy.
In FNAF Reboot, can that be canon?
Under the table.
Yeah, of course.
Jaloon Joy and Daloon Doy. All right, we got...
This channel's making FNAF in real life videos. I can't say I've seen these anywhere, but I'm sure they exist.
No.
I've seen some.
Like those weird Elsa Spider-Man stuff.
Yep, but not real kids making them. And we do have Psalm with 4... I don't know if that's euros or pounds, because I'm bad at Europe. Saying, the guy who made Hacked Font is called David. It was all planned, guys. Scott Cawthon is the greatest writer on Earth.
God, font. Okay.
Font
Kira Breed
theory.
Risley. Kira Breed Riz. That is the actual person that typed the words to the Silver Eyes trilogy. Because Scott Cawthon does not know how to write. And if you have Scott Cawthon write, you end up with the last paragraph of Pizza Kit. So, Lady Fitzy, controversial figure now. One of the only artists Scott Cawthon has worked with. I believe they have also drawn the only illustration of the crying child in history ever that is official.
Oh, is that Lady Fizzy? Is that one?
It's the Band-Aid one, yeah.
There's 3 drawings of him in the encyclopedia.
They're all her then.
Okay.
There's the ghost one, and there's the one where he's alive. What's the third one?
Yeah.
It's him with like Nightmare Fredbear standing over him, like in the background, and he's like, "I'm scared."
Yeah, that one looks like Lady Fizzy. That's why I was surprised by the other two, because they're actually good.
I believe they are all her. Okay, Lolbit. I don't know why the fuck this thing even exists. Well, I mean, it wasn't FNAF World. That's like a little funny character, but then it's in Sister Location 2 as an Easter egg.
Oh yeah.
There's like a different colored Funtime Foxy on the wall.
Yeah, it started in FNAF World. You're so right.
Yes.
That's so odd.
Lolbit was the OG.
She was
and then it became real.
Yeah.
Vendor, right?
Because FNAF World is real, and inside Fiona, who is in the Sister Location, who is Jarvis in the Iron Man suit.
Yes.
Just Athens Jarvis. You think in the Springtrap suit, she talks to him? He's like, Jarvis.
No.
Make me. Okay, Malhair versus Glitch Trap. These are 2 names for the rabbit from Help Wanted. Glitch Trap was again the file name for it. Malhair, I think, is the name Scott enjoyed more. But too bad, Scott. Fuck you.
I think that was the Daco interview.
Malhair was.
Yeah.
He said like,
files as well.
he's like, if everyone dug through the files and found it, and once the fans have that name, they're gonna stick to it. But if I had thought about it for any longer, I would have picked Malhair, which is such a better name.
It's so good.
Mangle is both a boy and a girl. This refers to several times where Scott refuses to answer the gender of Mangle, as well as little funny bits in like Ultimate Custom Night. Where in the same description, it's like, if you see him in the vents, flash her, that kind of thing. I don't know the exact quote, but it's something along those lines where it uses both interchangeably.
It's because in FNAF 2, Phone Guy calls him a him, so all the dialogue in game is him, but then in the pre-made challenge called Ladies' Night, Mangle is one of the animatronics, so people are like, Scott, what gender is Mangle?
Looks like that in 1987, and it's like unlikely they were doing some crazy... Yeah.
And Scott's
Marionette versus Puppet.
Yep.
That's
Genders,
like,
yes.
what was that thing called? I think it was called the baby.
The Poopit.
But
that's my impression of Daco.
Marionette is the official copyrighted name, I believe.
That's interesting. No one calls it that though.
Nope.
All right. Markiplier.
Marion.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mark. Welcome back to 5 Nights of Gooning. All right. So anyway, we all, I'm not
My
even
God.
gonna. No one even cares. McFarlane Figures. That's just another company that had licensing for FNAF at one point. Made some figures. I don't remember if they were
did?
like high quality or not.
Yeah, McFarlane.
They made fake Lego. They made fake Lego
Oh yes, they're doing.
because they have their Build-A-Bricks. So they
Okay.
made like build really poor
I
like
see.
8-bit.
Yep, they are not
Build-A
high
figures.
quality. They
No.
look like ass. All right.
Yeah, they're doing security breach
Okay.
ones right now. But I mean, McFarlane is usually like a really, really high quality statue company. That's the guy Todd McFarlane who did. He wrote Spawn, the comics.
Yeah.
And then he started a
Started
toy
French
company.
with all the other
Yep.
creators.
So like if you see a Superman statue in really high quality, it's usually a McFarlane toy.
Yep.
Mr. Hippo stories, we all know those. Mr. Hippo, when you die in Ultimate Custom Night 2, has a chance of telling a really long-winded story. Nose honk, most places in like all the games, there is some location where you can touch Freddy's nose and it'll go wah. OCs, every fandom has these, just original characters that aren't canon, but people like making new characters. Old UCN roster, several characters were
like
removed.
Edwin Murray.
In the UCN roster?
No, he's saying it's an
No,
OC.
sorry, I meant
It's
OCs.
Steel Will
Oh.
OC.
Okay.
I came in too late on that one.
Edwin Murray is
Yeah,
my
yeah,
Ahsoka,
okay.
yeah.
Old UCN roster. There were several characters that were removed from the original Ultimate Custom Night roster, and it originally didn't have as many characters. Either that or Scott was gradually leading after them. All that matters now, though, is that Golden Freddy's in slot number 14. So that's all that matters. All right, 1 Minute Flumpties, another fan game, very popular one. Has kind of like a cartoon style. Look it up. Markiplier played it. MatPat played it.
Yeah, it's a
Everyone
good one.
you know has played it. Yeah. Original Help Wanted teaser. I believe this is what I was referring to. I could be wrong, but I think this is what I was referring to, where there was like fan art that got stolen. And everyone was like, "Oh no."
Yeah.
Let me make sure that I'm not incorrect. I do believe that was the first teaser for Help Wanted. Original.
I
Actually,
don't know
I
if
can
it was the
find out
teaser. It was
real
definitely
quick.
it was like the cover art. There was like a picture of Springtrap, which had been taken from a fan model.
It is. Yes, it was the original teaser for Help Wanted. Let's go, Big Boy Diamonds. All right.
Big Boy Diamonds.
You won't even get. That's part of a reference you could ever get.
I don't know what that
That should be
means.
on this.
It's on TikTok. All right, sure, I'll give it real fast. Yeah, on TikTok a while ago, there was a trend of some dude going around in like New York City with like an actual like diamond detector that could like you could put it up to like people's like jewelry and see if it was real diamonds. And he's like, do you got plastic or big boy diamonds? Let's find out." It was just funny.
That's so funny.
Because like it was so like people would like run away from him as he was chasing this. It was so hilarious. Like I don't want to be exposed. Okay. Paper plates versus paper pals. This is just another like what do we call them? I like calling them paper pals because it's cool.
Mhm.
Pop goes. Yep, went over that already. r/Five Nights at Freddy's, otherwise known as Hell. That is Reddit for FNAF. Rare screens. There's a ton of these. A lot of them in FNAF 6. A lot of them in FNAF 2.
And 3 is how you get Springtrap pulling his head off. Is one of them in
That's true.
3.
Yeah,
It's a good one.
Roblox and Minecraft remakes. People have remade many of the games in Roblox and Minecraft. Rick Kwafaska, whoever the fuck.
Rick Fizfaska.
Yep, that is Shadow Bonnet, guys. Oh, that's what he is. Okay. Sanchi versus Funko. These are two companies that have made plushies. Sanchi's plushies are objectively better. They're beautiful. Scott Cawthon, this is the greatest.
For the exclusivity, right?
Yes, Scott Cawthon. I'm glad he's this low. I'm glad he's below Foxy's Two Hands FNAF second anniversary teacher, which is made by Scott Cawthon and released only somewhere you would know Scott Cawthon to post it. Yet Scott Cawthon is below that.
ScottCawthon.com.
Yes. ScottGames.com. Okay, Scott donating to live streams. Obviously, many of the times with Dawko, especially his charity streams. He's donated to Corey a couple times as well. Then he donates to Scott, or he donates to Dawko, and Dawko goes, "Oh!" So that's pretty fire. Security Breach Ruin DLC. Don't know how the fuck that is this low because that is literally a game.
Yeah.
But it is a DLC. Security breach delays. The game was delayed 900 times because Steelwool kept scope creeping, and Scott was not telling them not to do it. And it caused Scott to release a lot of like fan products to tide people over. securitybreachtv.com. This is the website you could go to see Freddy and Friends, if I'm correct. And eventually it got updated with the little ruined camera system with the little purple and green Steelwool logo.
Yeah.
Shadow Freddy. Everyone knows what a Shadow Freddy is. The shared voice actors for different characters. Just look at Kellen Goff as an example. Heather Masters as well. These are talented voice actors that play many different characters in the series. Showtime song and renders. You've lost me. What was the song?
Showtime song.
I know this must be referring to
Help
Help Wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a cut song that you could play by hitting
Freddy.
the
Right.
Showtime button at the start. It was supposed to show it was supposed to show you what a real like Freddy song would look like, and it's in the game, but in the files, like you have to cheat your way into it basically. Renders, I don't know what that is. Showtime song and renders, I have no idea what the renders is referring to.
It's a legit, like, not a bad song, but I think Scott said he didn't want to give an official voice to the OG cast, right? Something like that?
But then in AR, they
part of it, yeah.
Oh. We have Sauce.
That's the, hey kids, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Yeah. I like it.
Chica's like, I'm going to eat you. Nom, nom, nom. Sauce says, this list said Fanverse, then listed the games in it. Why would that not all be covered by knowing Fanverse? Yeah, and why is Fanverse above the existence of Help Wanted? Or whatever, what was
Sauce,
it, Ruin?
I think you should go and make your own tier list, because you're clearly very pressed about this one. And fair enough.
If you make one, we'll do yours, if it's good. Oh my god, we're almost done with the first tier, guys.
Wow.
Hi, Jenna.
Well, I cannot see the I don't see the Showtime renders.
Above the movie.
I do not see them. I do not see the Showtime renders. They are literally not on the cutting room floor, which is where I would expect them to be.
Yeah,
so
I don't
if anyone
know
knows what the Showtime renders are, that would help. I'm surprised that the cutting room floor does not have the top layer.
Oh, I wonder, does blue mean like myth or something? Go up and see what blue means. GiBi at the top of the tier list.
Merchandise.
Unused removed. Unused removed.
Oh, I'm still
light
blue. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what renders means. I guess, yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, that's above MatPat.
MatPat should have been number one.
And the
MatPat Markiplier.
The Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
Famously not popular, yeah.
Okay, Sparky the dog, probably the most popular original hoax, which is now not even a hoax anymore because it's in the movie as both a suit and a restaurant. So that's nice.
Welcome to Sparky's.
The movie is Bob.
Yeah.
Yep. I calculated.
Could be Sparky as well.
I calculated. So I used to work in a movie theater, and I was working there when the FNAF movie came out, and I calculated it was something like exactly 21 minutes from the showtime is MatPat scene, and so every single show, every single day I worked, I would do a what we call a sound check, which is where you walk into a theater showing a movie to make sure that the lights are off and make sure that the sound sounds good. So as part of my duties, I would make sure I did a sound check every single FNAF showing at 21 minutes in, so I could see the audience's reaction to MatPat's cameo. And that was one of the most enjoyable parts about the movie being out, is just seeing crowd after crowd after crowd going, "It's MatPat!" or just cheering and like not even being able to hear the scene because they're all clapping for MatPat.
Okay.
Scott Caldwell.
Who the fuck is the hottest dog?
Everything in this tier is just listed in alphabetical order, and yeah, that's correct.
Still,
but that's so dumb.
Stupid.
That's a terrible way to make an iceberg.
Boy, do I.
Well, hold on. No, let's look at the next one. This one's not alphabetical.
No, it's depending on
N-A-F-V-2.
oh yeah, he's right.
It's because it has. It's because they have apostrophes at the start, and then they start with numbers, and then...
You're a smart computer man.
Yeah, the first one is adult. There you
go. You showed me.
Anyways, Super Scrippers VHS tapes, those are very, very popular. Millions of views.
Yep.
Have you ever seen that, like, criminal, that's him.
Is he the one who got canceled, or did they cancel each other?
I don't remember why he got canceled, but he sure did.
I remember the two of them who, like, it was Baddington and Squimpus like didn't like each
They had a
other
little
or
fight.
something. Yeah.
People like Baddington, though. I'm pretty sure people still like
I
Baddington.
think Baddington is fine. I think Squimpus is the one that Baddington is based on. The original was Scrimpus,
yeah.
but I think Scrimpus turned out to be not a good person. I
Ah.
think. I don't know. I'm not gonna accuse anyone of anything because I don't know off the top of my head.
Yep.
I think that's what happened.
Stars. Okay, in the famous 14 theory. No, I think this is FNAF 1, but there's a bunch of star decorations. In FNAF.
Oh, I think it's like when you beat the game, you get a
Oh,
star
okay,
on the
yeah.
menu. Yeah.
There are many stars in this. They should have been a little
14
more
in
specific.
perhaps in fact.
All right, Steel Wolf versus Illumix. These are two companies that Scott has worked with. Steel Wolf for Security Breach, Illumix for AR. Thank you, teasers. This was the lead up to FNAF World, where after FNAF 4, Scott was like, "Guys, I'm done. I swear, I'll never make another FNAF game again." And he was he lied.
Seeker says the hottest dog is Roxy.
The hottest. Oh no.
What?
The hottest dog is an SFM animator. I just looked it up.
Gotcha. All right, the Afton family. Yeah, we all know what that is. That's William Trashton and his children. His kids, Evan, Mike Trapp, and Charlie. Okay.
And his wife Fiona.
Yeah, all right. The Desolate Hope. Scott, one of another Scott's old games. Absolutely beautiful, by the way. Gorgeous, like, set design in that game.
Visuals.
Yep. The FNAF movie. FNAF has a movie. The FNAF ride. FNAF was going to have a ride. It was going to be a dark ride, similar to, like, stuff you see in Disney World. Like, you've ever been in the Buzz Lightyear ride where you're, like, running around shooting people in the dark in the Buzz Lightyear. It was basically going to be that. I don't think it was licensed out to any particular park at the time. I just think they were concepting it.
That would have been
to pitch
cool.
it. Yes, it would have. The Freddy Files. That is I don't know if I'd call it a guidebook. It's kind of like an encyclopedia that is not entirely useful. But they're coming out with they're coming out with the Ultimate Guide 2.0. That's right, not the Freddy Files 2.0.
Yes.
The game theorists Matt Pat recently died last year. Tragedy. But
You can't say that.
okay, I'm sorry.
Don't put that there. You might the field it to happen.
No, he's
Nah,
gonna be president.
He retired to enjoy his life. I don't know. I didn't know what I'd do
May he
retiring
rest
at
in peace.
39. You have so much time at that point.
Oh my gosh, enjoy life with his
Yeah,
family.
I know. It's like
Run
I've
for
never even thought of
president.
doing that. True. Hello, Parliament. All right, the Living Tombstone. They made that. We're waiting every night to finally. Yeah, you know. Silverized trilogy of books. I've read those recently. To my dismay. The Walton Files is one of the most popular analog horror series right now. Yeah, it's pretty good, pretty spooky.
FNAF, but
it's
not.
yeah,
FNAF
it's
related
inspired by it, but
anymore,
isn't.
right?
The story is different enough where it's clearly its own thing. It just has animatronic characters. I'm actually like pretty interested in where the plot is going for that. They have like Bond. They have like it's one guy doing all like the hey, I'm forcing you to possess this, but it's not like a serial killer to my knowledge. It's like just an entity that's already a ghost / possessed / a demon / something. So
I know nothing
Pretty
about
cool.
any of these. That might be
I've not
something.
watched it, yeah.
Yeah, we could do a stream where like
Walter
we watch
Files.
the spooky videos.
The Walter Files.
Yeah, because I've never seen any of them.
That'd be cool.
Commentate over them.
SFM animator. Troll Games. Scott reskinned a bunch of his old games with FNAF. So there's a Sit and Survive one. There was one where he just put Freddy's head
Doofus.
on There Is No Pause button.
He made a doofus reskin for Sister Location, I think.
True. Try Hard Ninja. More FNAF songs. I believe he was the guy that was all like, follow me. Follow. You know.
He's the fallen
UCN.
guy.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh no, Captain Sparkles. No. Okay. UCN anime sections. That was Toy Chica, the high school years.
And Vera
Which
Vengeance.
made many people viciously uncomfortable when they first watched.
But now we know
Vanessa, yeah.
that Toy
that Toy
Chica
Chica's
is
William
William
Afton.
Afton.
Vanessa and Vanny are two separate people, otherwise known as cringe. Is a popular theory that Vanessa, like, it's genuinely part of the reasoning for this is that since Freddy says like that can't be a coincidence, they think like, okay, well if it was actually that, they wouldn't say that because like that's literally beating you over the head with a metal bat. So it's obviously they're misleading you.
Counterpoint. Steel wool.
Vanny sounds
No.
like Vanessa, but also bunny.
Counterpoint.
I
Main
wonder.
demographic is 12-year-olds.
We have
True.
Sauce. Sauce
Trap.
says.
I have to say,
Sauce says, I like Hottest Dog. He makes SFM funny meme videos with FNAF. Squimpus groomed a mind. Oh, I don't know if we should accuse him of
Oh,
that.
yeah,
even
okay.
even if it's a thing, I cannot say that without looking into it. Gotta
Yeah.
say, knowing Squimpus makes
what I
more
thought was going
sense.
on, but-
Even with that said, gotta say, knowing Squimpus makes even more sense with that said. I don't know what that means. Okay, but yes.
True
So
or sorry that happened.
yes,
Anyway.
Squimpus is the one who was accused of something bad. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
and
Will Trap versus
the
Mike.
two Vannies thing, I will say, is also based on Security Breach, Freddy, whatever it was, the fighting game that came out.
Yeah, the VR system.
There is two characters, the VR sisters, which are supposedly representing the two Vannies.
right.
And in one
Yeah.
of the endings, you see a Vanny who is in the costume dead on the floor, and then up in the building is Vanessa in a security guard outfit looking down at her. So it's
FNAF
like,
fans
that's
when
not
they
metaphor
burn
or
a
whatever.
ghost.
There's also
Okay.
there's also a statue that had like Vanessa with her flashlight, and then like creeping up behind her was
Yeah.
Vanny, which again, symbolism.
Yeah,
Symbolism.
that's what I'm saying.
No.
Okay,
literal.
Will Trap versus Mike Trap. Yeah. So unfortunately, Mike Trap, the greatest theory ever, got deconfirmed by Scott. I cried when it happened. It's because Mike has that scene where he goes, "I'm going to come," and then they show Springtrap during that scene.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Did you cut out? or
No,
did you
he
just
did that on
stop
purpose. He
talking?
did
No,
that
I stopped
100%
saying
on
it
purpose.
after.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
All right, Withered Balloon Boy and Withered Marionette. These are just another two hoaxes. People are like, if you beat classic mode with every character, you unlock Sonic, that kind of thing. You unlock Sonic, you know.
Okay, wait. Someone in chat asks, "What did the Vanessa Roof ending even mean?" It meant that you didn't do Princess Quest, so you didn't free her
Yeah, she
spirit,
was
so her
trapped.
spirit's
So,
still
yeah.
in the building.
Yeah.
So go back and do that, you silly gamer.
Yendo. That's Yellow Endo. People think it's Golden Freddy, who has been taken and put inside of an animatronic, or is just manifesting himself to look like the others in that area.
Yendo is a projection.
Yendo is a projection. And then you can't is what Le Purple Guy says when he's running at you in the Save Them minigame, and sending the puppet presumably like S-A-V-E. And then Afton's like, ha 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 ha, I murdered them already, stupid. And we did it. Let's go. First layer done.
First layer done.
We only missed a
We
few.
knew
of them, that's good.
99%
Yeah.
of that. Yeah.
Right, Unwithered, you get this one.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Alright.
if you don't know what any of them are, ask me and GiBi, and if we don't know what they are, ask chat. And if chat doesn't know, we'll look them up.
I think you only volunteered to
Alright.
do the first layer because you knew that you knew them all, and that we'd embarrass
I'll
ourselves.
go.
Yeah, I think that's actually what it is, yeah. He
I'll
looks
no,
like
ask.
he's
Just
a
ask.
real
I know.
fan.
I know what these two are already.
Oh my god. We got 222 viewers, but
Okay.
only 74 likes. Make sure you guys leave a like in the comments to appreciate T-Dreads for doing tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
Only 500 more tiers to go. I don't
So
know.
many tears I cry.
14 tiers.
So, right off the bat, tier 2, the warm and foggy waters. Now I'm going to kick your ass. I believe that's in FNAF World. There's a line from, is it JJ or somebody?
Yeah,
in one
or
of the
DD
lines.
or something.
JJ is, or DD or somebody like that. Adventure Animatronics is technically copyrighted by Scott. Apparently, I'd imagine that that's where the name, because there's the Adventure, they're the main cast of FNAF World, are the Adventure
Yes,
Animatronics.
Yep.
So that's copyrighted by Scott, so I assume that's where the name came from, because I
We
don't
have-
remember if it's set in game anywhere.
We have Psalm
Um,
saying, "No offense, but I don't know how people believed Mike Trap because the message ends with 'find you,' punctuated by Springtrap appearing. How much clearer can you be?" Yeah, this is FNAF. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, I can see it. I can see why people thought when he turns into a purple guy and then is like a rotting corpse,
Yeah.
and you could see that as like, oh, sister location happens later, and that's when the message is coming from. But I don't get it. Now, FNAF character editor YouTubers.
Beats
I
me.
don't know what that is.
Beats
idea.
me.
We've already
what's
FNAF
hold
character
on.
editor.
FNAF
I assume that's
character-
what it is. Is when it's like somebody is going, I remade the puppet and made it creepier or whatever. That's what I would
Oh, like
imagine.
Burn
Trap's design
really stinks, so I made it good. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
me I guess like
True.
FNAF YouTubers that
True.
use like characters. I guess I don't know. VIP list mentioned by Scott in the interview. Don't know what this is. I did
do.
watch both the interviews many a time, but tell us.
Okay, the VIP list is just Scott's little list on his desktop of who gets the games early, which he only recently added the game theorists to. Matt Pat wasn't on it
What?
for years.
Oh.
Yep. So like Dawko, 8-Bit Ryan, Corey,
Yep. John now.
Razbowski, yep, Johnston
That's
FNAF,
cool.
they are on there.
Someday,
So-
all of us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Right after-
Two children inside Golden Freddy. Crazy that this is in tier 2 compared to some of the stuff in tier 1. This is the very popular theory that Golden Freddy is possessed by the Crying Child and Cassidy, also known as Golden Duo. Yeah. 395248. That is the hex code for purple guy in Follow Me, and it's also a code that you punch into the wall tile. Or sorry, it's the reversed hex code, right? I think the hex code is 842598 or 93. But if you punch it into the wall tiles, it gets you one of the Happiest Day mini games. 5 a.m. at Freddy's. Is that's a fan game? Is it?
I don't know.
Red is memes.
No, 5 a.m. at Freddy's. That's the animated series, right? Of they're the old school ones.
Oh, this thing on the right.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're funny.
Okay.
There were a lot of the I think that's where the sound of the he's the night guard. You know, Freddy, come in here. That whole interaction, I think, is the one on the side. 8-Bit Ryan, T-Dreads, take it away.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? This is Ryan here, and this is other Ryan here, and today we have an amazing video for you. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner that Mangle has hanged himself.
Oh my god.
classic FNAF YouTubers.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they were one of the like leading FNAF theory channels. They were on that FNAF 4 live stream with Game Theory back in the day that ended up in Dream Theory.
The classic.
Adult Theory, a classic. This is when Sister Location was coming out and being teased. People thought that the reason Ballora looked the way she does is because this was actually going to turn out to be an adult themed like pizzeria for non-child friendly acts. Like,
Freddy Fazbear's Goonorrhea.
Oh god.
Thank you, T-Dreads. Thank you for succinctly putting that better than I ever could.
Balora's breasts
Adventure
serve
Mangle
no real
hanging.
purpose.
Oh, you were literally just.
Stop. Sauce says 2 dreads explain how other Ryan was shot for Baz. I don't know what half of those words mean.
Okay, it's
Two
so
dreads.
he used to just call himself Other Ryan, but then he changed his name to Bazamalam. So the joke is that Other Ryan died so that Bazamalam could live. But they're the same guy.
like a
It's just
Darth
different
Vader
username. Different username,
situation.
yeah.
Adventure Mangle Hanging. This was a teaser for after FNAF World came out that was like teasing the update 2, I think. And it said, look what you've done. So people still really to this day don't know what it means. I think part of it was I think some people thought, oh, it was Scott being upset at the reaction to FNAF World. Other people thought it was just him hinting that there are darker themes to FNAF World. So it's not, it looks all cozy on the surface, but it's actually really messed up.
But what does it really show?
Than Scott being like suicidal or anything like that, as some people have suggested.
What does it really show? If you brighten the image, it's not Mangle hanging themselves. It's Mangle biting the ball of a paddle ball. So it's a ball in their mouth attached to a string that's hanging from the ceiling. So it's like a dog holding onto a ball that's dangling. They're not actually like hanged with a noose.
Okay. Hangle. Afton has a large forehead. Pfft, beats me. Don't know what this is.
That's Peanut Head.
Oh, a scrap trap.
Oh, it's a scrap
Yeah,
trap.
okay.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, because he's technically called Afton, right? He's not scrap trap is like a fan name. Yeah, he just has a big head in that game. His design is horrendous comparatively to Springtrap. Although in some renders he looks pretty good. Animatronics looking at the camera. This was a screenshot or a render of the main gang in FNAF 1, which is in the trailer. And a lot of people Mandela affected like believe that it was in FNAF 1, but it's actually been removed. It's not accessible in game. It's in the files, but you can't trigger it. Baby's eye color changes. Again, crazy to have this in tier 2 compared to some of the other stuff. Baby's eye color changes from blue to green because we see it's blue in the 8-bit minigame. Where, yeah, how would you have the minigame itself in the other tier if this is supposed to be so different? It was supposed to be an indicator that Elizabeth had possessed her. That when she has green eyes, it means that Elizabeth is part of her. Banana Splits movie is a movie with is that the one with Nicolas Cage where it's basically
No,
a FNAF
No,
ripoff?
that's
that's
Willy
Oh, there's been a
Wally.
couple of them.
Willy Wally.
Oh, that's Wally's. Yeah, Banana Splits was
Willy
another
Wonka.
one, which is basically FNAF, but it's
Excuse me.
apparently it's pretty good. I haven't seen it.
Achoo.
BB and the Puppet in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. I assume that they are in some way kept in the FNAF 1 pizzeria, even
Greenest
though they are
theory.
not present in the first game. So I think that's just the idea that the Puppet and BB are somewhere in the FNAF 1 pizzeria off camera. Probably based on the nightmare cutscenes in FNAF 2.
And the poster becoming a crying child. In
Yes,
FNAF 1.
yeah. I get the puppet. I haven't really heard people talk about BB in that way, but I assume that's what that means. Beaver and Wolf animatronics in FNAF 1. These were unfinished concepts that Scott was working on as he made FNAF 1. I think originally Foxy was going to be a wolf and Bonnie was going to be a beaver, or Freddy was going to be a beaver. One of them was supposed to be not what they ended up being. Most likely based on the criticism from Chipper and Sons. So I think he was just going to import the beaver. But yeah, they obviously changed midway through development. Actually, there's a cool fan project at the minute, which is called I think it's like FNAF Beta or FNAF 1 Beta. And it's like recreating a fictional version of like a FNAF beta that would have been based off of what we know about the development cycle of FNAF 1. So it's pretty much FNAF 1, but with small changes like having Foxy be a wolf. And I think they do include the beaver.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it has a great video about that.
Yes, yeah. Beta Nightmare Fredbear in the Help Wanted trailer. Yeah, so Nightmare Fredbear is obviously yellow or gold. He's Fredbear colored. But in the Help Wanted trailer, he's brown, like Nightmare Freddy, and people complained, so they changed it. I don't know if that was just a placeholder that they forgot to change for the trailer, or if it was a mistake, or they wanted him to be a different color for some lore reason. Considering Nightmare Fredbear might not be one of the like actual physical characters in the like Nightmare Chambers, but yeah, that was in the trailer. Black-like animatronics, they are some of the skins in AR and also in Help Wanted, where they basically are like neon blacklight versions of the animatronics. They're just skins. Bonnie and Chica's groans. Yeah, they can groan in FNAF 1, I guess. They make sounds like someone's breathing from inside them. It's not something that really got carried through into the future games, but it's something extra creepy about the FNAF 1 animatronics. Bonnie plays with matches. I actually don't know this one.
What?
Fire.
Where?
I guess, yeah, fire
Fire
on
versus
the right
matches.
there.
Oh, red is
yeah.
a theory. No, red
No,
is a
red
meme.
is a community meme.
Bonnie plays with matches. Maybe it's a reference to like an old cartoon or something. I don't know that.
Bonnie plays with matches. Do you know that, T-Dreads?
I do not.
Okay, I found it. It looks like it's like a YouTube poop type animation from 5 years ago. I have not seen it.
Explosivid, someone in chat says.
Yeah. Okay. Bootleg Freddy plush with teeth. This one I am also not aware of. T-Dreads, GiBi?
Bootleg Freddy plushie with teeth.
I'm guessing there was a bootleg
I think
Freddy
this is a
plushie with
meme.
teeth.
I think this is a meme.
Yeah.
No,
looks
it's
like
blue.
it might be this.
Blue is merchandise.
Uh,
So maybe it was a real thing.
Here, I'll send that into the chat. I'm seeing a couple coming up when I look that up. There's
Jeez.
that. Or there's also this one.
I hate.
That one's pretty good.
I hate it. It's incredible.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and I guess there's also this.
There's
No,
that.
I
Are there these
I'm
ones?
sure it's this. This is an incredible bootleg plush.
That is great.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's
I
yeah.
love him.
The Golden Freddy being like shiny gold felt is crazy. All right. Mystery solved. Where were we on the teeth? Ooh. Okay. Do.
Buff Helpy,
Buff
Buff
Helpy.
Buffy
Yeah.
Lees.
That was like a Dawko joke, right? But then it got implemented into the Pit
Oh,
game as Helpy Lee's.
I didn't
in
even know
the
that.
Yes. Yep.
I think it was a joke that Dawko made, and it was DJ Sturf actually suggested that they put it in. I remember him talking about that on one of his streams,
That's such cool lore.
which is pretty cool. Burntrap uses Glamrock Bonnie's parts. This is a theory based on a couple of things, like from how they describe him in Tales from the Pizzaplex, and even I think they mention, oh, they're going to need a new guitarist when they see him, which sort of implies he's made out of the broken up Glamrock Bonnie. I think it's pretty much debunked now, even if Burntrap's an actual thing, because we see Glamrock Bonnie and he's not completely disassembled. He's just like fully sitting there in ruin. So yeah, that was an old theory from the security breach days. Burntrap's death animation unused. I'm not familiar with this. I don't know about this.
I don't know either. I guess it's
Burntrap
unused.
death animation. Yeah, it's unused.
Where is it?
Oh, someone has it online.
Light blue is unused.
Burntrap all animation. Yeah, unused animations. Cutting room floor. Here we go.
Do you think like for the final cutscene or something else?
It looks more like he's in the middle of burning. I'll send it in here. Oh yeah, he just like falls over. Yeah, it might have been like a precursor animation. Oh, it won't send actually the the GIF. Hang on, I'll send you the link. This might have been like a precursor animation, or maybe before they had the cutscene plan, they wanted to use this one.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull it up just based on the kind of file it is. Oh, what? It's a
all
GIF.
good, no worries.
Yeah,
It's just him going. Yeah, I just sent the link to the website that it's on, but it's just him falling over, basically like clutching at the air, and it looks like he's reacting to burning. If I can
interesting.
guess, it's nothing crazy. Cam stalling. That's a thing in the original games where if you have the cameras on animatronics, they actually are less likely to move, and it's a lesser known feature, even though they literally tell you that's how it works in FNAF 2. But I think it kind of got lost as one of the mechanics in the original games, just based on all the other stuff that's going on in them. But yeah, you can actually freeze animatronics by keeping them on your camera. Cancelled due to leaks. This was in Sister Location before it came out. Scott basically, there was some leaks about voice actors, and then Scott made a teaser post which, when you looked at it first, it just says cancelled due to leaks. But then if you brighten up the image in the background, there is an in-universe piece of text which is about circus babies closing down due to gas leaks. But it's obviously describing that something happened in Circus Babies. The reason they've given for it closing is due to gas leaks. But then we find out in game that it's actually to do with Elizabeth's death, which is interesting to me because it's like Scott couldn't have planned for there to have been leaks. So unless that was just a happy coincidence or he came up with that concept afterwards, I don't know, but it's interesting. Carl is the cupcake's name. Yep, that was. I can't remember actually where that was confirmed, or if is it confirmed or is it just a theory? I can't remember.
I don't think it's
That was like
official.
Because I think it's Mr. Cupcake is his official name, right? T-Dreads, do you know much about Carl? I feel like I knew this a few years
I
ago,
don't.
but I can't remember.
I know. I don't know if he's literally named that. I just know everyone says he is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even know where it started, unless there's some deep like, lore about whatever YouTuber decided that was his name. I'm not as tuned
It
into that
says,
stuff as you guys.
okay. So Scott apparently it's a fan name, but Scott later confirmed it in. There was like a post somebody made. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So I think the only evidence of him being confirmed is he uses it in a comment on a Reddit post
Hmm.
with which is actually a reference to not Carl the cupcake. There's a cake on this table which he says is this Carl the cake. But that's more of a joke. I don't know. Maybe there's some more official sources.
I think
It does say on the wiki that there are official sources,
the
but
guy he kills in the movie is named Carl, right? The character the cupcake
oh,
kills.
in the kitchen.
Yeah, the one that the cupcake bites the face of. I think that character's name is Carl, and people are like, "It's a reference to the name," which it probably is.
Yeah.
But that might be the closest there's ever been to confirmation.
Yeah, I think his name officially is Mr. Cupcake, but Carl is the fan name. CD Plus. Oh, I do know what this is. What is the? Oh, I forget. What is the CD
Or
Plus?
is that like
Skip
skip the night? That's like the
Yeah.
universal code in Click Team
Yes.
games.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chips. Is that L chips? Like the
Chips.
the pizzeria with
Just
the
chips.
beaver?
Eating some
Yeah, I don't know
potato
what, like
chips.
circa like the mimic chip. That could be anything. I have no idea what
The mimic is baby chip.
Chris and Evan. Those are two fan names for the crying child. Evan from the logbook, and Chris, I think, was just like a popular name that got used in some fan animation, and then people just started thinking it was official, even though it
It is
never was.
true.
It's true.
I
His name
feel it
is
in my
Chris.
heart. I feel it in my
God,
heart of
Chris.
farts. God, Sigma.
Heart of
When your legs don't work like a David before.
Okay.
Chrome Freddy. I should. Is that just like a skin, or no, it
I
was like
think so.
A fan thing.
it was a hoax for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Oh, this is like one of
The
the
fuck?
yeah. So I
Chrome
think this is
Freddy?
Chrome Freddy was like some
Ugh,
sort of hoax.
he looks weird. I'm guessing that's what people thought Phantom Freddy was, because he looks very like.
That could be part of it,
Mm.
yeah. Let me see. Man, we're coming up against a couple here. I'm very curious what's going to come in later. CK9C. They're a content creator who makes FNAF songs.
Never have I ever heard
Coffee
of
Pot
such a
in
thing.
Help Wanted. That's based on the Desolate Hope. The main character in that is a sentient coffee pot who has appeared in a couple of FNAF games. Now he's in FNAF World as well, right? He shows up in Secret of the Mimic. Yeah, it's a couple of different appearances of the coffee pot. Dangler's Hate. You lost me. Don't know what that is.
It's
What?
merch. It's merch.
Oh yeah,
Dangler's
it's blue.
Hate.
Dangler's Hate. Chat, help us out.
Oh,
FNAF 3 is
danglers. They're
free
like
roam. FNAF
keychains.
3 is free roam.
Dangler keychains. So I guess people didn't like them.
No, Freddy.
Hmm.
Was one of them
I mean,
hanging
they seem
dangle?
to
That
have
would have
gone
been
the
op.
they seem to have gone with the scrap trap design of giving him the peanut head for Afton.
Oh, I
Oh
see.
yeah, those are bad.
Very interesting adaptation.
I need a nice sturdy base to hold the keychain to clip it into, so he get his big ass head. Oh my
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
No wonder Jimmy reached to the stars to buy candy bars. He's a kid with a knack for invention.
It's a perfect description of Afton, actually. All right, let's get back into this. So
Here.
Danglers Hate. Daco music videos. Daco do make music videos. Demo screens.
What
Demos.
the hell?
Like screens that only existed in demo versions of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
I'm trying to
FNAF
think
2's was different. I think FNAF 2's they were static instead of moving.
Oh.
Right? Let me look it up. Hold on. Please hold. FNAF 2 demo. Hello,
Yeah,
everybody. My
Chat
name is.
says the screen's from Night 2 demo.
Screens from the Night 2 demo.
Fritz says that they have one of those keychain danglers from 2015. That's funny.
Nice.
Hello.
Now, I lost myself. Demo screen. Destroyed Ball Boy. Is that like a dangle, a Hangle teaser? There's the other one, which is with Ball Boy, and it says something to the similar effect of like something scary and creepy.
I'm looking at the FNAF World
Probably.
right now.
I do remember the other one is Ball Boy. It says madness takes many forms. Yeah, I think that's probably what that's referencing. DJ Sturf, the goat. He is the frequent playtester for Scott and has been for many years. And he also saved the Secret of the Mimic Moon.exe playthrough that we did by helping us edit the save files so we didn't lose a lot of progress.
Holy optimal.
Dormitaba. Oh, Dorm. Oh,
yeah, when that's shot. That's I don't even know if we should.
Yeah, I think we're better off not talking about that one.
We talked about this the other day.
The weird fan game with unfortunate stuff in it. That's what it is, right?
Unfortunate Chica subplot. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, for
My dogs are going off.
Pedo game.
Okay.
Sorry, someone. Sorry, it was Sauce's best to just type that in chat.
It's Funny Guy 13's favorite FNAF game.
Oh,
that's crazy. Are you joking or no?
Oh my god, no, I'm joking. I'm just trying to not say.
I was about to say.
Trying to not say what it literally is. It's just an innuendo for the chat.
I
If they know.
Be surprised.
If they know, they know.
All right, hurry, move on to something happy. Quick.
Draw Kill animatronics. They're like creepy, bony versions. I don't know. They're kind of like anime-esque versions of the characters. I don't know where they come from. Let me see. Actually, don't know where they're from. I think they're just.
They look fucking weird. They're from like fan game.
They're
apparently.
Like. Are they a fan game or are they just fan models? I don't know.
I think they're. I mean, Fusion Z Gamer has an upload where they're in like a fan game.
Oh, okay, cool.
They do look weird. They look like
Yeah, that's interesting.
They look like demons.
Drowned and Clock Ending. So these are the two endings in FNAF World. Drowned is where you get
called
the
OMC
lake
ending. Yeah,
get your happiest day. And then Clock Ending is where you put the pieces in place for FNAF 3.
And then Resurrect David.
Endoskeleton innards.
Ennard? What? EIS?
Ennard stands for endoskeleton innards.
Why? Where? That's fucking. The S
well,
isn't even the root of a word.
No. It's saying that ennard is a portmanteau of endoskeleton and innards. Like your insides.
Yeah, okay, so the in the brackets are not part of the word. The out of the brackets is ennard. So it's just showing you where you would put other letters to make it into those.
I mean, I would argue you don't even need the S for that, but
yeah. Electrobab.
Or because they entered inside of a dog.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Electrobabs. They do exist. Endo 01 and animatronics head stare at the camera. Again, this feels so far down on the list compared to some of the other stuff.
Just in the storage closet room.
They just there's a render in FNAF 1 where the Endo and the animatronic heads all turn to look at the camera. Eth Goes Boom. That's a YouTuber, right?
I have no idea.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, these are memes.
Boom is a YouTuber. Yeah. I'm not super familiar with Eth Goes Booms. I'm sure other people are. Let me see. Experiment Theory.
Oh,
I assume that's something to do with the nightmare experiments in Sister Location.
Gibby, you don't actually think they're experiments, do you? You just think that he's watching his actual son.
He's either watching or either after the fact or while.
What about the animatronics on the map, on the Breaker map?
I don't know.
I think they're Evil David rooms.
Fourth closets with David's.
David when he.
I think given the way it's presented in Sister Location, you can kind of get to the whole because they're called like observation, which you could argue is evidence that they're not anything to do it. But like they have dots on the map for physical robots that exist. But yeah, it's basically the idea that Afton is experimenting on either his own kids or other kids, and doing something with the nightmares. So FNAF 4 is not nightmares, or it is, but they're nightmares of something that happened. Fake Scott Cawthon email is that
The Talbot
that's probably
The
like
Talbot
Talbot
Files.
Files stuff.
I've meaning to
People
tell
have
you this,
faked.
Anton. It's true. The books are canon. It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, a lot of
Swing and
people
a
have
miss.
faked Scott Cawthon emails over the years.
I
Fast
remember.
facts. These were cut
I was gonna say,
from
in the 2 days like between the Talbot file leaks and then like when they were confirmed fake, Sire Squawks did like an entire stream where he's like, "Here's how you can very easily fake a fake email and have it look 100% legitimate." And like I've watched him for like 3 hours, like recreating Scott's email from scratch. A very interesting 2 days there.
Yeah. Yeah, you really need to like have your phone out and like record your computer and like go into Google and like this. You can't really just send a screenshot and be like, "No, trust me, bro. I got this in my inbox." Fast facts are in AR. They were cut as a part of that game's like shutdown. But they were confirmed to be not written by Scott. They were written by people at Silver Parasol or whatever the actual company is. Silver Parasol is the people that are in universe making the game, right? Yeah, a lot of people use them as evidence for certain things, but I think they actually confirmed themselves that Scott had nothing to do with them. So there's no point in looking to them really.
Yeah,
because they're cut and they're also not written by him.
One of them was like, Freddy Fazbear's is the best pizza until 1993 or something, and people were like, "That confirms."
Most popular pizzeria from the years like 85 to 93 or something. But
Who you gonna call
Sauce
when there's pizza there?
says, more context: gaslighting done by Reddit Discord mods defending the maker of Talbot File using bans plus fake Scott emails to prove real was real fun.
Yeah,
Sure.
what a crazy couple of days. Fifth child and gift gives give life. I mean,
How is that this low?
Yeah, it's just Cassidy.
Who is the Cassidy, the receiver? Is it Cassidy or Bite Victim? Yeah, I mean, we've all talked about it to death. There's no point in spending the next 25 minutes talking about it, but everyone watching the stream knows exactly what that is. Five Nights at Freddy's Simulator. Don't know.
Not Pizzeria Simulator, just Simulator? Huh.
Five Nights at Freddy's
I think it's
Simulator.
it's some game where you play as the animatronics, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Five Nights at Freddy's Wiki. The wiki exists and people are very critical of it sometimes. Five Nights
That's
at
me.
Fuck Boys. I do remember this. This was a classic JRPG, but like a parody game. But also, I remember being really fun to play. Like gameplay wise, I remember quite enjoying it at the time, and actually being like, "Man, I wish there were more JRPGs like this." Because at the time I'd never been exposed to that kind of genre properly. So that was an interesting introduction because it was very like what's the word, vulgar. I think it was one of those, that era of internet humor where it was just like the most on the nose vulgarity for the sake of it kind of humor, but it was good. Five Nights at Markiplier. I assume it's a fan game.
Never heard of it.
Five Nights at Treasure Island. That's the Disney one, right? With the evil Mickey Mouse, the inverted Mickey. Yeah, that's based on an old creepypasta about the abandoned rides at Disney of Treasure Island, and so it's Disney themed FNAF. Five Nights at Wario's. That's another FNAF fan game, based on Wario from Mario. FNAF 1 Jump Scare Origin.
From Aliens, from Alien.
It's got Dream.
No, it's the sound.
The scream. Yes, yeah. It's is it from Alien or is it?
No.
It's from a woman giving birth. It's from an old like VHS.
It's in a movie
right?
with aliens in it.
Yes, but not the movie Alien.
It's not from Alien. Yeah. Yes, the sound is our. I think Red Letter Media covered it, right? The movie on one of their episodes. They just happened to cover that, and the sound is just the FNAF 1 jump scare. FNAF 1 microtransactions. That's in the mobile port, right? You could buy upgrades and stuff like that.
You can buy little plushies to put on your desk, and they're definitely cheats. I don't know if you have to buy those, but like you could see them on the
I
map.
don't know if you have to buy the cheats, but yeah.
But definitely little plushies.
FNAF 3 free roam. I assume that's a fan game or something.
People thought it was going to be free roam.
Oh, people thought it was going to be free roam. Yeah, what's dark purple again? Sorry, I need to
Rumor.
remind myself. Oh, hope/rumor. Oh, that's why Evan is listed there, and Carl is the cupcake's name is listed on that as well. That makes sense. FNAF fan model showcase. Not familiar.
Yeah, me neither.
These next three I don't know. FNAF sunglasses and FNAF will be real in 52 minutes. I don't know what those two are.
Oh, that's what that other one's a meme.
Yeah, I do not not familiar.
Can you explain the context? Are you familiar? TD?
I don't even know the context. It's just a fucking like. It's
just a meme.
I don't even know. It's just fucking weird. It's just. Yeah.
Fair
I don't know. It's just TikToks that are like. It's like FNAF will be real in 50 minutes. Share this or FNAF becomes real or something. Like it's just stupid.
Hex, they make plushies, right? They actually just made new Secret of the Mimic ones, didn't they? And they make some of the fanverse ones. Foxy's out of order because he did the bite of 83. Hang on a minute.
Is that a typo?
What? I think that's got to be a typo. Because it makes no sense to say the bite of 83. Because that's my... no, I'm not saying I came up with this, but as in, like, this is something I talked about in my first video, is, like, the reason Foxy's out of order is because he's the one that did the bite of 87, and they never bothered fixing him up. So he's... in-universe, he's the same kind of withered animatronic as he was in 87. But I don't even know. But 83, definitely not. Fredbear's UCN voice lines were originally going to be Freddy's. Yes, this was... the lines that are really slowed down and distorted that Fredbear says are stuff like fantasy and fun is where fantasy and fun are where I come from, or something like that. There's more fantasy and fun where I come from. There I think it's Kellen Goff recorded those lines for Freddy, but then Scott, for the same reason as the Showtime thing, didn't want to give Freddy a voice because he thought it was too important to get it 100% right, and he wasn't super sure. So we just repurposed them for Fredbear's, which is annoying considering how you would imagine that character would be super important, and you'd want to give him like a lot of lore relevant dialogue. Freddy stares at the camera. Freddy stares at the camera.
In FNAF 1, where it's his eye.
Yeah. He always looks straight at the camera. That's how you can find him, like in the darkness.
He do that.
Digital consciousness transfer.
Freddy was the one who did the bite. This is an old school theory because on Freddy's texture, he's got a big handprint on his face, and there's one of the rules in the rules of the pizzeria which says don't touch Freddy. So one of the theories was that Freddy did the bite of 87.
What's going on?
Going way back. Yeah. Freddy's top teeth. He don't have top teeth in FNAF 1. He has them in FNAF 2. He kind of goes back and forth on designs. And is there something else? Is there something else about his top teeth? I feel like there is that I'm forgetting. But I think it's just
two
in general.
sets of them, maybe. There's like a set. All the animatronics have 2 sets of teeth.
Yep.
Yeah. Freddy Bear. Don't know what that is.
So the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's just that was his name, right? Originally. And then Scott shortened it.
Oh yeah, because this is cut content. Yeah.
He's like, it's a teddy bear. It's a Freddy Bear. And then he changed it to Freddy Fazbear.
FNAF Freddy.
Fright Dome FNAF. That was like a short-lived like horror attraction, right, in Vegas. That was in 2016.
Oh yeah. I vaguely remember that.
Yeah. That was that one. Game Theory saying it's Music Man. It's a classic.
Music Man.
It's classic. He just says that because he got real into Music Man at one point. Glamrock Mr. Hippo. That is in Security Breach in one of the endings. One of the characters. I think it's Freddy gets replaced by Glamrock Mr. Hippo. Golden Toy Freddy. It's a hoax. You don't exist. It's another one. Go Motion. Go Motion is a YouTuber, I believe. Yeah, she's very good actually. I watched her videos for a while. She does like videos on topics like old, like she doesn't just do FNAF, but she'll do stuff like canceled games or all the merch or all the hoaxes and whatever. She's good. Gray Fredbear. Don't know what that is. Oh, this is the FNAF 4 teaser. This is the or was it probably me? It's the one with the reveal of Nightmare Fredbear in black and white.
On top of spaghetti.
I recall, yes. Just let him go. He's Gen Z. He's gotta say stuff sometimes.
I'm stimulating.
Yeah.
I'm stimulating.
He's stimming.
Every couple of minutes. On top of spaghetti.
Spaghetti all covered in cheese.
Head in the microwaves. FNAF Iceberg. Is that what we're reading right now?
Oh,
Icebergception.
maybe that's hopefully, unless it's someone else. God, no one's asked chat to like the stream in like forever. Come on, guys, you gotta stimulate the stream. Only half of you have liked it.
Yeah.
100 likes and 200 viewers. What is this? Type 14 in the chat, boys.
Ridiculous.
Stimulate the stream. Everyone, right now. 14's in the chat. It'll boost us in the algorithm. More people can come and watch us talk about.
Everybody.
I am still here. I don't even know what that means. Never heard of that before.
I think
that's Springtrap.
Baby.
I'm joking.
Oh yes, Springtrap does say that in the teaser, and then also
I am still here. I remain.
Baby says it. Baby Elizabeth says it in the.
I'm still here. She sounds
Yeah.
like. And every time I hear her speak in that game, I want to jab, right cross, left hook.
You want to what?
What?
Jab, right cross, hook, elbow.
I'm messed up. She's
He wants to beat her up.
like 8. Ice Cave song. That's one of the FNAF World songs.
It was cut though, right?
Apparently it was removed. I did not know that, but I've used it in a couple of videos.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night. We were rating every FNAF song. We were doing like not a tier list. What was it? Like a head-to-head?
Yeah, something like that. Tournament.
Classic.
It was quite good.
It's very good. Illusion discs.
Elegant.
The technology which Afton uses to make people see things that aren't really there. They're in the books. They're not confirmed to be in the games, but some people think they are. Some people think in Funtime Freddy's chest there's a illusion disc, even though it's explicitly called a power device. Let me see. IV bag, flowers, and pills. Those are in FNAF 4. They're rare things that can show up next to the bed, which is implying that either we are playing as the crying child in hospital, or we are remembering that event, at least through the perspective of Michael, if we're playing as Michael. Or we're playing as David, and it makes no sense.
What?
Jack Black is a FNAF fan. I did not know that. There you go.
FNAF had friends.
His son really, really liked it, and so he ended up, this is years ago, he did a collab with Markiplier. And I remember when the video came out, he never explicitly said, like, I'm here with Jack Black and his son. And so it's just Markiplier, a little boy, and Jack Black. And they're, like, playing FNAF, and Jack Black keeps, like, putting his arm around the boy. And people are like, this is really weird. And then it was, like, the top comment. Someone was like, I thought this was weird, and then I realized it was Jack Black's son.
That's
just recruited
crazy.
a kid off the street.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This kid, you like Finest of Freddy's?
Joy of Creation is one of the kind of most popular FNAF fan games. It's spooky. It's based off of the line "Joy of Creative Service" from the FNAF 1 like hidden quote from the autobiography of a Yogi, even though it's misquoted technically. Juniors is FNAF 2. This is a theory. I've talked about this a bit in the past myself. I don't think I'm currently on that boat at the minute, but the idea is basically that if the Midnight Motorist 87 dice are important in FNAF, then juniors would be the FNAF 2 location because the person outside specifically says that, oh, you're not supposed to be here, don't make this harder than it has to be. And the only time we know of somebody being like explicitly not allowed into one of the buildings is in FNAF 2, where it's like, especially concerning any previous employees. So, I mean, you don't need the 87 dice for that to work, but
Yep. I think if Midnight Motorist is ever confirmed, if Orange Guy is confirmed to be William, I think that would be the theory I go with, that it's 87 and then it's like post DCI. I think it makes the most sense. Hello? Is it me or is everyone else gone?
oh my god, what is going on?
Hello.
T-Dredge left and
lag.
came
Hello?
back.
Did
You
I
good?
lag?
I don't
I think
know.
everyone lagged.
It seemed
Yeah, I don't
fine
know
to
what happened,
me.
'cause it looked like T-Dreads left
Yeah.
and then came back, and then yeah, it was weird. Okay, lives in FNAF 1 and 2 and 3. I think it was a mechanic used that he was planning for FNAF 1, and then they just remained in the files for 2 and 3. I don't know if they were ever planned to be used in 2 and 3, but that you would have like a Super Mario-esque live system that when you ran out, you'd have to start back at night 1.
Yep.
Which, thank God they didn't do that. It could be a cool challenge mode, but crazy.
I mean, yeah, we do
Lost
have a
FNAF 1.
I was gonna say, like, at that point you just do like a, not a nuzlocke, but like a permadeath where if you lose you start over. We have Sauce's Best in saying Tryhard Ninja wrote and sang Fallen Kingdom, yet everyone assumes Sparkles did. His famous FNAF song is It's Me, posted on Smike How's Bro above JT Music. Congratulations, or I'm sorry that happened to you.
Gazed off into the mountain skyline, no block choirs playing in the sunshine.
We have determined as well that this list is purely in alphabetical order
Yep.
per tier, so there is no ordering of which of these are more important. Which is a weird way to do a list, which is supposed to be ordered based on hierarchy. But anyway, lives in
Don't be a
FNAF 1, 2,
hater.
and 3. Don't be a hater. You're right. Lost FNAF 1 trailer. This is again from around that Kickstarter period. Apparently, there was another version of the FNAF 1 trailer which was only up for a very short amount of time. That I think featured
Yep.
Freddy with like red eyes or something like that.
Yes, so this was
but it got taken.
this was a whole big lost media thing. So basically, when the FNAF trailer was posted, someone like very, very early on made a comment. Like one of the first ever comments on the video was like, I liked like the previous trailer. So whoever this person was had seen a trailer before this one that had different footage. And so for the last 10 years, people were like, what was in the trailer? Why did it change? And I think recently we have confirmed that there was never an older version of the trailer, and this guy was just misremembering.
Yeah, because there are images from the teasers, like from the development stuff, that I think matched what he was describing. So he probably just saw those images and then confused it for having been a trailer.
Yep.
Low quality hoodies. I don't know. Probably not great merch.
Yeah, after this
Mad
layer, you should
Science-
just go to the very bottom to see if we know.
Mad Science with Dr. Scraptrap is an arcade in Security Breach, and God knows why. I don't know what. I guess because FNAF 6 is an in-universe game, so they can just make Scraptrap a silly character. Mangle and Springtrap's designs changed before the game's release. Mangle had a hook and seemed to be kind of more fully formed in one of the FNAF 2 teasers. Springtrap's design, I don't know what that's based on. I guess just the first teaser we had of Springtrap. I don't know if that's very different to what we got. I don't know how much it's supposed to have changed, or if it's... I actually don't know about that one. Mangler with the hook is right next to it, so I don't know. I assume they're the same thing. Mike is in the removed category. From what? I don't know. Molten Freddy blueprint, yeah, that is removed. It's not actually in the game. It's in the game files. It's not shown in the Insanity
Oh,
ending. Probably because Molten Freddy shouldn't have a blueprint because he's a result of the kids acting of their own
that's
volition.
true.
Uh, the blueprint does confirm that it has the most. I think probably why it was removed was not because like Henry didn't know, but because giving it a blueprint implies that Henry made it, which he didn't. So I think Scott probably
I never
had
knew
the
that.
idea of like, oh, Henry is just describing it, but it's not actually in the game. All the other blueprints are, but Molten Freddy is not.
Good to know.
Monty destroyed Glamrock Bonnie. That's a theory. I mean, like, it's the most on the nose one, considering like where Glamrock Bonnie went missing and why Monty took over. But I think there is some good evidence to say that he may not have because of stuff like he got his claws after Glamrock Bonnie was already decommissioned. There's green paint all over Bonnie's chest, but Monty doesn't even have green claws. He has green hands. Roxy does have green claws, which is interesting. Um, so could it have been Roxy? Did she destroy Glamrock Bonnie? Who knows? Matterjohn's FNAF Iceberg. Okay, could be this one that we're reading right now. Who knows? We don't know. Newspaper Easter eggs. Yeah, they're in FNAF 1. They tell you the story of the MCI and the killer getting caught. Though maybe that's been retconned. That's the one retcon. Newspaper pages appearing on the walls. That's also the same thing, I assume. Maybe the newspaper Easter eggs was like around the edges of the Easter eggs where Scott filled in like blah 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 blah. This doesn't mean anything. This is not relevant to the game.
One of them
Think
is
that's what it means?
misaligned. One of the newspapers is misaligned with the wall, which I discovered
Oh my
because
Yes.
god.
someone asked me like the this one looks more damaged than the other ones. Do you think that that means something? And I opened them in Photoshop and realized that it was just lower down on the wall, and the exact same
Yeah.
shadow texture was applied to it. It was just in the wrong spot.
It's crazy. Let me see. Nightmare Foxy's tongue. Yeah, this was in the teasers.
Yeah.
Scott said he removed it because it didn't work as well in game as it did in the teaser.
I thought it was cool.
Old Funtime designs, they are in process development screenshots, which are extras in Sister Location. You can have a look at.
Well, baby had
Old
brown
Man
hair.
Consequences. Yeah, Baby had brown hair, and the Funtime Foxy and Freddy had the swapped color palettes. Old Man Consequences, everybody knows that. I don't think we need to go into it.
He's doofus.
Original FFPS jump scares. I don't know what that is. Original FFPS jump scares. Anyone know? What
Is
that
it? No. In the
Captain
final.
ET, Baby had brown hair in her.
Yeah. In the final game, they're just shaking PNGs, right? So maybe the idea is that there were other ones before that? I don't know. Everyone's gone quiet again. I don't know if it's crashing. Guys, help. What's going on with the stream? What's going on? What are you doing to me? Hello, hello? Okay, T-Dreads is gone again. Can you guys hear? Oh, someone made a sound.
Hello,
Yes.
we're back.
What is
Good
going
It
on?
must it must be me. I must be doing some chat says that it never stopped. So it's Discord, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, your stream was fine.
That's so weird.
No, you both just cut out every now.
No, you both cut out.
I asked you a question, TD, and there was
Yeah.
dead silence, and I was like, "Cool."
No,
Do
yeah.
you know what the
I've
FFPS jump
been
scares are?
apparently if one of us leaves on purpose, it resets it to how it was. So that's why I've been leaving.
Oh, that's good. This list is so shit. It made them crash. Sauce's Beston hates this list.
All right, go to the very bottom real quick. I want to see. Go to like the very bottom.
Okay.
I just want to see.
Okay.
Pinky Pill's
Some
on it
little
twice.
spoilers.
Pinky Pill's is on it. Oh, Pinky Pills and Fizzy are different people. I forgot.
Secret
Scott worked at Chuck E.
OnlyFans.
Cheese.
Secret OnlyFans.
Secret OnlyFans. FNAF movie
What's
released in 2014. Child trafficking theory. Okay, so it's just nonsense.
Whoa.
I don't want
I
spoilers.
don't know. I don't know any of those. I don't know any of those.
Good.
Yeah, see, like we're getting into like, I think it. Yeah, right now we're saying like Old Man Consequences. There's no way you know about him, but like, yeah, you definitely know about the real pizzeria delivery service that they were planning. Like, what is the criteria to know something? Phone Guy in FNAF 4. Reversed phone call plays in The Nightmare Night. Pinky Pill's one of the artists, also creepy person, right? That's turned out to be not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the difference between her and Lady Fizzy, but I know that they're both
Neither
canceled.
do I. I think they're both not. Yeah. Princess
Scott
Quest
knows how to pick 'em.
minigames to free Vanessa. Purple Guy animatronic. One of the hoaxes. You can see it there on the right-hand side of the screen. Referenced in pop culture. That's the most broad topic you could say.
FNAF is referenced in
If
pop culture. You're right.
If anything has ever referenced pop culture, which was one of the things earlier on in the first tier with Deltarune, then it applies here. Return to Freddy's, that's a recent fan game, right? That's supposed to be a pretty good one.
It's been around for a while, I think.
Rise of Frankenfreddy.
That's what
that's
Dreadbear
the
was.
original
That's the one-
title of
yeah.
Curse
Yep.
of Dreadbear.
Yeah.
Rules for safety, those are the ones like no pooping on the floor, no running, don't touch Freddy. Scott is self-taught. Yep, he taught himself game design from way back in the 90s, along with 3D animation. Second Vanessa is her ghost. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That's the theory. It's kind of, I don't even know if it's a theory at this stage. It's kind of like any other reading seems so cracked. Secret way to update 2 without completing the game. I don't know about this one. I assume this is like a sequence break for FNAF World.
Secret way to update. Oh, like getting to the Halloween update in FNAF World without beating the campaign. Yeah, that's probable.
Yeah. Security breach character leaks. Yeah, this was the Funko statues. Security breach on NVIDIA GeForce hack. I don't know this one.
What?
I'm sure it's all to do with
Probably to make it run better if I had to
yes.
based on context.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. If you had an NVIDIA GeForce, I think it was like you had to do something crazy to make the game run.
5 minutes before I see if GT Live finally decided to react to God David. My guess, no.
Security breach Fury's Rage. One of the kind of, it wasn't like a troll game because it was a full game with art and music and everything, but it was the game that was made to tide over fans while Security Breach got delayed. Showbiz pizza images in Help Wanted. Yeah, they're just in the files, right? There's like images from. I imagine that they were references for the designers. That
like
just
actual Chuck E. Cheese images.
Yeah, I think there's like photographs and stuff.
That's cool.
I'd imagine it was something that like they were placeholders that were for the developers to use as reference files, and they just never got taken out. SimCity references. I actually don't know the SimCity references. That's interesting.
SimCity.
Don't know that either.
References FNAF. Let me see. One of these phrases, reticulating splines, which is a reference to what is that?
I'm reticulating it. I'm reticulating it.
Oh, apparently it's in. It's when you deactivate the safety protocols in DJ Music Man's ballroom. The hand unit starts to go crazy and says a bunch of different words, and that's apparently a reference to SimCity. Reticulating splines.
All right.
I think that's like one of the like loading messages, right? Reticulating splines. It's like a joke computer term. Reticulating. Where am I now? I've completely lost myself. Security breach character leak. Security free, Shadow BB.
FNAF 3. FNAF 3. Tell him, T-Dreads.
What?
FNAF 3 Shadow?
Oh,
the like 6 kids or whatever.
Games with the tree.
I'm fucking stupid. The Tree of Davids. True.
Yeah.
The Tree of Davids. Yeah, so because
because 2 of them are on one side and one's on the other.
Gregory's Balloon Boy and Gregory is David, so Balloon Boy is David, but Helpy is also David, but Eclipse is also David.
I'm telling you, it's true.
Is there any other Davids I should know about?
Yeah, because if that's the tree outside of the house, then you have one character on one side of the tree.
On the other side, the other side,
2 on the other side, so that would be David and.
I'm telling you,
David would be on one side, and then.
Well, of course, that's got to be a retcon. There's no way if that is what it represents. There's no way he could have thought of that. Yeah.
No, I think it was just creepy. It was just creepy imagery at
T-Dreads.
the time.
Scott
now it's the
Cawthon
tree
is the
Davids.
greatest writer on earth. Of
Right,
course it
right,
was
right.
Studying
intended.
stuff.
True.
What is Splinks models?
Splinks.
Splinking it.
FNAF? Splinks FNAF models. Oh, are these like the classic? Oh, these are like the classic SFM
Gmod.
Gmod models. They have such a charm.
I sure, Potter, I sure.
Classic. People modding them into like zombies and stuff. Now let me see. Springtrap jump scare hate. Oh yeah, this was Scott said that like part of the reason he even made 4 was because people didn't like the jump scares for Springtrap in 3. Steel Wool interview. John just did one a few like a year ago, before or after Help Wanted 2 came out with J-Top, and then Dawko just did one recently with the creative lead on Secret of the Mimic. The end, thanks for playing, question mark, was the teaser that came out after FNAF 4, I believe.
Gotcha.
The FNAF show, don't know what that is.
Dawko's
The
podcast.
Freddy... Oh, of course. The Freddy Files Updated Edition errors. There are so many that I can't go through them all off the top of my head. I remember it's like certain characters are given the wrong appearances and stuff like that in the book. The Immortal and the Restless. This is the TV show which Michael watches. It's a soap opera. It's animated in game, but I don't know if it's supposed to be animated in universe. The baby isn't mine.
Clara, I
Is
tell
in
you.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. We did this one already. Except for this one's missing BB. So it's less it's less well known if you think just the marionette is in Freddy's Pizzeria, but it's more well known if you think BB and the marionette are in Freddy. Oh my god. Toxic Meter. This was a removed feature from the original FNAF 2, which was if you had the mask on too long, it would kill you. And
I will be
I'm
right
putting
back.
that in the reboot.
What? That's awesome.
What? Toy Bonnie X Toy Chica. Don't want to know. I have no idea what that is. I don't want to know.
Look it up at Hit Images.
No, don't do it. You can be brave. Trash in the Gang, obviously from FFPS. Twisted Chica. She doesn't technically exist in the book, right? Or no, she does. Or does she? No, it's just Freddy, Bonnie, and the wolf. Right? No. What is it about? There is something about Twisted Chica. She is in the book, though, right? You read them.
In which is she in the book?
Oh no, I think she's not. I think that's the thing, is she isn't. But
There's she's in the character encyclopedia.
yeah,
I don't think she
Chica
ever
never
shows up in
physically
the book,
appeared in the
though.
whole story of the Twisted Ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Let me see. Where Twisted Chica unused special delivery emails. We were talking about them a bit earlier. Oh no, we were talking about Fazfax. There are emails between Vanessa and what's his name?
What is it?
That she talks to. The Vanessa emails in.
Oh yeah, there's a guy who like stalks
AR.
her. A boy who's weird. I don't remember his name.
I think he's just into her. I don't think he's a stalker. He's like.
He's like, I looked at your
concerned that
emails
she
though.
might be a psycho.
Teehee, you want to go on a date?
Yeah, that's true.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
I was reading your emails.
Yeah, he's not great. What's his name? I think he's getting them flagged because she's on the company Wi-Fi looking up like how to how to force compliance in human subjects is one of the things she looks up, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bro,
How far
no
can you
English
saw
rep was
someone in
telling
half?
her to do that?
That was one of
Yes.
them, right? Before
Yeah.
someone like loses consciousness or whatever.
Yeah, what was his name? Someone know. Oh, Lewis.
Really?
Vanessa.
That's Dawko's name.
Lewis.
That's funny. How come no one talks
Oh my
about that?
Mike Lewis? Was that ever a thing? I did not know that was a thing. Vanessa Afton.
Oh, not Lewis. Lewis.
Theory.
L-U. Okay. Spelled different than Dawko. Sorry.
Oh, so it could be Louis then. No, she calls him Lewis in the therapy tapes.
I Either way, not Mr.
Uh,
Daco.
Maybe I gotta go soon.
How dare you? Oh, why? Because you want to watch GT Live? Is that why you have to go?
No, they didn't even upload.
Oh. Give it 2 more minutes.
I'm not uploading unless I'm in, or I'm not watching unless I'm in.
Yeah, I think everyone else knows.
No, I'm not in.
What is it?
They watched The Amazing Digital Circus again.
Oh my gosh.
What is the Withered Freddy eyebrow raise? Is that just oh, that's the meme with him taking off the sunglasses, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think everyone knows all the rest of them, right? Unless TJ, you want to speed run through some of tier 3 before you have to go.
Yeah, sure. Tier 3. Group hug in the thank you teaser source code. I'm just guessing that's typed in there. The show will begin momentarily. Place in your seats. That's FNAF World. Baby, that's what she says at the very end. Yeah. The show will begin momentarily. You don't know what we've been through is also a line. I believe Biddy Babs say it in the end of the
It's
teaser.
so low down in the
I don't know.
the tier list.
5120 mentioned by Scott. Don't
Probably.
remember 5120. I'm assuming that must be when you play with all characters and then Dee Dee adds one. Or sorry, Zor adds one. This 5120.
Yeah. It'd be like Shadow Bonnie or whatever.
5 Nights on Scott's old Google page. No clue.
Google Plus page. Oh my god. That's funny.
I was only talking to someone about Google Plus the other day. Such an old relic
I
of a
remember.
memory.
I was there 10,000 years ago.
I remember when it was the most controversial thing that had ever happened on YouTube.
Yep.
Now it's like, God, I want to bring me back to the days when that was the craziest thing going on. I have to make a new account. What?
Pizzeria.
That's the misspelling.
The typo.
In the, newspaper.
Yep.
What's programming characters? What's orange?
That's the teaser for UCN when he was making the 7 secret characters. They had like a progress bar called programming characters.
Gotcha. Flip side kept being mentioned by Scott. Yeah, that's the that's the FNAF World Spooky Zone.
Yeah, and Phone Guy says it in FNAF 1. He says, "See you on the flip side."
And Afton says it in the movie.
Yes.
Character Simulator. These are a series of fan games. So there's Bonnie Simulator, Freddy Simulator. There's a bunch of those. 10 teaser countdown to FNAF 3. I think there was a 10 teaser countdown to FNAF 3.
Yeah, it's Balloon Boy. We don't know what it was.
Yep. AAA game and Into Madness. These were 2 things Scott was teasing, which apparently, I mean, would Security Breach even count as AAA?
God no.
No.
God,
Yeah,
said God no.
God no. It's budget. Like it got some money from
theory.
Sony, but I would not call it AAA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Added real and fake ending text in sister location. So apparently that must not have been there from the start. Like after the entered game at the start, it must not have said.
Fake ending.
Yeah, I don't think it did.
Alexander 133. That's a creator apparently.
Never heard of him.
Oh.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, it's in the meme section.
Animation times FNAF fights. I'm assuming those are someone that made like death battles with Freddy's characters. Autobiography of a Yogi. So that is obviously everyone knows this. That's the segment of that book read off during the phone call where it's like
everyone here has read it, right?
Knows
imagine being a FNAF theorist and not reading Autobiography of a Yogi. Could you even imagine?
Redditors. Baby's Nightmare Circus is a FNAF 4-esque game where the sister location animatronics are Les Spooky. Baby's split personality. I'm assuming that's Elizabeth and the AI.
Baby being 2 separate. Yeah, 2 separate things.
Yeah. Balloon Boy jump scare help wanted. This is unused, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is in the files. Baddington VHS. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, just a creator makes some analog horror.
Wait, Balloon Boy laugh and Coco Melon. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, and
that's funny if they used it.
In episode, they just have the same sound effect. Yeah,
that's hilarious. I don't know what BioWorld is.
Bioworld and
Merch.
Blacklight Slime. No idea.
Those are merch.
I'm sliming it. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Bonbon and the Vents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bonnie's a girl.
In Sister.
I mean,
think
I'm sure people think that.
Bonnie, because the name Bonnie is
Mm-hmm.
a girl's
Feminine.
name traditionally.
Bonnie's a remodel of Freddy. Apparently, they use the same. I wouldn't be surprised. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Bonnie running from the trailer. Both FNAF 3 endings are canon. That's because of Scott's whole like, the answer is interesting.
And
the answer
complex.
Is complex. Yeah.
I'm Scott Cawthon, and you're
Brain
not ready for
Inside
Molten CI.
Nightmare. It's a popular one.
But yeah, because you can physically see a brain inside of its head,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Bread Bear. That's cursed. That's from Day Shift at Freddy's. It's a funny fan game. Burnt Freddles. Don't know.
No idea.
Burn Trap's chase sequence. Don't know.
Calendars.
Calendars.
Cassidy Kazoo.
Calendars is spelled wrong.
Calendars.
Yeah, Cassidy Kazoo is a great one. It was a golden colored kazoo that they called the Cassidy Kazoo, and people are like, does this confirm that Cassidy is Golden Freddy? And Scott went on Reddit and was like, no. I would not confirm lore via merch drops.
Kazoo.
A kazoo.
Chica's a parrot. What?
All right, my little Sigmas, I'm going to depart from you for now.
Boo.
I might be back later if you're still alive.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Bye, chat. Everyone type
14's in the chat.
Type 14 for my departure to pay respects. Oh, say,
Great
can
trivia,
you see? Right. Goodbye,
Bye.
Sigma Dreads.
Bye.
All right. See you later. I'm going to go, like, take a
Bye.
bath or something. I don't know. I got to go to boxing.
All right, now that he's gone, you guys are
He
free
cut
to...
himself off mid-sentence.
You guys can actually like the stream now. He's gone. I know you were waiting because you didn't want to support him, but now you can just do it now.
Hey, yo. Feller said for $5, like the stream.
Like the stream. Thank you. So she knew Michael was Michael. If you don't believe in God, David. Yeah. We don't need to pretend to believe in God, David anymore. Chica's a parrot. I'm guessing that that's just something that someone said. Like Markiplier used to call her a duck. Like, what's that duck girl doing? Chica's a parrot. Chica, look at you. What? And what's
a
like
removed
blue?
thing?
Unused, removed. Like Chica looking at the camera?
I don't know. I guess so. What's written next to it? What's the little number or whatever is beside it?
A lot of them have those little
Yeah, BG.
little
what does it
things.
say?
Those might be the source. So this is a compilation of a bunch of different icebergs.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, BG just might be one of these.
Oh, it's background image. Look, it says hooks underneath at the top. It says what they are. It has a key there. Sidebar image and background image.
Oh, so maybe
whatever we're looking for is going to be behind it.
take a look at your background image. So it's one of these.
It must
This?
be.
It must be this.
Oh, in FNAF 2, yeah. It was a cut. It was the same way that Toy Bonnie comes across the screen and like the whole screen goes jittery. There was one for Toy Chica.
Okay, that makes sense.
Chipper haunts the whole series. No idea. Just that he's in the series as like a reference.
Well, he's like the bad guy in FNAF world because he's like, I'm jealous that FNAF took off, and my game didn't. So he's the real bad guy.
Yeah.
Which is lore accurate. Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental. Why is this on tier 3? Just the existence. These entries are known by FNAF fans that have been here for quite some time now. You think this is more obscure than anything else we've looked at?
This is
That's just where you are in sister location. Colossal is a reused model from Chipper. I'm guessing that's a FNAF World enemy.
I think so, yeah.
Yep. Crying children posters. FNAF 1, one of the things that the posters can change to is a crying child with tears going down their face. It's one of the quote-unquote hallucinations in that game. Curse : Haunting. As a cut content?
Is that a FNAF World like chip?
Oh, that's possible. It says it should be one of the background images. Oh, yeah, probably this. Duh. Found thing,
There you
curse
go.
haunting. You're smart.
Cool.
The regular sauce Glamrock Freddy cosplay. It's just a
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
Glamrock Freddy cosplay, yeah. Dabbing Chica, that's an image from the logbook,
Yeah.
which is another piece of evidence that it's a more modern day
Logbook 2015
thing,
Yeah.
logbook 2015. Or it doesn't narrow it down to 2015, but it means
2017.
it's not from 1987. It's not contemporary with
Yeah.
the animatronics. Daco's reaction to beating 50/20 mode, he starts crying and cheering, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it's right behind it there.
Yep.
You can see it.
Doofus, also known as Old Man Consequences.
Hey,
He was
you got the shout out.
he was Scott's very first video game that he intended to like release was about this little guy named Doofus. He looks kind of like a Nerds character, like from the Nerds Candies, and he's a parody of Indiana Jones, and he goes on this little adventure. And me and She's Always Nervous's theory is that Doofus is Old Man Consequences, and she's making a video about that. So you can stay tuned for that.
Little do you know that he's actually Monty Gator, based on a fishing game that David played as a child.
But that would make sense, okay? Because Doofus doesn't have any teeth. And therefore probably does not look like Old Man Consequences, but I like my theory better.
I like it.
Egg Baby plush unreleased. Okay, I guess they just didn't make an Egg Baby plush. Either Vanessa or Vanny is baby.
Only here that it's unreleased, even though that's the color. That's the whole point of the key.
Vanessa or Vanny is baby shapeshifting. So like Eleanor, I've never heard that theory.
Or like Charlie Bot. I guess I've never heard that before.
No.
Elizabeth survived inside the... What does that mean? Who's that theory?
I hate to break it to you, but no.
Seeker of Comfiness, tell us, because you must be aware. You're the biggest Elizabeth fan in the entire universe. You
that's
must have
actually
heard
my
this
theory.
That's yeah.
Endless Tycoon.
Okay, wait, hang on. Seeker of Comfiness actually does know what this is.
No way.
So when Elizabeth says, "I know it was an accident," she's referring to the bite of '83. Oh no, sorry. Later on.
I know it was an accident.
Plus, she promises he won't actually die, and she's telling the truth. Okay, never mind. This is unrelated. Sorry, I misinterpreted.
If anyone knows, let us know.
Yeah.
Endless.
Survived breathing helium and eating ice cream. Actually, I think I have heard that. Now that I think about it, I think I have heard that as a joke theory. That's so funny. Huffing helium in the middle of. Oh my god.
Okay, Endless Tycoon, is that a FNAF 6 thing?
That was planned, or Scott said he may someday make that, but it should really be in the like unused thing, because he said when he was making UCN, he was like, "Oh, maybe I'll make an Endless Tycoon mode," but he never did.
So like the game just goes till you run out of money, like it doesn't have an end?
Yeah.
Yeah. Endo plush, I'm guessing a plush of an endoskeleton. It says background image.
Yeah. It should be in the same
probably
category, I imagine.
Maybe.
Oh yeah. I think it's a plush.
Here he is. This is Mr. Doofus.
It's plush traps endo. It's in FNAF World.
Okay.
Ennard's mask once belonged to another animatronic. That's a theory. We don't know. Could be. I mean, it's there, so it does exist. It's presumably from somebody else, but
don't know why else it would be there. Epic surfing vids. I'm guessing it's just another YouTuber. Every FNAF jump scare in 1 second. Probably a very famous video, but I've never heard of it. Family of staff bots. This is a table you can find in Security Breach, in which there's 5 staff bots sitting around a table. One of them looked kind of like Ballora. It's an old lady with purple hair. One of them is a magician for some reason. One of them is missing their head. That would be Crying Child. One of them is dressed up like Baby/Eleanor. That would be Elizabeth. And one of them is just wearing like a typical restaurant worker uniform. So that would be Mike.
Yeah, he's an employee, so it's Mike.
Yep. And so it's just like, this is the Afton Staffbot family. and there's a
Like
collectible on the
Fredbear's
table.
Family Diner.
Yep, it's
Yeah.
Fredbear's Family Diner on the table.
Were you privy to the discussion we had about the painting on the wall on one of T-Dread streams?
The painting on the wall.
Yeah, so okay, I think you'll like this. Just to take a quick detour on this because I think you'll find it interesting. There is a random painting right next to the Staffton table. And it appears to be of some tree branches with like little bulbs painted on. It's like a hand painted thing. And as far as I'm aware, it's a unique texture only in this part of the game, and it's not anywhere else. And the texture file is called Alberi di Legno. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Italian, but if you look that up, it's basically an Italian thing. It translates directly to wooden trees, but it's an Italian tradition where there are these like fake trees made out of wood which you decorate for Christmas. And essentially, when we were discussing this, like, why the hell would they put this poster in here, or why would they put this painting in here? What does it mean? Why would it be there? There's the binary Y is I is like attached to the front of it, and what Chat and I basically came to the conclusion on is that it's a metaphor for another David, where Alberi di Legno is taking a tree which has been cut down,
Yep.
so a dead tree,
Out
and
of
then
wood.
using the same parts from that dead tree and making a fake tree, which is a version of the thing that you're making it out of. So you're basically using the parts of something that has been killed and chopped down to recreate the thing that it's being made out of, which
That's
would be a
so
metaphor
weird.
for the mimic.
That would be
Yeah.
like this is in vanilla Security Breach.
Yep.
That would be like the most cryptic thing Steel Wool has ever done, unless Scott was
Yeah.
specifically
It's
like,
crazy.
you need this texture, it's got to be called this in Italian, don't worry, they'll figure it out
Yeah.
in 10 years.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if it is like a complete. See, my thing is if it's a weird like stock texture or something, I see no reason for it to be there. I don't see why they would choose randomly right next to this table to just add one asset that isn't anywhere else. So to me it seems intentional. I don't like it when lore is hidden in file names, because as much as they're aware that we do look at them, I think it's kind of annoying if the image itself isn't enough to kind of send you on the path of figuring out the
I agree.
the situation. But that being said, I think it works really well with what that room's story is, which is interesting.
Like, yeah, killing the Aftons
Um,
to recreate the Aftons out of the Aftons.
Yeah.
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 Huh.
But anyway,
That should be on here.
This just
That should be at the bottom. We should make
that should.
who's it's Sauce. If you're still making your own iceberg chart, make sure that that's somewhere in there.
Alberi di Legno. Pop it on.
Fetty.
Now let's see, where are we?
We're on Fetty, which I'm guessing is the name of
Fetty.
the meme thing that's right behind
Yes.
it, probably.
Maybe 5.
Wait. Don't know that game.
That sounds familiar.
I haven't read that Fright's book.
No. That's coming. That's coming up in the breakdown.
It's right after
stinger
Prankster.
attention.
Yeah. Oh, that was the prank.
That's actually the unused title for Prankster. Yeah.
They had to change it. Andrea Wagner's like, I can't work with this, Scott.
Yeah.
I can do male pregnancy,
He's
but
like,
this
oh,
one.
they'll understand. It's important. 5 Funky Nights at Freddy's. That's like a rhythm game, I think.
I'm guessing it's like a mod for something. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 song by Mando Pony. I don't know any of this community stuff. Like, I've never heard any of these songs.
There's so much in this. Yeah, this is all. How is Five Nights at Freddy's 4 the final chapter in here? That's just the name of one of the games.
Well, it's not technically called the final chapter, so you have to know that before it was released, it was originally advertised as the final chapter. Blah 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 blah. But Scott Cawthon and I changed it.
And FNAF 2 was supposed to be released in 2015. So yeah, these are teaser. The orange is like a teaser. So yeah, I guess.
Yep.
FNAF 1 to 3 Pumpkins and Lights. What's that?
What's yellow?
Oh,
Easter eggs?
pumpkins and lights. That's in on Halloween. Halloween decorations get put up in the office
Okay.
in the original 3 games.
Um,
Five Nights at Freddy's: The Untold Story. That's the original title of the Silver Eyes.
yes.
Um,
Yeah, we can skip a lot of the red ones
I
if they're just gonna be
know
YouTube
the other
videos.
two. Yeah,
FNAF 4
yeah, we talked about
was
that.
made because 3 wasn't scary enough. Yeah, we talked about the jump scare already. FNAF Roblox game being taken down in 2016. I'm guessing that there was just copyright infringement stuff.
Yeah,
FNAF World and UCN are connected. So they're
my God.
connected, and maybe you know more than me because you like do computery stuff or whatever. But if you go to Old Man Consequences in UCN and you have FNAF World installed, it'll give you the achievement in that game for getting the Old Man Consequences ending. And
Yes.
people use that for evidence that, like, Adventure Bear is the same person as the, like, UCN player or, like, something like that. I think that when Scott made that flag in FNAF World, basically, like, the thing it checks for
Copy
is
pasted it. Yeah,
also copy pasted into the files for UCN. And so, therefore,
I
like,
agree
it's an
with that.
accident.
I genuinely think that could be the case because that's something that I've thought for a while. I'm like, I don't know if that's necessarily intentional. It could be, definitely could be, but it also could just be a result of the copy paste of the code. But I will say that I do think now that the Red Bear being in OMC's like is actually important to what UCN is about, and I think it's all tied into something that I, for many years, have been very
Mm-hmm.
against, which is bite victim vengeful CC.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
that's like my whole
do
basis for my new
you
video.
do you think that, not to spoil the video, I guess, so you can be vague if you don't want to, um, would that mean that I think that Adventure Bear can be basically anybody beside Crying Child because of the way that
I
he's
think
referred to in
that
game.
I think that essentially what Red Bear Adventure Freddy is an aspect of the Crying Child's mind, which was created by Spooky Eyes to basically put the pieces in place. That's what you were
Hmm.
created for one thing. So I think he is an aspect of CC's brain which exists in his subconscious. So he's not like, it's not another ghost that's like walking around in his brain. It's he is an aspect of his own subconscious which is acting to put himself back together, and that's why in, I think it's the FNAF World Halloween DLC teaser or update 2, it says in the source code he put the pieces together. Um, so I think the idea is that in UCN we're seeing a put together bite victim speaking to Old Man Consequences in the same scenario as before, but that Red Bear sprite is still representative of Crying Child. And the reason he looks like that is, like, I think the Monty thing in Secret of the Mimic, if God David is true or some version therein, is because the reason Old Man Consequences looks like that is because that's what David remembers, or is like manifesting, and therefore when Vanny sees Old Man Consequences, he doesn't look like an alligator in Princess Quest because it's through a different lens. Um, so it should be an indicator that if Old Man Consequences appears that way because of who is like it, depending on who's looking at him, then I think it's important he's the same in World and UCN.
So it's Data Sora from Kingdom Hearts Recoded.
Yeah, sure. I know nothing about Kingdom Hearts,
You
so
guys gotta play
yes.
Kingdom Hearts if you want to understand the FNAF
I
lore.
know. I guess so. But essentially, my video is about how I think that all of the stuff in UCN, except for the fact that Bite Victim wasn't killed by William, is pointing to Bite Victim. And I think Scott wanted us to go backwards in our head and work out that William was in some way, not necessarily like the spring locking, like taking him out of the hospital or faking his death or making him one of the MCI or anything like that. But I think the fact that William says, I will put you back together, we're reminded in UCN that he was supposed to be the Fredbear plush, because in the very last cutscene before the Golden Freddy one in UCN, it's Toy Chica the high school years, and the last line is her saying "Tomorrow is another day," which is a direct callback to the Fredbear plush. So it's reminding you, oh, think back, William's the Fredbear plush. What's this all about? And the other cutscenes, which are happening interspersed between the Toy Chica ones, are Bear of Vengeance, which is about a bear and a fox having like a sibling rivalry with a Mangle, which would be Elizabeth because of the toy in her room. And like all of this imagery is being related back to Bite Victim, except for the fact that there's an issue with that we assume he's not been killed by William. But I think if William said, "I will put you back together," and the next thing immediately that happens is he flatlines, could potentially be that William killed his son or took his son off life support or whatever intentionally because he knew that he could only start the process of putting him back together once he was dead.
Okay, so I mean, even going back to what we were just saying about the staff bots, it's like you kill the thing so that you can make something out of what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I say it in the video. I'm like, it feels annoying if that was the intention, because it feels like beating a square peg into a round hole and then being like, look, I told you it could fit. You know, like you get to the conclusion before the evidence. But there's so much in UCN, which is all like loads of Bite Victim related imagery and now David related imagery, which is so out of place if it's nothing to do with Bite Victim at all. Like he's just not involved in any way. But yeah.
Someone they're all talking about Kingdom Hearts now. GiBi, I have an extremely important question. Can Freddy Fazbear cast Zeta Flare? Freddy Fazbear does not have enough mana. You need Chica, because I think that she's in FNAF World. She's like the magic user, right? She like does healing and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so also she's a duck, you know, just like Donald Duck, who's the mage in Kingdom Hearts, so only Chica can cast that.
She's a duck.
Yeah, no, Chica's a duck. Ask Markiplier.
Yeah,
listen, if Chica wasn't a duck, why do I have a rubber duck of Chica? Okay, I have merchandise that is Chica as a duck. It's canon now.
CrossCore was asking thoughts on MCI Alter S. That's where the MCI minus Golden Freddy are in Molten Freddy, and then Golden Freddy is attached to William, which I think could definitely work. I think that could absolutely be an option. I think it makes sense, considering how little Golden Freddy is explored in the games post 3, or post 4, should I say. And it would work if the idea is that when the Vengeful Spirit says, no matter how many times they burn us, they mean you and I, as in we're sharing a vessel, which is also why in the Man in Room 1280 we're showing a spirit latched onto William's body, not, just also connected to him randomly. I'd imagine that would happen after Follow Me, is that the Golden Freddy spirit just sticks to him to continue torturing him forever and keeping him alive. But I don't know.
Yeah, which could also be why, where's Cassidy in Happiest Day? Still on William.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
that's true.
Yeah, no, I have no issues with it. Like, it's not what I believe, but I don't have, like, a counter-argument to it.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I think, considering Cassidy is, like, it's the issue of there's 5 MCI victims, and they keep hammering home the 5 number, but then all of our Golden Freddy imagery ever since 4 has been directly related to Bite Victim, and Cassidy is only ever name dropped the one time in the logbook, and we don't get any like Golden Freddy specific relations to her. Like even It's Me is written by the Crying Child a lot. So I think we could argue that Cassidy is the name of a different character, and that maybe if it's the name of the puppet in game, or it's the name of the Crying Child, or I don't know. But it's just weird that we have this 5th victim that seems to do very little, and we don't get a lot about them. Like all the others are constantly reiterated on, but Cassidy just has the name in the logbook, and we never hear it again, and we don't get any more kind of Golden Freddy Cassidy related imagery. It's just strange.
Yeah, it's all, well, we're all constantly in denial about like the one you should not have killed being called a he. Because like we all want it to be Cassidy, and we're like, Cassidy could be a girl's name or could be a boy's name. but we all kind of assume it's a
Yeah,
girl.
or it could be that it's referring to the gender of the
Of
suit, not
Fredbear,
the kid, the spirit, whatever. But like again, it's like okay, we're referring to a male character related directly to Golden Freddy, with all this stuff with the Bear of Vengeance being a bear
Yeah.
with a fox, And I think my argument was that the Bear of Vengeance cartoons are a way of Scott establishing that the bite victim is actually slightly different than the interpretation we give him in the other games where we kind of because some people go, oh well, bite victim wouldn't be vengeful, he's not that type of character, but it's like I think those cutscenes are showing you what his life was like rather than his afterlife, and that we're showing, oh actually bite victim may have been more likely to hold a grudge than we initially thought.
Yeah. I
So
think him
yeah,
and
I
Mike
think
probably just had a regular older brother younger brother relationship, and like they'd
yes,
fight and they'd like prank each other or whatever. But Mike would win because he's older, and like that's just kind of how it
yeah,
goes.
yeah.
Yeah. Do you buy the theory that Bear of Vengeance can be used to determine the order that the games take place in?
I've heard this. I would need to look at it again more closely. I've there's a couple of different things in the games which you can sometimes use. Like I think there's also the Immortal and the Restless is also another one that it feels like you could maybe use it, but then it also has a weird placement of like sister location after 3, which feels strange. Um,
Yeah.
so I don't know. There's a lot of different interpretations of the mini games and stuff like that. I'd have to look at it again more closely to
Yep.
genuinely try and determine if it's an indicator of that.
Yeah, I'm very pro Bear of Vengeance is the order of the games and High School Year is the order of the murders.
Hmm.
Those are my two things.
Interesting.
All right.
Anyway, sorry, I took us on a wild
Listen,
tangent.
the only reason that the iceberg is here is to facilitate us yapping. These guys aren't here for us
This
to get
is
to the end of
true.
this iceberg. They're here for us to yap.
This is true.
Sauce says, smooth brain here, but hear me out. What y'all think on CC being Cassidy? Vengeful Spirit is Dave Murray. I think that dual process theory is plotting somewhere, clapping, you're their new best friend. Yeah, I do think that, like, Impulse Evan just put out a video, like, basically that. Is the Dave in the logbook David Murray and therefore is Cassidy crying child? And there's a lot of issues with that being the case.
Yeah.
For me, one of the bigger ones would simply be that means that when Scott wrote the logbook, David Murray existed, which, no.
Yeah, I think the main issue I have is that obviously, I can accept the idea that Scott's maybe moving a couple of things around or he's giving extra context to things that we didn't know before. But yeah, I don't think he's completely retconning what that book was supposed to be, or that book was one of those like loose threads he talked about in the Doco interview where there wasn't actually an answer and he was waiting to fill it in later. So I I think if it's any way that it's that David and the Crying Child are one and the same, not that they're the two spirits communicating with one another in the logbook. I think it's more likely, if it's anything related to that we're supposed to go, okay, so CC/Dave is the same spirit essentially speaking to whoever Cassidy is, or Cassidy could be the bite victim's name, or whatever, and the other spirit is somebody else, because there is a lot of interesting stuff. Like I was looking and I was talking to Draz actually, who's in chat now,
Yeah.
about this recently, about all the weirdness with the communication between the spirits, because we have this thing like, and whenever the logbook comes up we talk about faded text and altered text and Mike being the three characters in the logbook, and there's this weird thing where yes, we define them that way because they're most obviously communicating that way, but there's also questions that come around when you start going, okay, but also the way that the altered text, or sorry, the faded text, quote unquote, teaches the name Cassidy is by using altered page numbers. So are they the one altering page numbers? Is altered making the page numbers change and then Faded is pointing them out? Is it somehow like a subconscious thing that the person in the word search doesn't know that they're actually spelling their name? Why? But then why is Faded writing my name if it's not their name, if it's the other person's name? And then like Mike helps with some of the numbers, like some of the numbers turn red
Yeah.
on later pages, and then Mike writes the last two. It's very strange, the mechanics through which the characters help each other out. I wonder if it could be a situation where if my idea on Red Bear is correct, where it's an aspect of Cece's own mind, could we have a situation where it's actually two aspects of the crying child's name speaking to one another, and that's why when the question is asked, do you remember your name, and then in the word search it's asking what is your name, it's and then on the opposite page is a mirror and we've got all this reflection stuff, is because not because of the Dave code in the Foxy grid or anything like that. It's because they realize in that moment, oh, it's me, Cassidy. I'm the one talking. I'm the one talking to myself. Like it's a split personality sort of deal.
Yes.
Where that's why it's mirrors and reflection, is because you don't realize it, but you're actually speaking to yourself about this. Like, you are broken. I'll put you back together. It's all different versions of him speaking to himself.
It's a Ventus is inside of Sora's heart situation, but then they split into Roxas, which is only Ventus, but thinks he's Sora. Yeah, it's literally exactly that.
You know what? I literally couldn't have put it better myself, Kitty. I'm so glad you said all those words in that exact order that I know exactly what they mean, the way you said them.
I will say, like,
so
the
yeah,
reason...
if Cassidy is faded and altered, that could be interesting.
The reason I don't buy, like, Dual Process's conclusion is because if the word search name was altered, they could just alter the word search to spell their name instead of
and it's actually
jumbled.
all of the letters for Cassidy only appear in the letters which are not altered. They're only in the words which are the parts of the word search which aren't changed. So their concept of it being the changed word search is just not correct.
Yeah. I don't have an opinion on what you were saying with, like, it's two aspects of the whatever, but I'm just, the reason that I think altered, faded must be Cassidy is just because if faded was, if altered was Cassidy, he would just alter the word search.
Yeah. I think there is something to be said, and Draz brings this up, which is like the first question which is asked in the logbook, the very first thing that Faded writes is, do you remember your name? And then we go on this hunt for a name, and the name turns out to not be the one that got asked that question. It's some other kid. And all this, like, my name stuff is related to a different spirit than the one which is directly asked about their name. So it could be interesting if they are two aspects of the one spirit. And we could even maybe see that with, like, the movie going in that direction, or potentially Kelsey as a projection. That there are versions of Golden Freddy which seem to have this kind of split personality, multiple projections thing.
Yeah, so like the Golden Freddy in the movie could be like, yes, I was a real boy and my name was Cassidy, but I'm also Garrett somehow. And I love you like a brother, Mike. Yeah. I remember you. I have Garrett's memories.
Yeah, I rewatched the FNAF movie the other day with my girlfriend, and we were looking at it, and I actually, on rewatching it, I'm 100% sold on the idea that Mike is an Afton, and that they're going to do that as a reveal. Yeah, because there's a couple of things. First of all, Mike, when he's describing his family in the past, he goes, it was crazy. They were like perfect. They were like something you'd see on an old TV show. And he specifically calls it like how perfect they were. And I don't mean, a person reflecting on their family and being nostalgic isn't a common thing, or couldn't be just him remembering how perfect they were with rose tinted glasses. But with all of all of Mike's stuff with TV and stuff like that, I wonder if his family were a creation of his mind, that he was like traumatized or something and created them as like this kind of I could see it in the second movie where we see Mike as a kid and he's watching the family on TV, and he's projecting himself onto them. He's like, yeah, I wish I was a part of their family. But the main thing was first of all, Abby at one point freaks out and goes crazy and like has a big tantrum, and Aunt Jane says to Mike, "You know, that reminds me of you as a kid, Mike. You were always throwing your temper around. That's, you know, blah 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 blah." And later on in the movie, William, when he's talking to Vanessa, says, "Aren't we a little old for our temper tantrums, Vanessa?" And I'm like, we're drawing some connections here between Vanessa's behavior as a young child, and they use the same language to describe them, and Mike and Abby then. And I just wonder if there is this sort of, like, they've also got all the weirdness of why William did what he did and how he recognizes Mike and how he recognizes Garrett and all the weirdness around Garrett. And I could even see it as a case of Garrett's whole thing is somehow made up or an aspect that William has created or something, because Vanessa seems like shaky on Garrett. She doesn't give enough information on it. She says like, "Oh, I didn't even know about it at the time," or "I didn't know he was your brother. I didn't know your brother died as well." Like there's a lot of weird kind of hand wavy stuff when it comes to Mike as a kid. The only thing I will say is that Aunt Jane, it would be really weird if she's also somehow part of this like fake backstory. She kind of looks like Vanessa, so you could say something there, but it would be strange if she is part of this big lie that's going on.
Yeah, like, no matter what, William drove to Nebraska to kill Garrett. Mike's father is not Henry, because we're going to see Henry in the next movie. And he recognized Mike's last name, so it's not like he just saw a random kid. He's like, you know what I'm feeling like right now? I feel like I'm just going to grab a kid. It's like, no, he knew his name. So there's definitely something.
Something going on.
Yeah.
There's a couple of more things, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was a few things that I was like, they're being very weird and cagey about Mike's backstory in this movie, and they're kind of dancing around it a few times. I wonder if we are going to get a reveal in the next one that, oh, you didn't know, but... And there's the thing of the Golden Freddy kid on the drawing of all the kids on Spring Bonnie, having his face plastered over, and I think the kid in the drawing is wearing... I think it's the same thing that Garrett's wearing, and they've plastered the Golden Freddy kid's face over him in the drawing.
That's so weird.
Like it's a cut-out face.
He's a projection.
So he's a projection, yeah. I think we might have a scenario where the Golden Freddy kid turns out to actually be Garrett in some way. And he's also the one, he draws the yellow rabbit in the ground in the dream. Like he draws the yellow rabbit exactly how he's drawn in that picture. So I wonder if that Golden Freddy spirit is some way manipulated by Afton to be the way he is, and might actually be Garrett. I just don't like the idea that it also came up with like a fake face. Like that's not an actual kid. I don't like that at all. I think that's silly, especially even in like the Kelsey stuff. It's like, so what did Cassidy project like an entire fake person? Like, did she just come up with that kid? It's very strange.
And his parents.
And his parents. Yeah, I don't know.
and the neighbor.
I don't know.
Sauce says, by the way, I'm not saying David was always Mr. Vengeful. I'm saying the spirit's name was always David. Secret of the Mimic just made up a backstory.
Okay. So you're saying that in Ultimate Custom Night, it was supposed to be a spirit we didn't know. I always have an issue with that because of the Golden Freddy imagery at the end of the game. I see no reason for that to be there if Golden Freddy is not relevant to the story. I just don't. I don't know. It feels like a really weird ending moment for Golden Freddy to be twitching into the darkness if it's got absolutely nothing to do with the vengeful spirit whatsoever. Oh.
No, I'm just thinking. Yeah, it's also.
You're just thinking, yeah.
It's also. We come to conclusions based on, I think, really good evidence, and then apply it to something, and it fits to the new thing, and we're like, all right, that's sort of like a justification for what we already believed because it fits in there, you know.
Mhm.
And then sort of as time goes on, when that gets challenged, I always think it's important to like, start from the beginning. We're like, okay, Cassidy
Yeah.
is the vengeful spirit, and then Frights comes out, and we're like, oh, but could it be Andrew? And I think that's important
Hmm.
to ask. And I think that once you
Yeah.
actually look at the evidence, the answer is obviously no. But then there's always the like, what if Scott left it open ended in UCN in order to introduce the
Yeah.
character as Andrew in Frights? Halfway through was like, no, that's stupid. I'll do it in the next games. I don't want to use the
Yeah.
books because no one likes the books. So I'll do it in the games. And so he wrote David Murray as like, oh yeah, they'll find out this person is the vengeful spirit. And then Security Breach got delayed by like 2 years. And then, Secret of the Mimic is now just coming out. Like, I don't know if he knew it would take 7 years to get from UCN to Secret of the Mimic. Because it's possible he wrote the story that long ago. It's just only
Mhm.
now coming to fruition. So like that
See,
is possible.
I agree. That's why because my video, if anyone in the chat doesn't know, I'm working on a David, the one you shouldn't have killed video. But it essentially is like a sleeper bite victim, the one you shouldn't have killed video, which I like transition into about halfway through because of God David and the links between them. And to me, there are connections in because again, I'm trying to treat this as Scott's not just completely changing things on a whim. He's not going into UCN and rewriting the story like, oh yeah, when it came out it was Cassidy, but now I'm going to make it into David or whatever. I think the way I'm looking at it is if David Murray is being linked to the one you should not have killed, why is that happening? And if God David is the case, it's because Bite Victim Toyshink was the case back in the day, but we didn't get it. And Scott is kind of doing the thing that he talked about before, where he's clarifying something from before by relating it to this game. So stuff like, why does the vengeful spirit speak through the mediocre melodies? Because they're the creations
Yeah.
of Fiona. He would have known those characters back in the day. Pigpat, like if you don't count Mr. Hippo because he is like obviously a unique character in the way he acts in his death lines. The only other mediocre melody who doesn't speak is Pigpatch, and Pigpatch has
Heterochromia.
the heterochromia. Yeah, it is reversed. It's the wrong way around. But Pigpatch is also the only mediocre melody brought into the Help Wanted 2 FFPS levels. He's in the Helpy first aid levels. And I always thought that was weird. I was like, Pigpatch, he's not even one of the enemies in that game. Why is he being highlighted? You couldn't have made it Molten Freddy because you've got Lefty, Scrap Baby, and Pigpatch as your three enemies. And I was like, why is Pigpatch being given random importance? But if it's relating to the story of that game and the story that they're setting up now, that could be a reason. You have the OMC connections, the Moon.exe lake with Monty up, Monty's fishing game up the way. A lot of Monty imagery in this game, potentially relating to Old Man Consequences and his role. Then all the FNAF World stuff that I was talking about, and kind of tying those two ideas together. And I'm the only reason I get stuck on the idea of Cassidy, even at this point, being a character, like an actual separate character, that she's her own thing, is that there's 5 MCI victims, and I don't think it makes any sense for Bite Victim to be one of the MCI. Just because I've never
Well,
any explanation anyone's given
haha.
me, I've never liked.
You know what I'm gonna say? The principles of CASA-DCI is that Charlie counts as an MCI victim because they would have, Fazbear, what do they
Mhm.
do? If you die, they cover up your body and then 90 days later submit a missing persons report.
Mhm.
And the MCI newspaper is so vague. It's like, oh, this is, these two new murders, or two new
And
disappearances, sorry, are tied to now a total of 5 disappearances at Freddy's. So if Charlie
mhm.
was disappeared at Freddy Fazbear's 1 in 83,
Mhm.
and then 2 years later, 4 more kids go missing, now you have 5 missing kids at a Freddy Fazbear's
Yeah.
Pizza. So Charlie is number 1, and then the other 4, and then question mark.
And,
Um,
and I actually think that the Secret of the Mimic gives us more evidence to say that Charlie was killed at a Freddy's and not Fredbear's, because her designs are linked with the alt Fazbear designs on Edwin's computer, which I think is trying to show us she was being designed as a part of the Proto Freddy's. Like the puppet was made for Proto Freddy's, not for Fredbear's.
Yes.
And so therefore, and if you take the idea that maybe we're leaning into this idea that William could have potentially killed David, and that the way he did so would be a parallel to Charlie, then it would make sense if Henry is the one to take over Freddy's, that William specifically kills Charlie and commits the MCI as a way of like taking down Henry in the same way that he does to Edwin by killing David and then ruining his company. Because there's a couple of different things, like you can interpret it certain ways, like Afton could have done the MCI and got Freddy shut down on purpose so that entertainment rentals could be a success, because it says in Sister Location that after the closure of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set for a new contender in children's entertainment. So you have this motive then established for Afton that if he did want to shut down Freddy's, it would be as a way of like recovering from the closure of Fredbear's, which he worked at. And I think it's implied now that maybe he was running Fredbear's while Henry was running Freddy's. So after the closure of that, and then the failure of Entertainment or Pizza World, that he then needs a win. So he's like, well, Henry's still so successful with his stupid restaurant, I'll get it shut down, and then my restaurant will be a success. But the only issue is then you've got into like weird timeline things of when was Charlie killed, when was Bite Victim killed, which order of events did they go in? Did he kill Charlie, then Bite Victim died, then a few years later he commits the MCI? Is Charlie just like lumped in with them? Do we even know anymore that she was killed in 83? Like what's the evidence for her dying in 83 at this stage?
Don't say that. Faz ends at the chat. Don't say that.
Yeah,
he's gonna go off. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess.
I think.
Yeah, I guess Midnight Motorist. If you think it's about him coming back from Charlie's death, I think that the most sensical, like on the surface answer is Bite Victim is the runaway, and Mike is on the couch watching TV, because that's like the one thing we know Mike does. And so you've got two male characters living in the Afton house as Afton comes home from killing Charlie. So that would presumably be before Bite Victim is bitten.
At Fredbear's, which we know was simultaneous with Freddy's. So like that would be evidence for Charlie 83. If the runaway is CC, then that's evidence for Charlie 83, is what you're saying. Which then discounts the dice being 87 or whatever.
Yeah, well, something I do find interesting about those dice is that the dice that has the 7 on it also has 2 3s on it, which is not typical of dice, obviously. So I wonder if that is like a meta reference to the FNAF 4 teasers, which is like they show 87 at first, but when you look closer, there's 83s that kind of become more relevant. Now that kind of is a bit of copium, I have to admit. I think it's not bad evidence, because I don't see why they'd put 2 3s on that dice if it's nothing to do with it. But I think it is interesting that of all games to be relating to it, it's Midnight Motorist, which is related to FNAF 4 characters, and therefore you can extrapolate that, okay, 87 is still an important number to FNAF 4, as are the 2 3s. Like, if it was just 2 number 1s or whatever, I'd say, oh, it's just a texturing fault. But it's the fact that it's 2 3s and a 7 next to an 8 is very FNAF 4 coded in general.
Yeah. If it wasn't for 5 Laps at Freddy's, what would your opinion on Midnight Motorist MCI be? I know that you don't believe it, but like people think I'm crazy because FLAF exists. But is that something you'd even still consider? That orange guy is the father of an MCI victim?
No, I've never been a huge fan of that idea, but it's not to do with the actual like evidence within the game itself. It's more so to do with the framing of that game and the choice of minigames that Scott had, right? So we have Charlie killed in Security Puppet. We have Susie killed in Fruity Maze. And then we have this third minigame, which, from my point of view, Scott's making the last game, presumably in his original series, except for UCN. And this is one of the lore keeper endings. Like, we're trying to basically, I imagine the way he's looking at it is like, these solve the lore. I'm giving importance to all the different characters. I'm, putting a stamp on each of the events, and I'm connecting them, and people will figure it out. So we've got a mini game that covers Charlie's death. We've got a mini game that covers Susie's death, and then we have this other mini game, which is, to me, it would be redundant to have this really in-depth mini game where we've got a main character and we've got multiple locations and we've got multiple things
And
going
it's just
on,
Fritz.
and then it's just Foxy. So it's just another one of the MCI. So I'd be like, if we had 5 mini games and all of them were about different kids and there was questions about who they were about, I would say, yeah, well, it makes sense if they're all about different MCI kids. But I think Susie is sort of that the Fruity Maze minigame is representative of the MCI as an event. And then we've got the security puppet, which is representative of Charlie and her role in the story. So to me, it makes sense that we're driving in the purple car with the same fenders or the same tire skirts as are shown in Save Him. It's the same car. It's yellow. It's related to Afton. It's kind of his other color. He's trying to separate it from Mike being purple and sister location. We've got a guy on a couch watching TV. We've got a kid running away, locked in his room. All this kind of FNAF 4 related imagery. I'm going, okay, what's the other big unsolved thing that we don't know at the minute? And it's like, oh, it's FNAF 4. It's the crying child. It's Michael. Like, what are their roles in this? How do they tie into this? And I think that makes the most sense to me in terms of what Scott might be doing with that mini game. Like, why would he just make another erroneous, for some reason, way more in-depth mini game about just one of the other MCI kids? Because then it's like, well, why do we have the Mound? Why do we have juniors? Why do we have the whole like plot line if it's just one of the MCI kids had an abusive dad before they died? Like, it's sad. If that was the only mini game, I would be way more open to it. I think it becomes a bit redundant when we've got one mini game about Charlie and then 2 mini games about 2 random victims of the MCI. Just irrelevant.
Well, Green Guy.
That's my take on the Runaway.
Yeah, I have one thing like to argue against that and one thing to argue in favor. So Green Guy is Jeremy, the FNAF 2 guard, right? Because it's juniors. So there's Jeremy, the MCI kid, would be the son of Jeremy, the night guard. So you have, if Yellow Guy is the father of Fritz and Green Guy is the father of Jeremy, then we're just kind of missing representation for Gabriel. And like, I don't know how you'd like, put that into one of the, in the games, but it does kind of fill out that roster. Because even if people are like, well, Orange Guy is William, because like he has to be important. It's like, oh, well, then is Green Guy Henry, or is he allowed to not be important? I will say in favor of your argument, I think this is something that Candy Bunny says, which is that assuming that the DCI is real, and also assuming that schedule theory is real, there's a lot of dead kids, like potentially dozens. And so her thing is that Scott uses the MCI kids as a stand-in for all the dead kids, and Scott uses Susie as the stand-in for all the MCI kids.
Yeah. She is representative of that group. That's the event we're kind of covering there. And I did think John FNAF's video recently about Midnight Motorist and about the other 2 games is really interesting, because a detail I completely forgot, and I'm surprised has not been brought up more often, is that Fruity Maze ends with a car alarm going off. And then we obviously have this related imagery of the dog clearly have been run over, the car driving away in Midnight Motorist, all this kind of stuff. So one could argue there is supposed to be some sort of through line between all 3 games, relating them all together, and that would be, like, I know Draz is talking about it in chat a bit, like an MCI 83 sort of deal, where all of these events may have been occurring more closely together than we currently realize, which would work with Charlie being one of the MCI victims and not Bite victim. Which could be very interesting. But in terms of Bite victim as a member of the MCI or Charlie being an MCI victim, I think it's way, way more likely that Charlie is the 5th victim, because in all the games leading up to in 2 and 3, Charlie is constantly lumped in with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Fredbear is always separate. He's always his own thing, like completely on its own from the other characters. Like even in FNAF 2, on the desk, you've got the 4 plushies of the main cast on the left-hand side of the desk, then all the other stuff, and then Fredbear, the Golden Freddy plush, is sitting on the complete opposite side of the desk, separate from the others. And then in Happiest Day, you've got Charlie and the 4 main cast on one side of the table, and Golden Freddy on the other. You have Save Them with Charlie giving, or sorry, not Save Them, Give Life, with Charlie giving life to the other 4, and then Golden Freddy shows up randomly at the end. There's a lot of stuff going on with Charlie being linked with the others. Like there's even in the modern games, like Help Wanted 2, you've got the Fall Fest poster with Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and the puppet in the background as a scarecrow in the field. So it's like even now we're still connecting Charlie and the MCI. The Faz Force figures, they've got all 6 of them together. But I suppose, again, it's like she's not. I don't think she's ever been considered separate to the group. It's very rare we see her, other than her being killed outside on her own.
Yes,
that's the only thing.
And the my argument for Casa DCI has always been like, the only reason that we don't group her in with the others is because she was introduced in a different game. She was introduced 6th, so people separate her from the other 5, and I think that that's sort of a faulty way of thinking. It's like, well, in story, there could be a million reasons for that. Any one of them could be the odd one out, not necessarily her because she was introduced differently. People in chat saying, what if it's not juniors? What if it's JRs? Obviously, that could still work if the guy's name is Jeremy. People said, where is it?
If it's JRs, they should have put like periods between the letters.
Yep.
Because, yeah.
Fredbear and Friends. This is Draz yapping about stuff. It's Fredbear and Friends. So, like, yeah, the other 4 are his friends. I don't know.
That's true.
Which fits with, Crying Child. These are my friends.
Yeah. That is fair. But I mean more so with the kids themselves rather than the characters, because it seemed to be in the beginning anyway that Fredbear was intended to exist alongside the other 4. It is weird that Puppet isn't at all. This is my thing. I never, before Secret of the Mimic, thought that Freddy's existed alongside Fredbear's. I always took it as, Fredbear's existed, and they planned Fredbear and Friends as either a relaunch of the restaurant or it was a cartoon which introduced more characters. So in the way of, like, you go to McDonald's and Ronald McDonald might be there, but like the Hamburglar and the Grimace and whatever, they're not all there, but they're his friends. Like, they're just characters, and you can buy merch for them, like you can buy toys for them, but they're not the actual physical robots there. But what happens is Bite Victim gets bit, the restaurant shuts down, and then they have to quickly rework the brand, and so they get rid of Fredbear and they just keep him as like a side show thing in Freddy's. And then Freddy's, the restaurant, opens because in the logbook there's a page which is about PR disasters and like reworking the brand after a PR disaster. And Michael draws a picture of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza with Fredbear's face covered in blood on it. And it's like, to me, that's Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is a response to the bite. And that was what the rebrand, quote unquote, was. But now we have Secret of the Mimic.
Yeah, I always thought, just because I think that Crying Child dies and then he kills Charlie at Freddy's within weeks, like days, weeks, or months, right? Like close by. So I always thought that Fredbear's and Freddy's existed at the same time, at least for a little while. And that I
think that's what's most likely now, definitely.
Yeah, I don't think that the bite of 83 shut down Fredbear's. I think that the Springlock incident probably shut down Fredbear's. If that
Well, I think the Springlock incident happened at Circus Babies.
That's true. Which, like, again, it's one of the things that makes sense because the guy literally says the sister location. So if Scott was a straightforward storyteller, there's nothing else he could mean, you know?
I have the whole bit in my sister location video where I just have a huge rant where I freak out. I like animated Freddy freaking out about it. Where why in your game that you name sister location named after the reference to that? Like when the poster for sister location came out, we all went, "Oh my god, we're gonna find out what that thing was in FNAF 3." Like that's the intention. And he on night 4 in sister location, you end up in a Springlock suit, and she makes reference to a Springlock failure or something having happened with this suit. They never used it. It was too dangerous. And then in night 4 in FNAF 3, they talk about a sister location where a Springlock incident occurred. And it's like, if Scott doesn't mean that it was the sister location that happened in, that's insane. He's actually insane.
The problem is, she says, it was, for my old pizzeria, it was never used, at least not the way it was meant to be used. And we know that William killed in a Springlock suit. So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
it wasn't
so you can
used
take it
because
as like, oh, he used
William wore it and he killed someone with it. But then that's not the failure.
But the issue then is, why would they have a Springlock suit at her pizzeria if it was opened after they were already shut down? Like, if Springlocks were already decommissioned by the time that Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, why would they have a Springlock there at all if they'd already stopped using them? I think the implication, and it's a poorly written line, but I think the implication is Circus Baby is saying nobody ever used this suit properly, so then they never used it again because it was too dangerous. It wasn't used the way it was meant to be used, so somebody got springlocked, and then they never used it because it was too dangerous because of that. Like this,
it was
I don't think it was
operated
ever used.
improperly. It wasn't. They used it the way it wasn't meant to, and so it failed.
Nobody ever used it for its purpose. At least not the way they were supposed to, which caused a failure, which is what she means by it being too dangerous.
That's such a wow. Like I'm Mr. Like, okay, we're gonna analyze the grammar, but then we're also gonna keep in mind that once you're analyzing grammar, you're already doing something wrong.
Yeah.
If she didn't deliver the line that way, I think that would
Yeah.
obviously be what she means. So I wonder if when Scott wrote it, he's like, yeah, of course that's what I mean. And then when she read it, when she delivered the line, she sort of like gave a spin on it, so it kind of sounds different. That's really good.
It's only the fact that it's an interjection in the middle of the sentence. Like, if she had said, "I don't think it was ever used. It was too dangerous. At least it wasn't ever used the way it was meant to be." That would be fine. It's the fact that she said it in the middle of the sentence, or if she had said before, "It was never used the way it was meant to be used," but then it was, they never used it again because it was too like any other variation on that sentence would make it so much clearer. It's just the fact that it's an in the middle interjection where she's like, "It was never used, not the way it was meant to be used, too dangerous," makes them feel like they're weirdly interconnected. But I think it's supposed to be, because we're in sister location, the game that is named after the event in FNAF 3, which is referenced. Like, Ralph calls it a sister location. We didn't know what that was. We assumed it was Fredbear's at the time because it was the only other thing we knew about. But then Scott makes a game named after that as a reference to it. As a way, I think that was in the way Scott talks about the box. That was one of those loose threads. That was him leaving himself a door to go look at. And then he goes, okay, what am I going to make the 5th game about? Oh, I can make it about that sister location I never talked about, and talk about that Springlock failure. And that's the idea, is that it gets decommissioned as a result of that.
Yeah. And it's so, like, the FNAF 2, right? You're making a sequel to Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's flash back to 2014. Yeah. What do you make it about? It's like, well, there was exactly one dangling plot thread in FNAF 1. It was the bite of 87. So that'll be the plot of the entire game.
Yeah.
I also think me and you are on the same page that he may have originally wanted what we call the DCI to be the MCI. Yeah. Because, like, what else would you depict in that game that's a prequel? So what kind of, not confuses me, but what makes me go, okay, I'm only 95% convinced, is just that the plot of Sister Location isn't about that Springlock incident. Unless they hid the body in the vent. But, like, that wouldn't be a thing they do. Like, also, that means someone gets...
It's more like Scott has this idea for a game.
Yeah.
and he goes, okay, where will I set it? Oh, I can make it that sister location. That's kind of a cool title, and it'll be about a sister. So it's a sister location. It's the sister location. It's the location of where his sister is. And I can explain that springlock suit, because why is the springlock suit in the game? Other than that, like, there's no reason for it to be in the game.
It's one of the challenges.
No, but as in like,
I know.
In terms of the story, like, why did Scott choose to make it a springlock suit on that specific night in that specific game? There's no in my head, it is completely, it can't be anything else, because there's no hint of springlock failures in 4. Like, we see them being used.
Correct.
And I don't see why we'd have this big event, which is like horrendous, and a bunch of children see another child die in public. They have measures as well in the different locations to avoid. Oh yeah, and if it was Fredbear's was closed, I suppose if the two of them are open at the same time, it's fine. But I was going to say, if the springlock failure is what closes Fredbear's, then Freddy shouldn't really have springlock suits. But I think that's probably just a result of the two of them being open at the same time. But we don't ever see anything to do with springlock failures at the sister location. I think by the time of, when do you think Fredbear's close?
Well, the springlocks have to be decommissioned before the MCI, so it could literally be anywhere between 83 and 85. It also has to be before. Okay, so Phone Guy vaguely remembers. Phone Guy vaguely remembers that Fredbear's Family Diner existed, but he didn't work there. But he also recorded the Springlock suit training tape, so he had to work there before they were decommissioned, and possibly while Fredbear's was still in operation, but maybe it shut down quickly after that. I don't know.
I think if he doesn't know about Fredbear's that much, and like he's talking about it as if it's, he's speaking about Fredbear's in FNAF 2 like it's much older than Freddy's. Like, I think Scott kind of shot himself in the foot when he made them all take place within the course of 4 years. But like, as in 3 to the MCI, or sorry, FNAF 4, then the MCI, and then FNAF 2 all take place within the span of 4 years. The way he's talking about Fredbear's in FNAF 2, though, he's talking about it like it's this ancient thing that he doesn't even remember. Oh, I think it was called Fredbear's Family Diner. But to me, it would make less sense if Fredbear's was open during the time that he was working at Freddy's, and then for him to refer in FNAF 2 to Fredbear's as if it's this like old thing that's been closed for ages. You know, like he talks about the Freddy's restaurant as the last one, the previous location, but then he's talking about the original restaurant, quote unquote, as something older, as something before that. If Scott didn't intend on the Springlock suit in sister location on the night where Springlock suits are mentioned and a sister location is mentioned in FNAF 3, if he didn't mean that, I'll just quit. I'll just leave my channel. If that gets converted, I'll just say, you know what, never mind.
There's no logic.
I'm going insane because you two are. Hatster says, I'm going insane because you two are forgetting Secret of the Mimic. I assume you're talking about like Springlock failures in Secret of the Mimic. Like, we know Springlock failures have occurred.
So they could also mean they could also have not heard your disclaimer where you said like, I thought this before Secret of the Mimic. I think that Scott didn't conceive of Secret of the Mimic when he wrote that line in 3, and so to include the Springlock suit in sister location and have that still not be the answer to the question, and then answer it years later in Secret of the Mimic would be, again, not impossible, right? Whenever we talk about like the writing of the franchise, whenever like it's impossible, we're saying it's such bad writing that if it's the case, none of what we're doing matters. If there's no logic in the series, then there's no point in being a theorist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, like, yes, Springlock failures obviously must have occurred before they were decommissioned, because they talk about them in those FNAF 3 tapes. Like, he talks about the potential of a Springlock failure and bleeding out and don't bleed out in front of customers and blah, 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 blah. Part of what I think could be interesting if we're going with this idea that the Springlock failure was at circus babies is why, and this is a question you just have to ask in FNAF 3 as well. Why did a springlock failure get them decommissioned if we already know there has been multiple decommissioned, or there has already been multiple springlock failures?
I think
And I wonder,
simultaneous, multiple. I think complete failure. It killed someone. Multiple
is the
simultaneous
issue,
failure.
yeah.
Because in Secret of the Mimic, they're like, he spilled soda on his hand and like he almost lost the hand. I don't think there's ever been
Yeah.
a 100% you got crushed thing before.
I mean, they do say do move to a private area before you bleed out. Like, they are at least aware of its potential,
Yeah.
like, to kill somebody. I wonder, though, could it be that William, as he was, like, preparing for circus babies, could have been the one that got springlocked? Not that he was killed, but that he potentially could have been the one. And this is not part of my theory, but I'm just thinking about it now. Could he have been the one which was...
It's very Silver Eyes.
Yeah, because he is springlocked in the Silver Eyes. Could it be that he got springlocked at Circus Babies and got them decommissioned, because they were a threat to him, as opposed to, and it would be his location as well. I will say, in the week before, I know there's questions now about all the canonicity of all the books all the time, which is so funny that, like, we got the answer to the book debate, except no, we didn't. We actually have more questions now. But they do refer to Fredbear's multiple times in that book as, like, the predecessor, the old days, the Fredbear days, all this kind of stuff. So to me, it seems like Fredbear's, even if Freddy's did open in 1983 alongside it, the Fredbear's era is considered to be the predecessor to the Freddy's days. Like, they even call it literally the predecessor to Freddy's in the week before multiple times. And that's always the impression I got anyway, that, like, even the fact that the classic suits, which is what Fungi refers to when he's talking about Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, they have been moved from Fredbear's to Freddy's by the time of the MCI. Like, that's why we're getting Springlock tapes in the MCI location, is because the classic suits, as he refers to them, have been transferred from a closed down Fredbear's into a currently operating Freddy's.
Right. So if there's operational Springlock suits at Freddy's, that can't have been what closed Fredbear's.
Yes. Because these are also the suits that are coming from Fredbear's, because they're the classic suits. It's not that they've made a new set of Springlocks for Freddy's. They are specifically the classic suits, i.e. Fredbear and Spring Bonnie.
And yes, it's literally the Spring Bonnie that he wears.
Yeah. So I think that, to me, is that Fredbear's closes because of the big bite, because it's such a public, horrendous incident that you can't really come back from. A child died in front of everybody after he got bit in the head by our main mascot. I think it's hard to come back from that. At his birthday, yeah, like in front of the whole town. And we are told with all the kids in town that they're all going to be there. I know we don't see them in game, but we're told that they are all going to be at his birthday.
Yes.
Seeker of Confidence. Have you seen My Elizabeth Died in 78 crack theory? I have seen bits and pieces. I'm not remembering it just off the top of my head. It's really annoying. I can't seem to go to my community tab on PC. I can only do it on my phone, which is very annoying. But I will check that out. I think I would argue in favor of Elizabeth 78. It doesn't work with what we've just been talking about her dying, or with the Springlock suit being Pizza World, but Midnight Motorist, the mound would just be Elizabeth in that situation, if she did that first.
Which it does make sense. Two things. One, Cross Corp 64 coming back from playing Nintendo Land. That's dope. The Wii U is amazing. I will say that going back to the Springlock suit, that means that at Circus Baby's day 1, William or someone gets Springlocked, Elizabeth gets babied, and he has to tell the public that there were gas leaks, and then it never opens again.
See, I was thinking about this. Either it's on day 1, or the reason it's never used the way it was meant to be used, or whatever, was because it was during like training. It was like as the restaurant was setting, because you know, you don't have everyone show up on day one and just go, okay, everybody, let's go. Like for your new restaurant, which is supposed to be your big opening, and there's a lot of hubbub about it. They say in the lead up in that leaks teaser. I can buy the idea that the Springlock incident happened before the restaurant properly opened, which is also why it's only being referred to as the sister location, as opposed to Circus Babies or anything like that. It's like it's still in its early stages.
As in, like, it might not even be
Alex, I did see
called
your
Circus Babies.
yeah, or
Yeah.
it could be, or it could just be still under wraps. It might still be like in Fazbear Entertainment. They're just kind of referring to it as the sister location. It's not necessarily like a public thing
Yeah.
yet. I think regardless, that's a question. But yeah, I mean, they also don't even say anything about the sister location having been affected necessarily by the Springlocks, only that the Springlocks themselves are being decommissioned. There is questions about if William could have potentially done it on purpose. There's a couple of reasons he might have done that to get the Springlocks decommissioned and moved to Freddy's so that he would have a Springlock to use in Freddy's. But then there's also questions of like, why would he want them decommissioned if he wants to blend in? You know, there's a couple of different things you can argue for and against. Absolex, I did see your Saturn in Moon.exe, and I saw your video on Alchemy, which I thought was really good. I thought that was a really good video. It's very interesting.
Yeah, Alchemy, and then Epsil did one about the history of like lace factories and how they are related to like the current era of AI taking over jobs and like what that has to do with old factory work and stuff like that. Both of those are fantastic videos.
I haven't seen that. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. Actually, I didn't think of that because I know a little bit about the kind of the history of that. That's very
like,
interesting.
Like carpet. Cool. I'm gonna say it wrong, but like, you know, the machines that made carpets, you basically programmed like a mechanical computer to do the same pattern over and over. And so, like, carpet weavers were basically the first computers, and so to have that be where the mimic was made is a really thematic, interesting point.
Really cool. Yeah, and having it burned down in Moon.exe, that's really cool. Thoughts on Golden Freddy being used in the FNAF 2 location, like as a public character, since there's a drawing of him? These withered drawings that people point out as like, oh, the wizards were used in the summer and then they closed down and then they opened up again. I don't think that's the case. I think either it's a case of the drawings are actually from the original Freddy's, like from the new Freddy's that opened up, because I don't think the posters themselves say anything about like new and improved. I think they just say my day at the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which could be true of the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the brand new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So they could be drawings from the previous location, or it could just be that Scott was drawing stuff as like he was trying to make them creepy, uncanny drawings. So even though the kids are technically drawing toy Chica, it just looks messed up, and so we think it is like Withered Chica.
Do you think that
I don't know if you have any different thoughts on that.
Do you think in MCI location they looked like the Wizards?
I think now that if the Unwithereds do exist, which I would love for them to, but I actually don't.
Are you saying Unwithereds to mean they used to look like the classics, or there's an unseen form that we would call the Unwithereds?
So when I say Unwithereds, I mean like Withered Chica, but just has her hands and her jaw isn't messed up, and Bonnie has a face, and like my avatar on Withered Freddy is just Withered Freddy without the holes. I think based on the lack of like, we have yet to see any form of Unwithereds in the games except for the FFPS billboard, which has the like Withered Freddy pose as like the logo. Other than that, we have no evidence of Unwithereds existing, so I think it might just be an art style thing. That like, Scraptrap didn't like change the entire physical layout of his body. It's just between games, the art style shifts a little bit. So if you in universe went to Freddy's Zero, the classics would be there, like we see in Secret of the Mimic. They look like the classics. And then in the FNAF 2 pizzeria, the Wizards, quote unquote, would just be the classics, but with pieces missing. Like they wouldn't look like a physically different robot. I think it might just be an art style change.
Okay.
I don't like it, but I think that might actually be what it is.
That's the unwithered truth.
But that's literally what the unwithered truth
Yes.
is. That's literally what it is. It's that they don't exist. Yeah, I think it's interesting to speculate. It's obviously not the most important thing because it's just what the robots looked like. But Secret of the Mimic in '79 having the classics is pretty big unwithered denial to me.
Yes.
But yeah, it's obviously not the most important thing. But I think that those drawings in FNAF 2, My Day at the New Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where they've got like pictures of Golden Freddy and what looks like it could be like Chica, Withered Chica, or Unwithered Chica, quote unquote. I think they could just be from the previous location where those characters were active, and they've just put up those posters as a way of like promoting the new place and making it not look super bare.
Yeah, you also have the problem, right? Like those drawings, this kind of goes back to Scott, like sort of making the games as he goes, right? Like I think that the DCI may have originally meant to be the MCI, but then when he was done with development, he had to change it because it didn't work. There's a child drawing of Lefty in FNAF 6 in your office day one. That's just impossible.
And the rock stars.
Yes, which is possible that canonically you have the rock stars, whatever, but you definitely don't have Lefty day 0. So that has to be sort of a meta, like that's for the player type thing. Unless Henry drew in crayon, mimicking the drawing of a child for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I guess. See, I also wonder how much of FFPS is literal. Because there's a lot of questions
The
about
lawsuits.
like what did Michael buy, what didn't he buy? Oh yeah, the lawsuits. But the lawsuits are even a weird thing because some of them seem to reference events from the past, and then what Henry seems to make it seem like there isn't actually a real pizzeria; it's all fake. You know, a maze of sounds and smells that you know of children you'll never reach, or whatever he says. And I think we could look at a situation that the tycoon gameplay of FFPS is not actually happening. Like, or if it is happening, it's not like we're opening it up every day and having kids come around and you know, like it could be an entirely falsified front.
Yes, which
but that would be very. It would be very, very.
It'd be cheating.
Non-literal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do think that there's a lot more people who believe that now that Secret of the Mimic came out, and we sort of see, like, the place where... So, in Security Breach, right, you have the FNAF 6 location underneath the Pizzaplex. Now, in Secret of the Mimic, in that same spot, we see the Proto-Freddy's. And it's like, well, if Proto-Freddy's and FNAF 6 are the same place, and it was always underground, then... Is it possible that it was never a real thing? But then what about the one screen where it shows like a boarded up window shack that's on the surface? Does that disprove that, or is that screen also fake?
Or where do the animatronics go in the back alley, quote unquote, when they're like lined up against the wall? Where is that? Is that just on the surface? There's another pizzeria. I know people for years thought it was Fredbear's, but I'm not. I like that idea because of the ending where it began idea. But I don't know.
There's no evidence for it. Yeah.
People are saying the Proto Freddy's is not the FNAF 6 location.
Well, it's underneath.
I don't know.
I don't know. Fazburger.
I don't know why it's there and like the giant golden Freddy head. Like obviously it's not the same one in Security Breach, but I'm also like, so what, are there two giant golden Freddy heads down there, and one of them looks like classic Freddy and one of them looks like Glamrock Freddy? Or is that just a bit of, oh, actually art style retcon? Like, actually it was classic Freddy. We just didn't know that when we made Security Breach.
And then even for FNAF 6, it's like the insanity ending. It's like, is Henry in the other room calling the ambulance to take you away? Like, at what point does he figure out it's Mike? Because if it's any time before the last 5 seconds of the game, he wouldn't treat Mike the way that he does.
In
FNAF
like
6.
in the other endings,
Yeah,
where
he
he's
wouldn't do
kind
the
of,
other
like,
endings if he
sending
knew
Mike
it
to an
was
insane
Mike.
asylum.
Yes.
Well, I guess the question, I know we always work on the assumption that other endings can happen. It's just that the canon ret is what did happen. But I wonder, does that raise questions of like, would Henry in any scenario have sent Mike for insanity, or is that an element of, I don't know, because then in Help Wanted we see the same slideshow in Help Wanted 2 that's in FFPS. So it seems to imply that it is an actual real slideshow that was shown and they recovered somehow. But then it's like, is that from the in-universe version of FNAF 6? So they're playing that in Help Wanted 2? Like,
Oh my god. Yeah, we have so many
I guess,
layers in FNAF of,
yeah.
Well, that was the in-universe video game. That one was a dream. That's Illusion Gas. This one's actually an Agony Manifestation. And that one was a retcon. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. I that's, like, I wish they would be a little bit, because I don't mind the idea of retcons in general. I think if they genuinely are done to improve the story, I think they are okay as long as they are made clear. I am still infuriated by the idea of Scott making a Reddit post and saying, uh, "Oh, I never do retcons except for one time, but I'm not going to tell you what it was." That's like, well, now you've just opened up every debate to being like, well, I actually believe that this thing that you're talking about that I disagree with was the retcon. So now we have like these questions of, do they do retcons? Do they not? Does Scott not do them, but Steelwool does? If they do, what's a retcon? What's not? What's a hint? What isn't? What's a this? What's the other? Like,
Yeah, like
to me, I see a giant golden Freddy head underneath the MCM next to a Freddy's building, and I think immediately of a golden Freddy head underneath the Pizzaplex next to a Freddy's building. But are they the same one, or is it just parallels, or is it they're the same one but they get changed, or is it Fate Fiona? Does she happen to make another fake pizzeria? I don't know.
Like, also, the definition, even amongst, like, normal people, by which I mean not Scott Cawthon, the definition of retcon has so many different meanings. Because Edwin Murray's existence is a retcon. It was not intended during FNAF 1, right? Like, that is very obviously a retcon.
Everything's a retcon.
So is, when Scott said he doesn't do retcons, does he mean he doesn't realize he's written himself in a corner, so he overrides something he had previously said by putting it in a different context, right? Like, I always go to the, in A New Hope, Obi-Wan says that Darth Vader betrayed and murdered your father, and then in the next movie we find out that Darth Vader is his father. So then in Return of the Jedi, they have to have Obi-Wan say, well, from a certain point of view, I wasn't lying because the man that was your father died. Which was never the intention when they wrote the script. When they wrote New Hope, Vader was not his father. So that is 100% a retcon. Exactly. But it fits because it's an in-universe lie. So, like, would Scott count that? I don't know. Whether or not I do doesn't matter. Whether Scott does matters.
I think based on that, and it's only my interpretation of his words, but based on how the series has been written, at least from... I mean, like, you can argue about 2 being a retcon, because, like, he didn't plan the... Sorry, I nearly had a heart attack.
What?
I saw Scott Cawthon in the chat, but someone said fake Scott right next to it. I was like, good.
If you could say one thing to real Scott right now, what would it be?
Yeah. We should ask ChatGPT to pretend to be Scott. No, I think the way I look at that Reddit post is what he's saying is, I don't just change stuff that was in the games on a whim. I don't say, actually, the bite of 87 never happened. It actually happened in 83. He says, okay, you didn't know, but actually there was another bite, and we just never talked about it until now. And actually you didn't know, but the FNAF 4 dreams were actually an experience in a bunker or whatever, if you believe that.
or you actually didn't know it, but the fun times were actually established way before the MC, all this kind of stuff where obviously no, it wasn't intended before this, but when he gets to that point, he finds a way of making it still align with what's in the games, like physically what you can see on screen. You're not going to play any FNAF game, bar the one exception that he talks about, and see anything on screen that isn't still literally what happened. You can't you're not going to go back into FNAF 2 and go, oh man, I remember when the toys existed. That was fun, but now we know they don't exist because we saw the 87 location and they were never there. Like, what we're thinking is, no, he's not retconning that, but there's only one detail ever in the series that was on screen and confirmed that he took out, and that's what I think is I think those are the newspapers in FNAF 1 about the killer getting arrested.
Yeah.
Because we have no evidence of the killer being arrested beyond that first game, and it makes sense that he makes the first game and he goes, okay, the killer got arrested, who cares, it's about the ghosts. And then he makes more games and he goes, oh, I kind of want to bring that killer back, but it makes it confusing if he's been arrested and then I have to explain where he went and I don't really have time. You know what? That's the one thing I'm going to change. He didn't get arrested, and that's it. And then we move on.
Yeah, and if you read...
it doesn't mean...
by the time he said there's been one retcon, right? That was after the Silver Eyes, in which they said he was arrested but then let go, right? So he kind of used the books to explain that away as a retcon.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
My thing is that it still sort of comes down to trying to read Scott's mind, because he says the retcon was pretty seamless. Something that is directly stated to us on screen being patched up by a book that you explicitly said cannot be used to explain the lore is not seamless to me.
See, this is the other thing, and this is like I was talking about this when we were going through. I think it was TD was playing Security Breach, and I was tagging along, and somebody brought up that Steel, or I think it was J Top in the John interview, had said, "Oh yeah, there's stuff in Security Breach no one's found," and I was saying that, first of all, that's a great way to get people to go back and play your game. But second of all, we don't know what J-Top has seen. We don't know if J-Top hasn't read every Reddit thread and doesn't necessarily watch our videos. He watches John or he watches Game Theory. We don't know that he watches our videos or has seen our videos. We don't know that somebody hasn't made a big theory and they're just not aware of it, that they thought that it's still a missing detail. So when Scott said it was pretty seamless, that's based on his evaluation at the time of what people were talking about. Maybe the thing, like just say it was the killer, being retconned to be arrested. Maybe that was a huge discussion at the time, and Scott just wasn't aware of it, or it wasn't in the channels that he was tuned into. His main thing was Game Theory, and Game Theory never really brought it up. So
he did say that some people did notice it. He explicitly said some people noticed it, but it was pretty seamless. So then it's how
to me that's like Game Theory didn't bring it up.
Yeah, because I'm sure that he probably twiddled his fingers and he'd go on Reddit and he'd type in Dave Afton to see if anyone figured it out, and then the day that one person did, he's like, oh haha, they found it. It doesn't matter to him that it took the rest of the community 5 years to catch up. As far as he was concerned, the puzzle was solvable because one guy on Reddit did solve it. Yeah. So he's like, I don't need to clarify that. They'll figure it out one day. We have two super chats. Gabriel says, I don't think the Wizard's design can be entirely meta since they're still using the designs in the movie, so it has to have an in-universe explanation. I would say that the movies... I'm very
curious what the in-universe explanation is.
Yeah, I think...
For the movie.
The movies using the iconography of the games doesn't... I don't think the movie should be used for any lore. Any lore at all.
If the movie happens where they're fighting the toy animatronics the whole time, and at the end they go back to the pizzeria from the first game and the Wizards walk out of the dark and they go, you guys are all broken down, that'll just confirm to me that it's purely art style, because there's no reason that their bodies should have shifted into a different configuration and have a different shaped jaw and face and whatever.
Chica has totally different teeth now.
I think, and they all look completely different. That will be art style, because that'll just be them using the iconography to explain it. If, however, they have some sort of explanation that the kids were actually stuffed into these suits, but then they were taken out of them, and these are the old suits, and they put them back on, or their ghosts go back into them, or something like that, then I'll be more open to the idea that in universe there is a genuine explanation for why they look so different.
Yeah, it's a
I don't know if they'll do that, but we'll see.
the idea that like withered Foxy was repaired into classic Foxy, who's also broken, is very silly.
And then also got broke. Yeah.
Yes, and,
And I think it makes the
broken.
most sense. Like see, that's the thing where I think you can look at the retcon idea that like Scott, when he made 1, may have had the idea already that Foxy was the one that did the Bite of 87, which is why he's out of order. So then he makes 2, and he's like, oh, okay, well, I'm going back to that year anyway. So what if they're all kind of broken down like Foxy is, and he's just not repaired because, you know, he does the bite, and then, you know, they don't bother fixing him because they're going to put him out of order when he goes back, you know, something like that. And that could be the case of, yeah, I'm not changing it, you know, it's just that we don't necessarily know all the pieces. Because also, for anyone to say like it's a retcon that Scott made it that William was the Fredbear plush, we don't know. Right? Like, we can't say for sure that the Fredbear plush was not always William. I don't think it was. I think when the game came out, it was something different. But I wouldn't say that Scott would count that as a retcon, even if it was a thing that happened behind the scenes. Because in his head, the Fredbear plush still did and said all the same stuff in universe. It's just that now the context of that event is different. That it's not a ghost. It's, you know, nothing that happened on screen has been changed. It's the context of which those clues lead to, which has evolved.
I think if there's a puzzle, if there's a puzzle that's been set up to which he knows the conclusion can't be reached until a future event. If he's like, the Fredbear plush is Daisy, right? It's this Daisy character. And then he gets 2 games in the future, and he's like, well, I couldn't really figure out where to put Daisy, and so she doesn't exist anymore, and so now it was William the whole time. That's not a retcon, because he can still use all the same clues. He's just giving William Daisy-ness in order to be that character. Absol says...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Absol says... Where is it? I have to scroll up. One guy figuring out Dave Afton is like the 2 people who figured out what the Sugar Bowl was and got it confirmed by Daniel Handler, but the Series of Unfortunate Events fandom collectively doesn't know it. That is true. However, I don't know if you were aware of this, Absol. I don't know how old you are, actually, but like 10 to 12 years ago, there was a very popular Tumblr blog. It was called like the Snicket Files or something, and it basically went through and just explained every single lingering mystery in the series. It like figured out like who the Duchess of Winnipeg was and what was in the Sugar Bowl, and I always found that to be like, oh, you can just solve this stuff. And if it wasn't for those books, I would not be a FNAF theorist right now, because that's what got me. That's what got me into it.
There you go. Yeah, I think
Scott's saying, "Who is Daisy?" Daisy's the name I just made up to be a potential like who the Golden Freddy could be.
Man, if I was Scott Cawthon, I would have a lot of fake Scott Cawthon accounts, and I'd go around and just troll, which would totally be on brand for him as well.
He says the books are games canon. Okay, Scott.
Oh no! Did you play your own game?
Daisy Toy Snake.
You wrote it. Daisy. I think with the retcon thing, obviously, yeah, we just have to kind of determine what that means. But I don't think, because unless you believe the series has been and always will be planned out from the very beginning, there's stuff that's changing behind the scenes. There's stuff that's going on which Scott doesn't know yet. Like, that's what he talked about with the box, was that he just left open a thread that he could eventually follow. And no doubt in my mind, if he did end up following that, just say, like, instead of sister location, we got to follow up to what the box was, it would have been that the box was some sort of intermingled thing with something else that we already knew about. And it wouldn't have been a retcon, it would have just been where the story had gone. In the same way that when Circus Baby shows up and we find out about Elizabeth and about everything else that's going on, it's not a retcon, it's just that we didn't know all those things were happening. Neither did Scott, but it doesn't matter now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people, especially right when that interview came out, they're like, Scott forgot what was in the box. I'm like, no, that's not what he said. He said he was like,
say he forgot.
He was planning a future plot point that didn't end up happening. And so, you know, when he says he lost the thread, what he means is like, that character didn't go that way, and so now it would kind of be impossible to pick up the story where I was intending it to go, so the box doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. The box could have had like the Charlie bot in it or something, and he went, that doesn't make sense anymore because Charlie's the puppet now, or whatever. That's an example. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that's what it was, but if that was the plan, then obviously, yeah, what he intended to be in the box would have had to change because the story didn't go there. So that's what he meant. He didn't forget. He
Yep.
didn't go like,
So,
geez, I really should have wrote that down. Like, I think he'd remember.
he said something to the effect of like, I'd have to find it again. And so I saw people posting like, guys, the contents of the FNAF 4 box are lost media. They're lost media. There's somewhere on Scott's
No.
computer, but he doesn't know where the file is. He has to find it again.
Oh my god.
I'm like, no.
The analyzing grammar thing again.
he did not make it because that's not where sister location ended up going.
It's like it's people taking the most like on face value meaning of the words he's using, or taking them completely out of context of the rest of the sentence.
I do think it means
I could
that,
see.
I'm just gonna say real quick. I do think it means that the the FNAF 6 location is the box. That like that theory. I do think it means that that's wrong.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right,
I think
continue.
it makes sense in a way because of the language used around forgetting the past, and some things are best left forgotten, and then the idea that, because I do kind of like, I can't remember who it was that was talking about it. Was it John or somebody else? Talking about how the FNAF 3 ending and the FNAF 6 ending are almost opposites of one another, where FNAF 3 is like about altering the past. It's about changing your memory of something. It's about trying to make something out of what happened, whereas FNAF 6 is more about letting those memories go. It's sort of about moving on rather than what Happiest Day is, which is kind of getting trapped in a fictional version of that event. Which is also interesting from watching the movie. I was like, oh wait, Golden Freddy just tried to Happiest Day Mike, because that's what happens in the woods when they're talking to
Yes.
Garrett. He just basically is like, oh yeah, we can just keep you here and it'll be perfect and you'll live here forever and Garrett will be alive. And I'm like, hey, he's Happiest Daying him. They're making it a negative thing, like in the books. This is cool. Which I wonder if the idea is that now Happiest Days are actually not a good thing. Because that's how they are in the Silver Eyes. They're
Yep.
sort of a trap.
Yeah,
for the
Scott
spirits.
says, them
And
becoming robots was their happiest day. And I'm like, that's
Yeah.
weird. That's the only time in the series it's used negatively. But that was also before Frights. Because in Frights,
Yes.
it's like...
Yeah, Frights goes the other way. It's like, no, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It sets them free or something.
I don't know if it's the... I wonder if the idea is Happiest Days don't set you free. They just sort of let you be happy. Like, obviously. But
Well,
it's not about, like, healing a memory and setting your soul free. It's about living in the moment forever. But that's not what Happiest Day shows in FNAF 3, is because all the masks fall down and they go away.
and ghost lore is always like, why are they a ghost? Either they have unfinished business or they have a grudge.
Yeah.
So why does Andrew let go of his grudge? Because he played baseball with Jake's dad or something, and now he's happy, so he gets to move on. The weirdest moment in those books. Andrew is getting...
Like, where am I? What's happening?
He is
I'm moving
physically...
on. Whoa.
Jake is remembering the day watching the baseball game with his father. This portal to heaven is opening. It's sucking them both in, and Andrew's like, no, we need to defeat Afton. And Jake's like, oh, grab my hand, I'll tether you to Earth and stop you from going to heaven. But then, like, he loses his grip, and Andrew gets sucked into heaven, and he's like, no. Oh, well, now I'm all on my own. I'm like, what am I reading?
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's so... I was talking to someone earlier about that today. It was just like... I love how they just get rid of Andrew so unceremoniously halfway through because they have lost interest in telling his story. That's why I genuinely think Andrew was supposed to end up being the Eleanor-esque villain, and then they changed their mind halfway through. Because there's like a line at the end of the Stitch Wraith Stingers as well, where Jake is reflecting on everything, and he even says, man, it's like Eleanor and Andrew were like exactly the same, except for they were definitely two different people. Because I got to that point in the book and I was like, is Eleanor Andrew? like, was Andrew ever a real thing? Was he a manifestation of Eleanor? Like, could this potentially be game line, and the vengeful spirit is still Cassidy, but Eleanor was Andrew? And then, like, after I had that thought about, I was listening to the audiobooks, like a minute later, Jake is literally like, yeah, but they're definitely different people. I'm like, were you reading my mind? Were you anticipating
The
this
field.
reaction? Because they keep talking about how similar they are, and then they're like, but no, don't worry, they're definitely two different people. Yeah. Scott Cawthon is mad that we're not looking at the
The iceberg.
the iceberg anymore.
Unhappiest Day was canon.
Unhappiest Day. Yeah. I mean, I do have this idea that all of the bad endings are the canon ones in all the games. Because I think the Golden Freddy twitching into the void is the bad ending of UCN, and the Old
Yeah.
Man Consequences ending is the good one.
Yeah, William
Because even
winning
if you
is
think
the bad
about
ending.
them, yeah, because even if you think about in terms of how they come about, in one ending you turn on all of the animatronics at their most difficult level, and in the other one you turn on a non-lethal animatronic at its least difficult. So you're choosing peace over violence. You're choosing to go into Old Man Consequences with the idea of kind of moving on and not torturing William, which is, I think it's a cool way of looking at the two of them. And the Golden Freddy twitching is not necessarily a Springlock visual. It could be, but I think it's more so the restlessness of the Golden Freddy spirit. Like, it is continuing. It's going to continue this over and Scott Cawthon, horniest day. Come on, bro.
Bruh. This is not T-Dread's chat. You can't just do stuff like
This
that.
is, yeah, he's not here. He's
Time
not
out.
here. Get out.
So I always read, and I think I explicitly said in my 9-hour video that, like, there's multiple interpretations you can have, whether or not you think that it's fading off in the distance or the camera, like, we, the viewer, are leaving because the game's over, but this will continue, right? That's what it would be like if the camera was backing up. But the camera stationary and Golden Freddy is backing up. To me, that implies that Afton has completed Cassidy's hardest challenge and has freed himself to go be Glitch Trap. And I don't... I think I said it's the second one just because I thought Afton was Glitch Trap because the Mimic didn't exist yet. But, like, obviously it could be either one.
Yeah, I think it still could be that, though, because I think Glitch Trap is definitely influenced by William, and if David is the one you shouldn't have killed in some way, shape, or form, that'd be one way of Afton escaping, is by latching onto the Mimic virus and getting out of there.
If David Murray is the one you should not have killed,
yeah,
and so Afton
because
mimics his way out of there. Well, because
it seems
the one you
to
should not have
be
killed latched on to William after FNAF 3, and so now he's just hitching a ride out of UCN and into the Mimic. I don't know.
Because there's the Nightmare Own plushes throughout Security Breach and Ruin and Help Wanted, and even in, like, Princess Quest 4 in Help Wanted 2, they're a weird inclusion, and you kind of go, what are they saying with this? Like, what's the idea of Nightmare Own? Specifically Nightmare Own, not even just the puppet, just specifically this character being so prevalent. And considering it is, like, our first technically canon appearance of it was in UCN, because the one from FNAF 4 Halloween DLC shouldn't be, from what Scott told us. So UCN would presumably be the first appearance of it, and it's also the image on the cover of the game. I wonder if it's a case of, like, if David is Toy Shink in some way, shape, or form, or his spirit is somehow tied up in that's a representation of, like, the lingering spirit of the one you should not have killed, like, trying to come back and get Afton to come back into hell, because it's like, okay, I messed up, Afton got out, I gotta go get him, I gotta bring him back and keep up UCN. Because I honestly have no idea what the... Now, again, we could find out that it's like Jeff Nightmare Own
Jeff Daisy
is the guy that's Jeff Daisy is represented by the Nightmare Own plushes in the next game. But I think it could be interesting, because we know that thanks to Secret of the Mimic, our character can be simultaneously possessing a Mimic endo and AI, and also be a ghost roaming as the White Tiger and teleporting around Golden Freddy style. But the spirit version, the one that's teleporting around, is influenced by the mimic because it's still speaking M1 and M2 lines. So the idea, I think, is that yes, you can project beyond the thing that you're possessing,
You can
or you
what?
can do other things as a spirit. You can.
I didn't mean to derail you. I just.
But you, no. But you can project beyond yourself, but are still bound by the thing that you're latched to. So it's like the ghost itself is mimicking still, and that's what UCN
Yes.
is it's mimicking all of the stuff throughout the series, and then you don't have to worry about are there other spirits here or not. It's like no, it's just you know the it's mimicking all the people throughout the series.
So you think that the mimic could be like all the spirits in Security Breach are the mimic? What?
Sorry, in UCN.
All of the spirits. So no one is really there besides
Yeah.
David. Then what's Charlie doing?
Besides,
Why is Charlie like, you
that's
need
a
to get
mimic.
out of
It's
my
it's
way?
mimicking. Yeah, it's the mimic is the whole construction of UCN is a mimicry of the memories of the series. So everyone
Okay.
that's acting in any way individualistically is a mimic of that character.
So Bonnie
It's
going
taking what
like,
it knows.
what is this new prison?
Yeah.
That's the mimic acting like, okay, what would Jeremy say in this moment? He would say,
Yeah,
why am I
yeah,
still alive?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, listen. It's one way to interpret it. I think you could look at it that there is because then you get into questions of like, okay, if the spirits are all here, then it's like what version of the Bonnie spirit is possessing withered Bonnie versus classic Bonnie? Like, are there two Jeremys? Is it the one Jeremy being split across multiple versions of the character?
Multiple
Is there
personas of
like
Jeremy. Yeah.
yeah, like what is going on? So I was just like, okay, maybe it's a case of if we do have this mimic character. And again, I'm more convinced of Bite Victim Toyshik than I am of David Toyshik. But if we're tying it into the new game and if we're tying it into all these other connections to UCN from Secret of the Mimic, that could be one way of looking at it. Is this is just that's like when Old Man Consequences says leave the demons to his demons. It's like you should rest. Everyone else has moved on. Everyone else has gone away. You're still here. You're still hanging on. You're still clinging. Leave Afton to be tortured on his own. Don't you need to let go because everything else has already moved on without you. And that way in the modern story we don't have to worry about the MCI coming back or Charlie coming back or any of these things that in all reality should or from what we know should be gone. They should be moved on, but maybe Toyshink is still hanging around.
Hmm. Four games, one story. That's the next topic on the iceberg. That was a really long FNAF World and UCN are connected segment,
really,
guys.
Really tangent.
Yeah, I think that because I've been literally driving myself crazy doing anything with Secret of the Mimic, and I think that it's because all of the Steel Wool era games were never meant to truly be solvable until the story is over. But then on top of that, Secret of the Mimic is the odd one out, regardless of getting DLC or not. It was never meant to progress the story forward. It was meant to give us context for the next thing. And so all the mysteries that we currently have are things that I don't think it's possible to solve. I think it's very on purpose that they left out the details of like, well, wait, Edwin heard Fiona's voice underground somewhere repeating the film reels, but then the next log is he's talking to her in a fully formed robot. Like, what happened between those two times? I don't think it's possible for us to know. And so I think theorizing right now is very fruitless.
Well, so this is I talk about this at the end of my video, and essentially because I'm addressing the weirdness of the theory and like anything along the lines of, oh, maybe William killed David, maybe the moon is M1, maybe this is that, maybe this is the other, and just God David in general as a theory, or God Michael or anything like that. The kind of conclusion I came to, what is this?
Oh, this is what I've been doing this whole time. I just finished.
What? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, no, I was doing this last night on
Oh.
T-Dread's stream, and then I just finished. It's the Dark Falcon. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Sorry, keep talking.
Is that from the new like show that's like a alternate
Yeah,
universe thing?
yeah, it's the new like What If show, and they're like,
Oh,
it's just like a weird, it's evil Falcon. Yeah,
Nice.
it took me like 2 days.
Cool.
Continue.
But yeah, at the end of the video, I'm talking about how I think the divide that we're seeing from Secret of the Mimic at the minute, where people are going, "You're absolutely insane. How do you see God David as possible?" And then somebody else goes, "How do you not see it as possible? It's the only thing that makes sense." Blah blah blah. That dichotomy is, I think, occurring because we've got kind of a split at the minute in terms of how we're theorizing. Because I think some people are on the train of viewing the series the way we used to kind of deal with it, which is each game is solvable when it comes out, and we have to just look at all the details and all the answers will be there. And later on, we'll have to adjust it when new information comes in. But like the current game is solvable. Whereas I think the games, like you were saying now, are more so designed that like once we have all the pieces, we can start looking at it and figuring it out, but we don't know them yet. So I was comparing it to a jigsaw where you've got a jigsaw puzzle, but you don't know what the end picture is going to be. You've lost the box or something. And what we have now is maybe half of the picture complete. And what, say, T-Dreads is doing with God David, or what I'm doing with like David Toyshink, or what whoever is doing by trying to be predictive, is by looking at the blank space in the image, looking at the blank section of the jigsaw which we haven't yet filled in, and going, okay, based on the stuff around the edges that we already have, what's in that blank space? Like, what are we looking at? What are we trying to figure out? Are we, I'm imagining a scene of like someone holding a gun or whatever towards somebody else. We can only just see the edge of the person's face, and we're going, who is that? What are they wearing? What are they doing? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's this. We can kind of extrapolate from this, that, and the other. It's this. Whereas, stuff like Moondrop, for example, as a theory, is... Or like your breakdown of Moon.exe and M1 and Fiona and all this kind of stuff. That's looking at the part of the image we already have filled in and extrapolating what it is about purely based on the information visible to us at the minute. It's going, okay, I don't even know what's over there, so I'm not going to speculate because there's no point, because the next thing can come out and just completely change everything. So I'm going to focus on what we have and look at it that way. So I think we've got this kind of divide at the minute where one person is going, but that's probably what's in that blank space where we don't have it filled in, and the other person isn't even looking at the blank space. They're going, well, yeah, but I don't even know what's over there. Why are you talking about it? I'm talking about what we have already. I think that's kind of the divide we have at the minute. Oh my god, Darth Jar Jar is crazy.
Then you got Darth Toto right behind him.
Yes.
We do have Sauce's Best in saying, God Mimic, it's real, it's happening. Now let's say I was the first, I've seen everything to confuse people. Also, thank you for disregarding the bad iceberg. You type like this is a tweet. Like there's like such a strict character limit. I have to like decipher. God Mimic, it's real, it's happening. Now let's say I was the first, I've seen everything to confuse people. I am confused. I am the confused people. Super chats do have character limits. I was unaware of that, Absol. I apologize. Mimic. God Mimic. I mean, if God David is the Mimic, then, like, what's the difference? You were not in chat last night, I think, when me and T-Jards were talking about God David.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, so did you end up watching that VOD?
I did not. I didn't even know it was on.
Yeah, so we, after you guys left, basically, me and T-Jards just continued for hours.
Oh, right.
He sort of came to the... No, I'm not gonna say it like admitted, but he basically said to everyone, like, God David is just the theory that there's a connection between David Murray, the crying child, and Gregory, and that there's some sort of intention between making them similar. Like some characters intentionally trying
Yeah.
to do whatever. And I'm like, from day one of like when Secret of the Mimic came out and we started talking about God David, I'm like, you were saying that Afton spoke to Fiona underground, and you were saying that digital consciousness transference is why CC is named David, and you were saying that Gregory like was, blah blah blah. Basically, I'm like, my issue with God David is that to assume the mechanics of how it happened or to assume the motivations behind the characters, like saying Afton made a deal with Fiona to bring back David Murray as long as she taught him the key to immortality. I'm like, we just don't have any of those puzzle pieces, and so to speculate this wildly is like crazy to me. And he's like, no, 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 I don't actually believe any of that. I just think that, like, I just see the outcome, I see what the picture is, but I still don't know where the pieces go. And I say, okay, well then I don't have any problem with God David at all, because that's basically what I also believe.
Hey, okay, so that's my theory. That's my theory vindicated then about the jigsaw puzzle. 'Cause that's exactly because all that stuff, like, because I remember I was part of those discussions as well. When we were going, what if the baby isn't mine? Okay, maybe Fiona and Afton had this thing going on, and maybe there's some sort of connection, and maybe Glitch Trap is a result of Afton doing this and meeting Fiona, and blah blah blah. All of that is pure, unadulterated speculation and practically fan fiction, where we're just going, how could it be there? But the actual like evidence part of it is more like we have evidence, but we don't actually know what the conclusion is. Where it's looking at that blank space in the jigsaw where we don't have that filled in, and we're going, what is there? Because we know there's all this stuff around the edge of the image that we can kind of see, and we're like, there must be something in the middle there. I wonder what it is. And then that becomes the speculation part where, oh, can we predict this? Can we predict that? Like it's predictive rather than deductive,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Like, because again, you can have fucking Daisy Afton walk in and go, hey, I actually built the Mimic and I did this, and nothing you knew about the Secret of the Mimic was true, and I actually killed David, and I'm actually William Afton the whole time. And we'll just have to go, okay, that's what the case is now, and we never knew that. But I think in the way that, like, you look at the old Mrs. Afton CEO, we all laughed at that. We all thought that was so stupid. We all were like, oh my God, what are they smoking at GT Live, or at GT headquarters? Like, what are we doing? And now we have a matriarch who is running the Pizzaplex and is tied into this whole modern story and seems to be the head of everything. And it's like, obviously they didn't have the right conclusion, but they didn't know about Fiona. So they saw the pieces and they connected things. Same with Gregbot. It's like they saw what was there and they were trying to extrapolate from what they had what potentially we were going for. And I think the issue is, because we're used to this series being, something that we can talk about more so based on what we have now and kind of looking backwards rather than trying to look forwards. I think oftentimes stuff like God David or Gregbot or Mrs. Afton CEO or whatever, they're less presented as predictions and they're more presented as theories, quote unquote, which implies an evidence implies an element of certainty or evidence-based extrapolation, whereas it's really just going, okay, I see a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of things connecting them. I don't know what they're all pointing to, but maybe it's this. That would kind of explain all these pieces I have right now. Or maybe it's this. Maybe that'll explain all the pieces I have right now. Or it could be some other thing that we don't know about. Like, in the next game, it could be a case where Afton, the Mimic Moon.exe ending is true, and Afton walks into the FNAF 4 house and he goes, I'll have you, Mimic, and I'll make you into my son. I'll put a skin suit on you, and you will become Gregory. Or he could take the Mimic chip and put it in his son's brain that's already been born, and he goes, I shall rename you David, because you're only a newborn, it's fine, and you will become David for me. Or it could be some other completely separate thing.
Yeah, for
me,
me,
just can't know that yet.
I think it's interesting to ask the question, like, let's assume that Fiona or F10 or whatever like is behind basically everything in the Pizzaplex, right? Would you say in retrospect that the Mrs. Afton CEO theory is correct, but it's Fiona, not Mrs. Afton? And I would say that yes, that means that MatPat was right all along. It's just that like, Fiona didn't exist, so he put in the other female character, the only female character that exists. But then, we got the existence of Fiona, so you substituted in, and he was 100% right. He just didn't have the words to express the theory yet. If if God David is true, and it ends up that the crying child is M2, that ending of that the moon ending of Secret of the Mimic is canon, that William goes to the house, sees a sleeping endoskeleton, says, "I'm going to adopt you and put you inside of a skin suit," and then he's the crying child. I would not...
Like that conversation we had months ago.
Yes, I would not say that MatPat's the crying child is a robot theory from 10 years ago is accurate. Like, I said this in my book discussion video. I'm like, it's not about being right. It's about how you know you're right. Like, you can't just guess and check. And so I think, if MatPat came back and said, "I was right, the crying child is a robot," I'd be like, well, but were you though?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think again, it's how you present it. And I think game theory, obviously, they want to be the people that present the correct interpretation. They're the people that solve FNAF. It's their brand. So when they did Gregbot, for example, or Mrs. Afton CEO, it kind of felt like they were presenting it as though this is exactly what we think it is, and this is how it works, and this is the whatever. But I would argue that if Gregbot is the case, right? Like if some version of Gregbot, whether it's with Mimic or brain chips or whatever the hell, I would say no, they weren't correct in terms of they didn't know all the pieces. But I'd say that they weren't just grasping at straws and just happened to be lucky, because obviously those things that they pointed out, now assuming that those things that they pointed out turn into evidence points for what happens, if some character walks on screen and goes, "Look, he's wearing the same clothes as Afton's son," and "Look, he's got a band-aid on his knee," and they pull up the picture of the crying child and they go, "Look, it's him," or whatever. If they make those connections actually a part of what's going on, I would say that no, they didn't have the right conclusion. Same way with Mrs. Afton CEO, but they were at least finding connections there, and they were making those connections, but they just didn't have those full. They didn't have the full picture, so they didn't know Gregory was related to Crying Child, was related to David, because in the same way that Mrs. Afton, they didn't have Fiona, they didn't have David, so they didn't know how to link it to that yet because it didn't exist. But they weren't wrong in showing those connections between David and Gregory, or sorry, Crying Child and Gregory.
Yeah.
It's just that we're getting more and more and more, and I think that's, you can argue about
I guess I more meant,
is it a little bit?
So John FNAF's the crying child is a robot who saw his own death, and the faces in the sister location bunker that are humanoid were William testing robotic. If CC ends up being the Mimic, was John FNAF correct about that? And then is MatPat then by extension correct about Gregory being a robot?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a much harder question.
It would depend on how it all works in, I think. Again, because we don't know what the conclusion is or will be. So it would depend. I mean, that would open up discussions of, how far back has this been an idea? Was Scott making 4 with the idea that he was, or was Scott making Sister Location with the idea of the crying child being rebuilt? Is that why those masks are there? If those masks are part of the solution or part of the conclusion, where they're brought back up or they're reintroduced, or the sister location bunker and all the stuff from FNAF 4 is tied back in, and they kind of point at it and go, "See, look, he's been a robot the whole time." If they do that, I would say it's not that they were necessarily correct, but that they weren't as crazy as we thought at the time, because they were seeing the roadmap to something in the future that they couldn't yet grasp at. They couldn't yet understand it properly, but they saw the pieces in place. I don't know if I'd say they were like correct, you know, and anything they say now we should just totally agree with, and like they're obviously beyond us. But I just think it's interesting that those things that in the past we have like in my first video I make a joke about Mrs. Afton CEO and like, ho, isn't that so silly? But now in hindsight, I'm like, maybe I was, you know, like not that we were too quick to judge at the time, because at the time it did seem like a crackpot theory. But now that we have more context, it's like, you know what, fair play. I guess you were picking up on stuff or focusing on things that at the time felt very minor, but are now obviously more important given the context. And you obviously were onto something. It's just the conclusion reached seemed so insane and crazy and out of left field because we only had those couple of pieces, and a lot of that was just predictive. It wasn't actually using the pieces to come to a conclusion. It was kind of going, okay, I've got all these pieces, where could they potentially lead? It's more like a writing exercise where you're looking at the pieces you have and you're going, why would Steelwool put this in? Maybe they're doing this. Sort of in the way we're doing that backwards with the sister location Springlock suit, where we're going in a reverse direction. We're saying like, okay, well, why would Scott put that in this game if he wasn't trying to link it to this thing from the past? It would be like if we did that when 3 came out and we're like, why was he going to put this sister location thing in and with the Springlock suit? Well, maybe in the future we're going to have a game with that in it, you know, and you couldn't, you know, obviously it's a different example because it's not so big and all encompassing, but you could argue the same kind of logic could apply and it would turn out to be quote unquote correct. But, you know, you can argue about whether or not that's a sound theory or logic to go off of during the time when you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
I would say that if someone looked at Security Breach and they're like, well, someone had to reform Fazbear, so like there has to be a CEO who we haven't seen, and someone in the company like hired Vanessa, and so there's definitely like a character out of reach who is the mastermind behind everything, who we don't know, and so because they're hiding it from us, it's probably a reveal. And basically just like Matt Pat's Mrs. Afton theory. But at the end you go, so I think that it's actually Mike and he survived the FNAF 6 fire and Mike is in charge of Pizzaplex and he's the one doing everything and he's rebuilding CC because he's guilty about killing him and blah blah blah. Is that a good prediction? If you're using the exact same evidence as Matt Pat, but you say it's the male son as opposed to it's the female parent, and then the answer ends up being that it was a different female parent. Like, does Matt Pat get credit because he noticed that there's a CEO character who we should be trying to solve? Or does Matt Pat get credit because he said it was a female parent?
I know what you mean. That's a good point. I guess it would depend on... Because there have been a lot of Mike theories and Mike CEO theories and stuff like that. Yeah, that's interesting. So I suppose... it would depend on which evidence points were being used and how strong they were, and then comparing it to the because you can't look at the exact same evidence for both and just because it wasn't like Matt had just like pulled the female, like the matriarch role out of his, you know, behind.
Yeah, part of it was that
the staff
bot was at the head of the table.
Like yeah. So I mean that was pretty much the main thing. You know. I guess then it would be if you looked at the same kind of evidence and then found Mike connections, then yeah, they would both be as valid a prediction to make.
He was the CEO. He made them rebuild his living room right in the middle of the Pizzaplex so he could chill in his home, and you know he wrote the code on the wall.
I've heard that theory. Yeah. Yeah, I guess then it is a case of like again, I don't think we should all bow. Like I'm not saying, oh my god, game theory was so smart. We all missed it, and they were so right the whole time. But what I mean is, in the same way that there are certain theories that we kind of go, well, that's completely nuts. That makes no sense. Like with Mike CEO or whatever. There are theories which, in hindsight, we're kind of going, okay, well, the pieces were there. We just weren't as swayed by them at the time. But there was the connective tissue there that obviously made that conclusion more sensible, maybe, than we thought at the time. And I'm not saying that we should give them extra street cred for it or anything like that. I just mean, I think that's the same kind of reasoning for something like God David, where it is looking at all these pieces. And again, the conclusion could be completely incorrect. Like, for example, we were speaking with Denari the other day, and she recently just did the God Michael video, where she was proposing that M2 is kidnapped by William but becomes Michael instead, and that Michael is Glamrock Freddy, and Michael is this and Michael is that and whatever. And there are issues with that, and there are positives and whatever with it, like with any theory. And if that ended up being the case and that ended up being true, I would still say, well, God David was a fair enough interpretation at the time. We didn't really know. But fair play to her for having seen those lines. And obviously she didn't get everything 100% correct, but, that makes sense that she might have gone there in her head.
Yeah, I think that it might be a difference in perspective between being a theorist and being someone who watches a lot of theories. I know that, like, in the grand scheme of things, me and you are both very new to this. I would say that I think there's maybe 3 like waves of being a theorist, and I think me and you are I think I'm on like I think I am actually the border between like the second and the third wave. Just because my video coincided with the movie, and then I've had like half of the newer people say like, I started making theories because you told me to. I'm like, okay. But I think that as someone who watches theorists, it's good to, you kind of want to figure out like, okay, who got the most stuff right? So I kind of only have to watch them, and I don't need to watch everyone else. But as a theorist, I don't think that way, right? Like, I don't go, oh man, Narrow Raven was correct about 14 theory, therefore I'll take his word over Withered Circle on the books. It's like, none of us think that way. No one's like, he got the one thing right, therefore he's right about everything.
Yes. Yeah.
So I sort of don't really see it as like someone getting credit, or like, oh, they were smarter because they chose the right option at the time, right? Like, I don't think that Withered Circle's other theories are worse because he ended up being wrong about the books, right? I just think that he had a different interpretation of the book's canonicity, and that has no effect on his other non-book related theories. And so when it comes to God Michael versus God David versus Fate Fiona versus whatever Tom's going to end up dropping on Saturday, it's sort of like, I care more that your your observational skills of seeing what pieces there are, and then your logical skills of putting those pieces together to form something coherent. That's what I think makes someone a good theorist. Not if I agree with them, but if they notice something. When T-Dreads was like running through Security Breach like the day after he did a 20-hour binge playing Secret of the Mimic, and I'm like, how are you awake? What are you doing, bro? And he started just like finding all these different connections to God David. I'm like, even if God David's wrong, which I currently think it is, you doing this, you being the one to like not sleep and play through an entire other video game looking for clues, you're the most valuable person in the community right now because you're actually doing this. And so I think that it's like, also, just so that chat is aware of this, like, almost all of us are like friends. Like, we all talk like in 17 different group chats. Like, I noticed this. And some people go, wow. And some people goes, I already saw that. Or some people go like, oh, I think you're wrong. We're all just sort of building to like the same conclusion. And it really doesn't matter who ends up being right. What matters is that people are like supportive and build off of other people's ideas.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I have seen so many theories recently from people that I kind of go, Wow, that's a really interesting interpretation of that. I didn't expect that kind of outcome from these evidence points that we have. Like for example, the God Michael video. I was like, you know what? I wouldn't have gone there, but when you lay it out this way and there's certain conclusions you're drawing, some of them I don't agree with, and some of them I think I'm going, okay, well that doesn't really line up for me, and that I don't think that makes sense, or that's a contradiction there, or whatever. But that's me. I'm still appreciating the logical connections that are being made to, for example, like in that video. I know I'm referencing a video some people probably haven't seen, but like she's connecting the Charlie Bot story in the games or in the books to what might be happening with M2 in the games. And one connection that she makes is the tiny closet door which appears before you go into Michael's room in Security Breach. And if Michael were a Charlie Bot, like equivalent by being an M2, that would make sense because that would be a connection. Why would he have this kind of secret room behind a door? It's a small door. It's being compared visually to the Charlie doors from those books. And then it's his room is hidden behind there. The wall code is written in his room, like about being like built the breath, blah 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 blah. That's all. Those are all very good connections, and I'm like, you know what? Those are very strong connections, and I like that idea. I don't agree with all of the conclusions drawn. Like I think there were certain things about the possession rules that I don't think she necessarily got correct based on my interpretation of it, but I still appreciated that. So yeah, I think it's I know what you mean in terms of like something like Mrs. Afton CEO. Yes, we're finding out now that those connections are more valid, but it doesn't mean that at the time they were more right than they actually were. Just because they ended up guessing
Yeah.
that correctly. Like those connections were there. Um but the same flaws that it had at the time still persist. It's just that they happen to focus on the right details, whereas other people who were focusing on something else didn't happen to pick those up. But I think with something like God David, if it does turn out to be true or not true or whatever, I think it is looking at what we have and going, why would it be this way? Why are they putting these things in this particular order with these particular characters and linking them in this particular way? My main thing, beyond anything, is we have so many connections already between Gregory and the crying child, and now we have connections between David and Gregory. Like, do you believe some form of like another David, right?
Yes. So basically where my conversation with T Dreads went yesterday is I was like, if that's what God David is, how is it any different than another David? And he said that the difference between them is that God David requires the conscious intentionality of a character in the franchise to want to recreate David Murray. And so it's not just that Crying Child is an echo of David or that Gregory is an echo of Crying Child or whatever. It's that there's a character in the franchise who wants to remake David Murray. So while I will agree with
Maybe
another David 100%, that's sort of my hang up with God David, is because I don't agree that it's
maybe I
definitely
miss
intentional.
maybe, maybe I misunderstand another David, but
Mm.
another David is about the intentionality of recreating David, right? Like it is that Gregory is being made and groomed to become another David,
Um,
or is it
does
just
that
like
does it require
mystical?
Crying Child being another David?
Not another David, no.
Yeah.
But I'm saying another David is about the glitch trap or the mimic or
Hmm.
whatever recreating David Murray in Gregory.
Hmm.
Like it is an intentional thing.
I would say if Glitch Trap is like it's just so many things. If Glitch Trap is just the mimic and it's not Afton, right? If it's Glitch Mimic, not Glitch both, then I think T Dreads would say that that's not God David.
Uh, yeah. So my thing, just what I'm trying to clarify is when I say another David, forgetting God David for a sec, forgetting the whole God David discussion, just with another David, the theory as it's presented, the idea is Glitch Trap or the Mimic or whoever is behind everything at the minute is the one intentionally making Gregory into David Murray. That's the idea, right? Is he's being brainwashed to become
Yes.
that character.
Yes.
Okay. So linking that then back into God David, all it is for me anyway, like, because I mean, T-Dread's around with the whole like God David as a theory name and like kind of took the ownership of that idea, which is fair because he obviously, like you said, was putting the work in. But the only thing I look at it in terms of how Crying Child ties into it is that in some way that is happening again, or we're being told that that happened at some point with the Crying Child. Is that in the same way Gregory is being made into another David, some way the Crying Child, that happened to him as well, whether it was Afton or a Mimic or whatever, or it was David himself, or who knows, something happened to make Crying Child into another David himself, and then Gregory is that again. And so, because my thing is, if Gregory is another David Murray, and Gregory has all these connections to Crying Child, I don't see why or how the two at the beginning of the timeline, like the David Murray and the Crying Child, wouldn't somehow be related if Gregory is related very directly to both of them. And both of them share so many traits between them that they seem to have a connection themselves. Like, it's not so someone brought this up, I think, when we were talking about it on stream one day, where if it was a case that David Murray and the Crying Child were two very completely different characters with no similarities whatsoever, and Gregory was some sort of combination or fusion of both of them, I wouldn't believe in any form of God David. But the issue is that David and the Crying Child are being connected as well. And so to make all three characters similar, to me, is weird if only two of them are supposed to be connected at a time. That's kind of my perspective on it. I don't see why they would put the Mimic to, or why they would put the David Mimic into a room that looks like the FNAF 4 bedroom if they're not trying to make us think that David is in some way related to that game and to the Crying Child, and giving him like a little plush toy and making that plush toy turn into his like avatar, which teleports around and acts like Golden Freddy. I don't see why you do all that and give him the plastic purple telephone. I don't know why you do all of that if your intention was to say, well, actually, David and Gregory are similar, and Gregory and the Crying Child are similar, but David and the Crying Child are unrelated. That's my thing. God, David is theory name bait, says Smiley. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
exactly what it is.
One of my other, and I don't want this to be like a whole God David thing just because like T-Dreads isn't even here.
Yeah.
I love God Victim / Memory Victim as an explanation for FNAF 4. Right? Like, I think at the time, when you guys first had it, I said, oh, that's better than Arcade Theory. And then FNAFology came out with Loot Victim, and I'm like, that's just as good. You know, these are all like, those three explanations are really, really good. I think Loot Victim could fit with either one, honestly.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, Loot Victim's just like his memory. Well, his memory could be a video game, or his memory could be like the purgatory he's locked in. Like, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
With the introduction of David Murray, it becomes very God Victim becomes very weird, because it's like, why would Cece have such control over the animatronics in a way that he saw Toy Chica missing her beak in 1983, and therefore Toy Chica takes off her beak in 1987, and he saw a broken Mangle, and therefore he influences groups of children to always tear apart Mangle. Right? Like, that made sense. And T-Dreads even always said about God Victim, he's like, the one part I can't work out is why he's so special and why he has those powers. But, like, you know, it's whatever. Now that David Murray predates Cece, the question is, like, does he have those powers? And if so, why don't we see things from Secret of the Mimic echoed forward? Unless his connection to Cece is different than Cece's godness. Like, how do those two theories
Well,
work with each other?
so my thing, and this was when I was first coming to, again, it's TT giving it the theory bait name of God Victim. Originally I wanted to call it something like Influence Victim or whatever, because I had knew about Memory Victim, but I knew there were certain specific differences about them. Um, but when I was first coming to that conclusion, when I was like really looking at FNAF 4, I originally was looking at it not from the point of view of what actually is currently true, but what was true at the time when FNAF 4 was made. So, what I was trying with what became God Victim was basically the idea that, like, when 4 came out, Scott thought this was solvable. And what could Scott have been doing with FNAF 4 that he thought we would all get? And so you take all the pieces of dream theory and you flip them and you basically make it inverse dream theory, where he's not dreaming about things, he's influencing things around him to happen. So that was my interpretation. But I am, even to this day, not so convinced that that continued to be the case post 4, because I think that sister location gives a lot of, kind of like, part of what I think about sister location is it seems to be an attempt by Scott to steer the community as far away from dream theory as possible, and making everything in 4 as literal as possible, including the fake nightmares that we thought were like purely dreams that were happening in the mind of the child as it was in a coma. It's like, no, it's a physical room that has cameras in it, and is like, they've got dots for the animatronics on a map. Even the stuff that you thought were 100% dreams are not dreams. And so then when you look into that, and you look into the idea of William being the Fredbear plush and saying, I will put you back together. And then we go into this idea of the fun times and how they lead into the FNAF 1 animatronics and all this kind of stuff. I was wondering, with all the experiments that he's doing as well, if Scott had the idea for God Victim and that was how he was explaining 4, but then he made sister location, nobody had figured that out at the time. So he went, okay, instead of doing this like kind of weird child that can influence things, I'm going to make it so that it was intentional, that like William was trying to recreate this, and that's what the experiment chambers are, and that's what the dreams are, and that's what everything is, and that's what the fun times are. And it became less about this kind of metaphysical influence over everything, and more so that that event impacted the future by William like manually attempting to recreate things. And that doesn't explain stuff like Toy Chica missing her beak or the mangle toy on the floor, unless you think like William built those specifically to match those toys or whatever. But what I mean is, he kind of went, okay, well, people didn't figure that out. People didn't go for that idea. They think it's dream theory. So I'm just going to focus on the kind of the main stuff that God Victim would influence, and would actually have an impact on. And so when you ask how God Victim ties in with God David, I don't even necessarily think they need to be compatible. If you want to make them compatible, and if you want to say that God Victim continued to be the truth post 4, what I would argue is, if God David is true, the reason he has this influence is because he's tied in with this mimic thing, and that makes him it makes him unique in that situation, that he's not just some kid who dies. He's tied in with this program which specifically mimics stuff. So God Victim becomes the mimic program having an influence over the field, and that it is recreating stuff in the same way that it can recreate personalities and voices. It's like when you blow up that onto a metaphysical scale, that then becomes reality itself is mimicking stuff that he remembers. And you could ask, like, okay, well, why then doesn't it mimic stuff from Secret of the Mimic? You could argue it does, with like the fires that keep reoccurring. You could say with like the mediocre melodies, becoming important then in like all the FFPS stuff. There's arguments you could make, but I just think that they don't necessarily have to be compatible. but if they are, it's a reason why God Victim is important. Like why the Bite Victim is different is because his brain is linked with the Mimic in some way, shape, or form. That he becomes different to all the other kids, and then reality mimics what happened to him.
Is God David compatible with Loop Victim? I also want to say, because some people in chat were saying that they don't know what that is. So this is a FNAFology theory, which is basically that Crying Child dies in 1983, and he then relives that year of his life, that week of his life over and over and over. So the 5 days until the party, 4 days until the party, all those FNAF 4 minigames keep happening. He dies and then wakes up and it's 5 days before the party, and he does that for decades. But as things happen in the real world around him, it affects his memories of those events. So Elizabeth dies, and now she's not in her room anymore. Mangle gets broken, and now there's a Mangle toy. Toy Chica takes off her beak, and now there's a Toy Chica toy. Balloon Boy gets invented, and now there's a fat boy with a balloon. So, like, outside stuff is sort of echoing into his recollection, almost like if someone's standing next to you talking while you're asleep, like what they're talking about may enter into your dreams. It's kind of like that, which is why there's anachronistic elements in the FNAF 4 minigames, is because the minigames that we play take place probably in like 2015 of events from
And
83
isn't it like,
with anachronistic elements.
and Cassidy is the one speaking through the Fredbear plush, like as a part of his memories?
Yes,
And I
because
think,
Cassidy's Golden Freddy, yeah.
yeah, and part of the idea was that like the anachronistic elements are also intentionally placed there by Cassidy as like a way to kind of wake him up out of it, right? That was part of it. Was like a way of like, oh well, this shouldn't be here because this doesn't exist. That was part of it, if I remember correctly?
Yes. And everyone else in the chat is like, it's a great theory, and it is a great theory. So how is that compatible with God David, I guess?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Does Dave Afton have an identity under God David?
As in, is he separate to
So,
David Murray?
like, I would say that when the Mimic is Jackie, is a different, like, persona than when the Mimic is Dolly, is a different persona than when the Mimic is naked. But that's still all
Yeah.
M2.
Yeah.
Is Dave Afton, and again, I'm not even literally saying that he's literally the M2 endoskeleton. I just mean, like, does he have his own, I don't know, soul? Is he a person?
I'd say he probably does. See, this is the thing because we don't know enough about how it worked for Gregory. Like, if another David is true, we don't know how it worked for him to say whether or not they all like share memories with one another. I would argue they probably are separate, and yet they share certain traits and memories. Because, like, if you look at the sticky note room, there is stuff. Because I think right now that the sticky note room is Gregory becoming another David. I think it's him waking up and basically turning into the GGY or whatever he is.
That's the
Because
boy becoming the brainwashed Gregory-ness.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, because you've got this kind of robotic persona, which is obviously in some form of physical body with enough cognizance to like write things down and, you know, move around and live in this place and create the staff bot table. And it slowly but surely gets more and more complicated and alive. And when you go upstairs after that room, like, you've got all this imagery about birthdays, about happy cake, about my home, this home, my friends, you know, all this party hats, all this kind of stuff. And then you go upstairs and all these little sticky notes on the floor have pictures of Glamrock Freddy on it, and there's other notes that are on the floor which appear multiple times in Gregory's hideouts in the games, in Security Breach. So I think that's showing because people just talk about the sticky note room, but they don't talk about that area upstairs. But when you go up to that area upstairs, there's a Glamrock Endo blueprint sitting on the table, and on the floor are all of these other notes scattered around, which are repeatedly used in Gregory's hideout. So
Yes.
and it's like pictures of Glamrock Freddy. So I'm like, yeah, Gregory slowly ascended and became the Gregory that preceded, the one that becomes free of Glitch Trap. Like he became another David, or he became the Wizard's Apprentice, or GGY, or whatever you want to call him. So because he's writing stuff like, oh, my home, home, birthday, my friends, happy, whatever. Even if he's created the staff bot table, all of that stuff implies that it's like memories shared with the previous version of himself, whichever that be, Crying Child or David Murray. So I would say that Crying Child is probably his own person that is created out of the memories of David Murray. So he would remember stuff as David Murray, but is also then kind of evolved as his own thing in the same way that Gregory is. Gregory is made up of the memories of the previous two, but he's also become his own sort of thing by living his own life.
Do you think that he's broken out of the brainwashing by the start of Security Breach?
Yes,
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. So, but he, T-Dread, as of last night, is now like, he befriended Cassidy before he was brainwashed because of the Band-Aid on his knee. So,
Oh yeah, I heard about this. Yeah.
yeah, there's a, when you're in the section where you see all the cardboard cutouts of her and like no one came to her birthday party and she was sad, but then Gregory was there.
Yeah,
He doesn't have a
He
Band-Aid,
doesn't have the Band-Aid.
which would explain why she's friends with him, especially if Escape the Pizzaplex is not canon. Because he was nice, but then he kind of went like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm all brainwashed now."
Yeah. But he is wearing Crying Child clothes in that drawing, which would be my argument against it.
Yeah.
See, I would say, is it more likely that they just didn't draw the Band-Aid, or is it like, and it is that one thing an indicator of, because to me the Crying Child imagery is far stronger with the T-shirt, like with the
Yes.
the shirt with the two stripes on it. That's much stronger Crying Child imagery than the Band-Aid on the knee, because the Band-Aid on the knee is only related to Crying Child because they drew Crying Child with that after Gregory already existed.
In the encyclopedia, right? And that was like,
yeah.
that was like Lady Fizzy art or whatever.
I
right?
think so, yeah.
And like even
Yeah.
all the
So-
artwork from the graphic novels and whatever is usually like Scott's communication with those people is so minimal. And obviously there's a lot of errors in the encyclopedia. I don't know. I think it would be a stretch to say there's a Band-Aid on his knee, therefore Scott wanted it there intentionally. Whereas I do this, the
Yes
shirt is on
and no.
purpose.
I
The
think-
shirt's on purpose, 100%.
The shirt's on purpose. I think yes and no. Part of me is not convinced that Scott has the oversight in terms of like quality assurance based on, 11 years now or whatever of these games coming out, to 100% have oversight on every single thing that comes out. And that, even that book with that image in it, is an example where there are many errors in that book. I think T-Dreads made a good point that those images being commissioned are, of course, unique. It's not just him kind of throwing like a 50-page thing at some artist and going, yeah, just adapt this story and make it and put it out. It's like, these are unique images of the Crying Child, which he had to commission specifically. Like, he could have just put the 8-bit sprite in the game, but he did commission them. So one could argue this is more important to look at. Someone else could also argue, like, at that point, I'd be curious about the release order of that book in relation to Gregbot, in relation to, because I'm wondering, is there any possibility that whoever drew that looked up a picture of Gregory
Oh my god.
by accident and drew him with
Oh
the
my
thing
God.
because if people were already drawing connections? I don't know. I don't know if that
That's
order
so
of
funny.
events makes sense. You know what I mean? Like she just was like drawing something and looked at like crying child and an image of Gregory came up and she made it look like that for like obviously in game regardless the striped shirt and the rest of the design details do line up and those are definitely intentional.
Oh my
But the
god.
band-aid on the knee might be
So
one.
the encyclopedia was only February of 2023. That was eons after Gregbot and Security Breach. Like all that was already out. So that's totally possible.
It is possible, yeah. I do wonder. It's an interesting detail to give the crying child. I mean, we can also talk about, we've had discussions on this kind of thing before where certain symbols are quite universal in terms of young boy. How do
With a
we
scraped
indicate
knee.
he's a young boy? Scraped knee, put a band-aid on it. It's like Ash Ketchum's got like a band-aid on his nose and
Yeah.
like I'm sure plenty of characters have had this kind of symbolism. It's more so the striped shirt and the shorts and whatever. It's I don't know. It's weird. Because you can also make the argument that like he's wearing a blue shirt just because it has two stripes on it. Like he's wearing a blue shirt. It's different. It's not the black shirt. And the crying child in the game has the stripes lower down on his shirt than Gregory does. So they're actually not like at all. You can make that argument. I think they are similar. And you just have to look at the staff bot room to know that they're at least in some. If you're looking at the sticky note room as something to do with Gregory, they are in some way related. But I think to also say he's a dead ringer, they're like exactly the same, isn't totally fair because there are clear differences between the two. It's just you have to, because like we can't read Scott's brain and we don't know all the information behind the scenes, we have to do a little bit of, well, I think this detail probably is important, but I can't know for sure.
Yeah. There's a lot of okay, someone in chat just pointed out that the stripes in CC's shirt are on the top half of his shirt in game. They're on the bottom half of his shirt in the character encyclopedia, and then David Murray's are on the bottom part of his shirt, and then Gregory's are the is Gregory's the top or bottom?
Top.
Top. Okay, so
So
Gregory and
he is
CC
similar
game
to
are
the
top,
game.
and then CC
Yeah.
book and David are the same, and it's very silly. Yeah. My thing is like there's other things that character. I don't think it's just someone in chat said it's just boy clothes TM because like what else do boys look like? Backwards baseball caps, yo-yos, khaki shorts that kind of like basically Ness from Earthbound. Shorts that like are wider at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's not just how do we draw a boy and make him not just wearing a gray shirt. It's like, well, there's lots of things you could do. You could have made one of them blonde. Like, there's so many.
Yeah.
You could have made one of them not white. Like, there's a lot of things you could have done to make them look different from each other.
Cassie is a great example because she's very unique in her styling. Like, she is not. You don't look at Cassie and go, I wonder. Because actually, funnily enough, the poster for Ruin. You look at Cassie in that, and she looks like Susie. And I remember at the time, everyone was going, "Oh my god, why does this girl look like Susie?" Because she's blonde and she's got these like little like curls, and it was like, "Wait, what?" And then the game comes out, and she doesn't look like anyone else in any of the games.
Yes, although to be fair, we don't know what Mike, Jeremy, Cassidy, or Fritz look like in the games.
That's although I would argue that in FNAF 6, there is those screens that show 4 kids with Freddy. One of them's like a blonde girl. Then we've got like, let me see if I can
pull that up. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll put it on screen.
FNAF 6 slideshow.
I do think someone in chat was also saying this earlier because it's a good first thought. It's just the more I think about it, the less I think it's true. Which is that Cassidy is Crying Child, Dave is Dave Murray, right? And I think that Cassie disproves that because Gregory is the echo of David Murray in Crying Child. So for
Sorry,
Gregory,
say again.
for
Sorry,
for
I was searching there.
if Gregory is another Crying Child, Gregory's an echo of Crying Child.
Yeah.
If Crying Child's real name is Cassidy, for Gregory's friend's name to be Cassie is weird and means nothing. But like, what is Scott trying to say? One of them looks like the Crying Child, and one of them has the name of the Crying Child. I think it's much more likely that Gregory is an echo of Cece and Cassie is an echo of Cassidy, because like Scott did not accidentally name her Cassie. There's clearly an intention there.
But also, like, do we have any reason to connect her to Cassidy yet? Like, other than the name, is there any connections between the two of them?
I think
No,
that
because we don't know anything about Cassidy.
yes,
We know
that's
her name.
basically my answer is like the reason to connect them is because you don't write something that way unless you're
Yes,
a bad
yeah,
writer.
that's
So
fair.
do I know what the connection is? No. Am I 100% sure that there is going to be a connection in the next game? Yes.
Yeah, and GiBi, that's the same logic that gets you to God, Dave.
No.
This- I just sent the picture in chat there,
Yeah.
and someone had done a very good job of lining them all up. So if you
Goodbye,
want to pull that up
Dark
on stream, I'm just
Falcon.
going to go to the toilet real quick.
Okay. So yeah, so this is what Unwithered was talking about. We have 4, which is just always weird, because where's the 5th? 4 children who could line up with the MCI kids. So you have the, I guess like blue lines up with Bonnie, girl. Like this is what Susie looks like. It is blonde girl with pigtails lined up with Chica. And then you just have other kids. I don't. This is Gabriel to me. You know. I don't know if this is necessarily Fritz and this is necessarily Bonnie. A lot of people have sort of, gosh, where is the I should find the art from the Silver Eyes, because again, and this is like they're all white. Is that what they always were? Because in the Silver Eyes, they're not. In the movie, obviously, Fritz is a redhead, but I think that's just to tie him closer with Foxy. I don't know if like that was Scott's intention. I would definitely say that if Scott ever came out and said that this is what this is intentionally showing, I would say that these take priority over the graphic novel or the movie in the depiction of these characters. Right? Like, just because in the movie he's a redhead does not mean that in the game he is, if this is supposed to be Fritz. Let me find that image real quick. Silver Eyes MCI kids. Oh, and I think Susie has like curls, not pigtails. It's Cassidy who has pigtails, right? Although Cassidy's also just weird as well. One of the things that definitely backs up Withered's argument is that there's I hope this doesn't work. Nope. One of the things that backs up Withered's argument is that the, how do I go back? Gosh, what was I saying? I literally forgot what I was saying. It was something about the kids being different across. Oh, it was that Mike, the Golden Freddy kid in the books is named Mike, which is one of the Afton kids in the games. So if Cassidy is not, if Crying Child's name is Cassidy, then it could be that they took Mike's name as an Afton from the games and gave him to a book character, and then took Cassidy's name as the other Afton kid from the games and gave it to another different book character. So that is an argument for what the name Cassidy is supposed to mean. You guys are arguing. Susie's always blonde except for that one time when she wasn't. That was in the Fazbear Frights, in which the MCI apparently happened in like the 2010s. So that just does not matter. But yeah, that did give rise to 2Z theory. I think I'm going to have to, I don't know how to get this onto the correct screen. I'm useless when it comes to technology, and I don't even have Unwithered here to yap while I'm trying to figure it out. Toozy Peak. Wait. MCI 2010's what? Okay, so in Coming Home, which is the Fazbear Fright story, which is about a girl named Susie, who is a ghost because she was killed in the MCI, right? That's her story. Chica comes and gets her. You know, she is Susie. The story takes place in the 2010s, which is why that story is not canon, even to Stitchline, because it can't be. So the only time when Susie is depicted as having brown hair is also a story in which the MCI takes place in the 2010s. So we just can sort of totally ignore it. William was always purple except for the one time when he wasn't. William's never not been purple. I'm just saying. Orange guy who? I've never heard of no orange guy. Orange guy? You mean Fritz's dad? In case no one's ever heard my theory before, I think that the runaway in the MCI is Fritz because Foxy runs, and that just makes sense to me.
Ooh, I'm back.
What's up? I have been failing at getting this image on screen, so I'm gonna do
Which one?
The one I just posted in the chat. Basically, the entire time you were gone, I was trying to do this.
Oh, okay.
So those are the MCI kids from the graphic novels.
Yes.
Which do not line up with what we were just looking at. Because for one,
Yeah,
they made, I think, she's supposed to be Bonnie. I think Cassidy's Bonnie.
they don't confirm who she
They don't
is.
say who
They
who
just
is.
don't
Okay.
say who Freddy and who Cassidy are.
Okay, so like she's Susie, right? This looks like Susie from
Yeah.
FNAF 6. Does not look like Susie from the image we were just looking at. This boy has stripes on his shirt, so this is David Murray. This is Cassidy, but if the Asian girl in the logbook is Cassidy, then this doesn't look like her. If this is Jeremy and he is black, then he doesn't look like the Jeremy from the thing we were just looking at, because this boy is
Well,
not black.
You know
So
what's
like
super weird
what?
is in the book when they're talking about all the MCI kids and Cassidy runs up and is introduced. They also mention that one of the kids, who is presumably Gabriel, but we don't give him a name in that book. Gabriel is just never mentioned by name. He is wearing a black and white striped shirt.
In the book it says black and white striped shirt.
Yep.
And then in the graphic novel it's red and white. And then black and white's obviously crying child.
I think that
like...
might be Mike. I think that might be Mike that you're looking at in that picture. It might be Michael.
Oh, okay. That's possible.
That kid there. It could be. Now, maybe it's not. I don't know. I have not read the graphic novel.
Mike Brooks.
But I also know the graphic novel is just, like, inaccurate.
It's just wrong.
entirely. 'Cause
Someone mentioned it
Yeah.
earlier, but like the Molten Freddy in the graphic novel is like so obviously incorrect. It's like Scott told them, okay, so
Oh
they
my God,
melted
it's
together the
crazy.
animatronics. And it's a picture of the animatronics with like their heads sticking on each other's shoulders. It's just
But
clearly
it's
wrong.
so funny when you read the book. Like, I did this in my sister location video. You read the book, and it's just describing Molten Freddy. Like, it doesn't describe the graphic novel at all.
No.
It just is talking about, like, this tangle of wires and blah, 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 and, like, a shifting mass of, and it's like, it's not like a big Terminator robot with a bunch of... Actually, the one in the graphic novel looks closer to what the Mimic does at the end of Secret of the Mimic, where it puts up, a bit of Chica's head and a bit of Bonnie's head and a bit of Freddy's arm and Foxy's arm, and it looks more like that than it does Molten Freddy, which is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and also in the graphic novel,
Um,
the way that they make the Biddy Babs look is just like it's its own thing. They're just like these little clown robots. They look nothing like what they're supposed to, even though the games
Yeah.
have been out for ages at that point. If Scott was just like, these are Biddy Babs, then they would have had everything to draw from.
Yeah. On this image we were looking at, with the Susie hugging Freddy's leg, I think the reason I'm like, because I only saw this image for the first time a while ago, like I kind of had forgotten about it for many years. But I'm like, okay, one girl, and then three boys, and they're all at the very end of FFPS. And then we eventually, if we get the lore keeper ending, we get the graves, and the graves are in the same lineup as the masks, and they have Susie in the middle there, and the others. It feels very much like, even if they're not literally the kids, like these aren't obviously photographs of them because how would they have those? They are representative of those kids, and I think it's interesting as well with those graves in FFPS that for so long we've been like, oh, the grave on the hill is Charlie because again of an inaccuracy from the graphic novel, and the grave behind the grass is Golden Freddy, whether it's Cassidy or Dave or whoever you think it is. But I was thinking about it. It makes so much more sense for Golden Freddy to be the one up on the hill, because in that mask picture, which we use to line up which victim is which character, Golden Freddy is in the back. He's not off to the right. He's in the darkness behind them. And then if you want to say the puppet or somebody else is the obscured one, that would be because their mask does not appear, which is why it's, and if it was Charlie, say the covered over grave, the one that people think is the Cassidy grave, it would make sense to be Charlie's if she died first, so her grave is like more overgrown, and so she's not even visible in the FNAF 3 ending, which is why it's like the grave is covered, which is why we don't see her mask in FNAF 3.
And bite victim would have been buried by William. Also, like, who knows how literal that is anyway, right?
Yeah, it's not like literally a grave, but as in the fact also that it's on the top of the hill, which becomes the hill from Security Breach and presumably the MCM hill, I think is important. Again, not necessarily literally that his grave is on that hill, because we don't see a grave there, but metaphorically.
It just kind of looks like the grave in the distance is too long to just say David, to me, where Charlotte appears like it would fit. I did just find the passage in the book. You're correct. There's a boy in a black and white striped shirt. Cassidy is also explicitly described as having long black hair.
Yes.
Very odd.
So completely inaccurate. Yeah, I don't know, because some people have like put the word Dave Afton over the grave. But also I think people have, actually you can see, kind of looks like Dreadbear actually now that I'm looking at it. I think some people have messed around with the image itself, and it does just kind of look like maybe a bit of gibberish, like it's just scribbles to show that there is writing on the grave from a distance. I don't think it necessarily is there's a name there that's been obscured or like blurred or anything like that. I think it's just so you can see there's writing on the grave from a distance, because each of the kids also have different font for their name. Should I say Grape is... Are Gabriel and Jeremy sharing a font?
Do you have the picture?
Susie looks the most different.
Yeah, just from my recollection, it looks kind of like cursive-y and like a little slanted. No one tell Nara or Raven.
I suppose it could just be she's a girl.
Yep. Oh yeah, Jeremy and Gabriel. These are like Helvetica, and then like this is like all squiggly, and then blah blah blah. Why does she have one line of text and he has two? Why does Gabriel have no text? Why does Jeremy have a butterfly? Why is it white? Is that... It's nothing.
Is that relevant?
It's literally nothing. This is a really high-resolution picture. Yeah, you're right that, like, this doesn't necessarily fit Charlotte. This kind of looks like a D, and this kind of looks like an A. Afton, David, like, I almost see David Afton, but it's clearly not.
Yeah,
but
Scott
it's
it's confirmation bias. Like,
yes, Scott would not have said, make it not legible, but it totally does say David Afton.
Yeah, yeah. Make it so there's a thing I'm making right now. It's a little like activity book. When they figure it out, they'll superimpose the word David Afton over this, and it'll make sense. It's like it's just obscured text.
Someone in
Um,
chat says, no, Smiley says it says placeholder.
maybe I don't.
I
I
don't know.
genuinely don't know if it
It
says
might just be
anything. It
squiggles.
says as much as the line does beneath Susie, as far as I can
Yeah.
tell. Like it's the if you look at the way that the scribbles are done underneath Susie's name, and then you look up at that grave, they look very similar in terms of the kind of the shapes and the squiggles and the way there's like disconnected parts between them.
Do you
I think
think
it's just obscured writing. It's squiggles.
do you think there's a reason for the butterflies? So look, there's 3 up here. 3 butterflies, a yellow and 2
Yeah, one of
whites,
them's
and then a
yellow.
white here.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
And a ladybug over on the right.
That's because Cassidy's a girl, yeah. Not amused.
Uh,
In pain, in
no,
fact.
I just like uh maybe. I have no idea. I don't know if I mean it's just like it's peaceful. How many flowers? We're gonna do an arrow raven on it. 1, 2, 3,
14!
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. Um hmm. Yeah, the butterflies are interesting. I think it's just peaceful. Just look, it's all nature. And there's life everywhere. There's grass and flowers and butterflies. So nice. I don't actually know who drew this image.
They're probably credited somewhere in FNAF 6. I'd have to imagine.
So I'm gonna check out the credits.
Yeah, so Fazan saying, interesting there's no DCI in the
Artwork.
graves.
Yeah.
That's one of my main reasons that I just don't believe in the DCI.
Oh,
But
same. If the DCI is a thing, I think it's a huge failure of the story because they get absolutely no importance whatsoever.
yeah, and it's sort of one of the for me it's an all or nothing. If schedule theory is correct, then I'll believe in the DCI because now we got dozens of kids who we have no conclusion to their story. If schedule theory is incorrect, then I won't believe the DCI. It's like it seems like it's a I don't know, to me it's like a big it's either I don't know, it's all or nothing for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I don't want schedule theory. Like I like schedule theory and the fact that we're lining up schedules with the game. I think that's definitely a good catch. I just don't like the idea of the fun times being actively farming kids. You know what I mean?
But like it's what the game's telling us they're doing. It's always been again kind of
Yeah.
like a cope for us to just be like, no, they were made to do this, but they just never did. It's all good. Never killed anyone. There's no other kids.
Yeah. Well, I think once Molten MCI came around, it kind of went like, phew, okay, we can we can ignore that. Um, because it felt like before that we needed them to kidnap kids so that the fun times could be possessed. But once we found out the fun times were possessed by the MCI, we could then kind of go, oh well, then they mustn't have killed anybody, and we just didn't talk about it
Yep.
anymore because we didn't want there to be loads of random victims.
It's also why I'm sort of anti-lefty DCI, because again, like, does the evidence line up? Sure, it does. But the idea that Scott as a writer would be like, oh man, I have those other murders that I implied may have happened. I know the satisfying ending resolution to that will be the extremely convoluted evidence that is lefty DCI. Right? Like I don't if he's
Yeah, and I'm gonna put a big spotlight on these 5 or 6 kids specifically.
yeah, if he's like if he cared enough to give them a resolution, it wouldn't have been as cryptic as lefty DCI is. So either he didn't care at all, or there's an alternative answer, which is why I like the idea that he's removing the bodies. Why are there puddles of blood? I don't know. I don't know. I'm coping, but it's fine.
Yeah, I have honestly no thoughts. I've tried so many ways, so many times, and they usually conclude in me going, I don't know, it was a mistake. He wanted to be the MCI and he messed up. I don't know. Um, I think maybe there is an argument to be made that he did kill the kids, but they didn't actually possess anything. They
Yes.
didn't go on to become the toys that they became Shadow Bonnie, maybe, but I'm not sure about that.
Which is why I like Cassidy CI.
Hmm.
Because it's saying he tried, and then the only one that worked is the one that was in the Springlock suit. And he's like,
Hmm.
oh, there has to be like a connection to the suit. Now I get it. Now I know how to save my kids. And then he dies.
I also like the idea that disregarding save them for a minute because you can come up with a few different versions. Um, but that when Ralph is on the phone and he's talking about the yellow suit in the back, that's now none of them are acting right. I like the idea that they're actually misinterpreting what's happening and they think another set of murders has happened. But really, what's happened is that Golden Freddy has woken up
Mm-hmm.
and has started teleporting around, and they just think that the suit has moved because somebody got in one and killed a bunch of people, and they're like, "Oh no, it's happened again." So he came back and killed some kids in the suit, but it's actually that Golden Freddy has woken up and has started God victiming his way around.
Yes.
God victim all over the place.
I think it's another possibility. Because again, now I'm like, okay, how can I combine these? If schedule theory, William gets a bunch of kids captured, and then if FNAF 2 is the same building as Circus Babies, which I think it is, he then like, okay, I have these fresh kids, so I'm gonna bring them upstairs for the DCI for some reason. Right, like
Hmm.
it's not that these are teenagers who broke into the building or they're new kids. Because where did he get them? Where do all these new kids come from?
Yeah,
Schedule theory, the Fun Times kidnapped him. Like, makes sense to me.
yeah.
But then, like, what is he doing with them upstairs?
If you see, see, this is the thing with FNAF theorizing now. It's just all one thing connecting to another thing, connected to another thing, connected to another thing, which contradicts something else. Is like because I for many years was quite a big fan of puppet stuffed, um, and I think that's the most logical explanation or the simplest explanation for what give gifts give life is showing is that it's just the puppet is picking up the bodies and putting them in the suits because we see bodies, it tries to give them gifts, then it doesn't work, so it gives them the masks, and the masks are it being the kids being put into suits. And that all I think works pretty well up until the point where you get the idea that William commits the MCI after Baby kills Elizabeth, and he figures out possession is possible through stuffing, because
Mm-hmm.
then it's like, oh well, then he definitely stuffed them because if he was trying to recreate what happened to Circus Baby, then he had to have been the one that was involved in that event. Because why would he kill kids in a different way if his intention was to recreate what happened to his daughter? And it just you just get a lot of extra questions if you start looking into them in relation to the fun times and how they work and what's going on.
Yeah, like, my issue with puppet stuff is that the obvious implication in FNAF 1 is that a
Yes.
serial killer hid the evidence of his crime by putting them in the suits. So if puppet
Hmm.
stuff is canon, that means that William murdered these kids and then was just like, I'll just leave them here. I'm going to go home for the night. And then he came back the next day. He's like, where'd the bodies go? Better never look into it.
Well, if you think he was killing people to get the place shut down on purpose, and that was the idea, that was the goal of the exercise, it wasn't anything to do with possession, uh, then leaving the bodies around would actually suit his goal more.
Do you think he left
And that's
them?
kind of what we see him. If he did kill more people in the DCI, then I think FNAF 2, if the DCI is a thing, has a good argument for puppet stuff because we have Foxy Go Go Go, where they're all just sort of left out in the open. We have Save Them, where they're all just left out in the open, and then we have Give Gift Gives Life, where the puppet specifically is the one to put masks on the kids. And I think you can make an argument for that being an indicator that William actually wasn't the one to do that. And he kills Charlie outside and leaves her body there. He's not shown in any of the games to actually attempt to hide his. Anytime we actually see a killing of his through the mini games, we never see him attempt to hide them. He always just kind of moves on.
So you can, this is all the same stuff over and over, right? You can develop a pattern and be like, he never hit any of the other bodies, so why would he this time? Unless Foxy Go 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 is incredibly metaphorical, the DCI is just the MCI, and thus now, instead of it being a pattern, it's just that the only body he ever left out was Charlie, because the others, like, didn't happen.
Yeah.
Or, because you can totally believe the DCI happened, but that Foxy Go 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 is metaphorical, which I think is probably the most popular belief.
Yes.
So then it's like, well, then how much of a pattern is it if blah, blah, blah happens? One of the interesting things about Foxy Go 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 is, I think MatPat was one of the first people to say it, that, like, there is no Pirates Cove at the FNAF 2 location. Therefore, Foxy Go 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 must have happened at the MCI location. And I don't know if Scott, like, knew that. Like, who knows at what point in development that decision was made.
Well, there is the teaser with Foxy and Mangle both poking their heads out of Pirates Cove, so, you know.
But it's so weird, because, like, it seems like Phone Guy's dialogue wasn't written at a time when Scott had decided that the location was only open for 2 weeks. Which is why a lot of people are like, well, those recordings are from over the summer and blah, blah, blah. I just think Scott hadn't written that part yet.
I don't know, because he does... No, because he says you're the second guard to work at that location.
Does that mean that the first guard only worked there for 1 week, though?
He said the first guy finished up his week.
Okay.
But
that's true.
So he does say, yeah, he does. See, this is the thing: is I don't believe the idea that the summer opened up and then they closed it.
No, I
and
don't
they
either.
reopened it again. That's so messy, and I don't think there's any implication of that actually in the game beyond maybe those kids' drawings, but that's about it. See, it's weird because those lines, FNAF 2 is the most of any of the games where it's like set up and then twist, set up then twist, set up then twist. Like the whole game, they're trying to pull the rug out from under you the entire time, and you know, evidence that you can push one way can actually then be used in another way if you believe in the idea that he might have made the game with the intention of them being the MCI initially, where like, you know, you'd argue, oh, well, why would they have to make the toy robots be security bots if there was no killers in the past? Because they mentioned a predator. But then it's like, well, Charlie died at the last location, and the MCI die here. So Charlie is the reason for the security bots. And then you can say, oh, well, what about the wizards smelling? He says that the wizards have that awful smell. And then you can go, well, yeah, but that's a red herring. Is you're supposed to think that the bodies are stuffed in them, but then you play the game and you find out that this is the MCI. It's a twist. You're supposed to think that it's already happened because you're supposed to think the game's a sequel. So you're hearing all this stuff that's from the first game, and you're supposed to think it's a sequel, and then at the end of the game you find out it's a prequel, and you go, oh, wait, all this stuff was just a twist. I didn't even understand it. But then there's other stuff like Foxy Go 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 and Save Them, which is really weird. It's just crazy how much the nighttime phone calls line up with the FNAF 1 newspapers. And at that point you don't even need the retcon. Like William could absolutely be arrested the next morning
On well, no, you can't because it's June. That's the only thing that it doesn't line up with, is because it's set in June, and the
Yeah.
game is set in November. But also, is that a mistake? Because it's
Yeah.
the identical payslip, bar
And
like a couple of numbers.
and the dialogue says, "Welcome to your new summer job." So, was it supposed to be the
Yeah,
summer?
but then he calls it a summer job in. What did we find recently? We saw something recently that was evidence that summer job is used in FNAF 1.
It was the Steam description for FNAF 1. Also says summer job.
Yeah, but there was something else as well. I thought there was a Steam description, and there's something else I thought we found like very recently that was kind of like, oh, that's new. We didn't think of that before. Um, was it like a comment Scott made on Reddit or something like that? I can't remember. Because I remember seeing it and being like, oh, I never hear that talked about. 'Cause I
Secret of
definitely hear
Company says the newspapers. Do the newspapers, like one of the help wanted ones?
Yes. No. It's the blurred out text around the Help Wanted newspaper. It says, "This is like a really poor choice for a summer job." Blah 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 blah.
Yes.
And I'm not being flippant. It literally says blah blah.
Yes,
blah,
yeah.
blah.
That's for FNAF 1, right?
Yes.
Yes. Which 100%. I mean, he went to the effort of not telling us the year, but wrote, November 12th.
Yeah.
Which is so weird.
Yeah. I see. I don't know, because part of me is like, it's really bad faith to assume that he just forgot the date of the main event that he was trying to depict, in the game. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
Who would have thought that
I think
we couldn't have just talked and like solved the FNAF lore?
Yeah, in just one sitting. God damn.
At this rate, I
One
don't
with
think
it
summer job means
hinted
anything.
at his FNAF 2 reboot. What he was just saying. I don't even know what I was just saying, but maybe.
Maybe something. Yeah, what season is your reboot going to take place in? Is that a spoiler?
Summer.
Ooh.
When's June? what season's that in?
June summer.
Yeah,
For
no.
unless you're Australian.
No, FNAF 2 takes place in Australia. I've heard people make that argument before, where they're like, FNAF 2 could take place in Australia.
Oh,
so
no.
that makes sense. But that wouldn't even work, right?
No, that would
That's
still
not
be
a direct
spring.
translation.
November is
Still be
November's this
spring,
fall. It's
would
not the winter, yeah.
work. Yeah. Yeah, FNAF 2 is such a weird one. It feels to me like 2 is the one that Scott sort of ignores the most, except for 4. 4 and 2 have the most connections by far, but it seems like story-wise he kind of moved on from 2 and doesn't really know what to do with it.
The one thing I think is interesting is that in Secret of the Mimic and any sort of older game, game that takes place in the past, we have yet to see the origin of Balloon Boy. Why?
That is true.
Unless it's for
and why is
memory victim reasons, for where Balloon Boy can't have existed before 1983, then where's Balloon Boy in Fall Fest or Secret of the Mimic? Where is he, Scott?
well, God victim would imply that he gets made because
Exactly.
Chronic Child sees that thing. There is something to be said though about in Help Wanted, Curse of Dreadbear, there are the Halloween masks, which are at the Fall Fest 83, and there is a Mangle mask, a Funtime Foxy mask, and a Balloon Boy mask at that event.
In fall of 83, which would be after his birthday,
after
which
he's dead.
seemed to be in the spring-ish.
Yeah,
There's
after his bite.
flowers. Flowers on the ground, which means spring.
Yeah. So
he at least exists by then. And it also is interesting that Nightmare Balloon Boy was supposedly the only version of the Halloween DLC which was canon for some reason.
It can be
Still
thought
don't
of
know what
as
that
being
means.
canon. Scott, what does that mean?
Thought of as being, who knows? Could have been a troll. Could have been a troll the whole time.
T-Dreads thinks that, Scott has a line, he said there's no gaps in the story, only gaps in your understanding. He thinks that that was like a troll line. I always took that as 100% serious. As Scott saying, like, I have this all worked out in my head, you guys, like, just don't know a lot of the answers, and I might never give them all to you, but it does make sense. He read it as, like, Scott calling people stupid.
I always took it as a bit tongue-in-cheek, personally. I think he's not saying like, "Oh no, I just make it up as I go along. It's all stupid." But I think I did read it as a little bit tongue in cheek, where he's like, you know, "Oh no, I'm perfect," but he's sarcastic. Like he's not saying there are loads of holes in the stories and it doesn't make sense. But he's also not saying I'm infallible and it's your fault if you don't understand it.
Yep. All right, chat. I think we're gonna have to end it here. 5.5 hours in. It's 10:30 my time.
Lord.
It's probably ungodly late your time.
3:33.
Oh lordy. Oh my god, everyone.
Sign.
F's in the chat for Unwithered, and then 14's in the chat for me. Do young people even understand F's in the chat anymore? Do you guys even know what that is? Okay, that's a reference to an old video game series us old folks play called Call of Duty. Everyone's saying, yeah, all right. All right, bye everyone.
GG.
Bye Mr. Cheese. Bye Lydia, bye Absol, bye Fazent, bye Lex. I'm sure Fazent, I'm so sorry that like you weren't on here. Maybe next time we can do something where you get to come in here and talk about Charlie 87 and all that stuff. Bye VT, bye Scott, bye Cross.
Bye Fritz.